1. The crackle of a bonfire was a familiar sound at Outpost Turkey River, and would be even more common now that autumn had set in. The smoke was supposed to keep bugs away, but it didn't always work. Retired Master Sergeant Cedric Long swatted a mosquito away from the cavity where his left eye had once been, smearing the damn insect across his cheek. It was already swollen with blood. The little vampires reminded him of the monsters beyond the walls, the same type that took his eye during the war. Variants. The result of a chemical weapon gone wrong. Former humans that had turned into the perfect predators would do far worse than a swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes if they got into the outpost. But that wasn't going to happen. Not on this eve, and not on any other day that Cedric held watch. Outpost Turkey River was one of the most secure townships in what was now called the Allied States because of the men that served here before Cedric arrived, and it was even stronger now that he was here. That's what Commander Justin Bell had told him, and Commander Bell was no liar. Now in his late 30s, Bell was just a young man during the Great War of Extinction that ended 8 years ago. But he was no stranger to the monsters that lurked deep in what had once been the United States of America. The commander had fought and bled to keep this outpost secure and safe. Cedric squinted into the darkness. There hadn't been an attack for over 3 months. He knew the variants still dwelled in the shadows, but it was mostly humans they had to worry about now. Bandits, raiders, collaborators, whatever people wanted to call them. They would always rather take something that didn't belong to them instead of working to get it themselves, and the most evil among them worked with the variants. Many outposts weren't lucky like Turkey River, with a plentiful supply of fresh food and clear water provided by the fertile land. Supplies were abundant here, which made them a target, not to mention a political hotspot. President Jan Ringgold had stopped by a week earlier with Vice President Dan Lemke. Now that their 2 terms were almost up, Lemke was running to succeed her. Retired General Mark Cornelius, Lemke's opponent and leader of the Freedom Party, was slated to stop by in another week. Cedric sat at a picnic table in the center of the communal area, enjoying a late supper of mashed potatoes, corn, bread, and water from the neighboring river their community was named for. 2 trucks were parked across the street, their beds nearly overfilling with harvested corn from the surrounding fields. The food within their walls was more than enough to support the 300 people that lived in the compound. Most of the grain, corn, and beans they produced were shipped by rail to the nearly 100 other outposts in the Allied States. He thought of the mass migration from the western states to places like Turkey River over 8 years ago, when the government focused on consolidating, protecting, and rebuilding the agricultural industry in the Midwest and manufacturing factories on the East Coast. Now, most of the population lived in places like Turkey River. Families of those who had made that migration ate quietly at the other tables around him. He sat alone and enjoyed his meal. He didn't mind the solitude, but it wasn't always that way. In his former life, he had once looked forward to meals with his wife and sons, but they were gone now, and he was here. Besides, most of the kids were scared of him, whispering behind his back about the pirate with a patch over his eye. He didn't mind that either. He was a kid once, and remembered how his own boys would have reacted. They might have thought he was a monster with his scarred skin and missing eye, but the truth was, they had died knowing they were far worse monsters than a deformed old man. Most of the kids under 8 at Outpost Turkey River were lucky to have never even seen the creatures Cedric fought. They no doubt heard the gunshots and the lone cries of a dying variant, but they had never come face to face with one of the scab-covered, fanged creatures. Not like his sons. Cedric pushed aside the painful memories. His job was no longer to be a father and a husband. He was just a simple soldier protecting the people that lived here and the food they harvested. At least it gave him purpose. A bell dinged as the moon rose higher in the autumn sky. Cedric wolfed down the rest of his supper. He took a flask from his ballistic vest and washed the food down with a shot of whiskey. The liquor warmed his gut. He stood, well-fed and relaxed. Grabbing his M4A1 carbine, he set off for a patrol with the other half-dozen men on night perimeter duty. The team was just one cog helping spin the security wheel at the outpost. 2 soldiers manned the M240 fighting position outside Town Hall. Guards walked on flat rooftops, their weapons cradled, looking out over the sleeping outpost. Everywhere Cedric looked, the soldiers seemed relaxed. There wasn't much to be stressed about out here. Most of the men hadn't seen action for years besides skirmishes with raiders. Hell, this was the best gig of Cedric's career. And he'd had a ton of assignments since the hemorrhage virus first raced across the world, from a cruise ship sailing in the Atlantic during the first year of the outbreak to security duty in the relocated White House at the Greenbrier. Cedric had even guarded Captain Reed Beckham, his wife, Dr. Kate Lovato Beckham, and their son, Javier Riley, back when the boy was just a toddler. After Cedric hit retirement age, they transferred him here. "Turkey River is a modern-day retirement community, my friend," Beckham had said, patting Cedric on the shoulder with his prosthetic hand. "Plenty of food, good neighbors, and peaceful enough you can actually enjoy a well-earned nap in the afternoon." President Ringgold had even thanked Cedric for his service, and the next week he boarded a train to northern Iowa. Field of Dreams didn't seem so far from the truth. Cedric considered pulling his flask out and taking another slug of whiskey, but he was old enough and smart enough to know evil never slept. The variants might not have attacked recently, but beyond the wall, guard towers, razor-wire fences, sensors, and minefields, they were still out there, waiting. He continued the trek through town square and past the houses and businesses. Like most outposts, this one had everything from a general store to a post office with solar panels mounted on most of the roofs. He walked by both buildings and moved to the sidewalk to let a pickup truck down the narrow road. The circular community was surrounded by a 20-foot steel wall. He exited through a gate that opened to a bridge over a creek. On the other side, 6 soldiers waited. 2 German shepherds sat on their hind legs, anxious for their noses to be put to work. "Evenin', Sarge," said a private named Malcolm. "Evenin'," Cedric replied. They set off. All of them knew the drill. Alpha Team went to the right, and Bravo went left, each team taking a dog. Cedric was an exception. Commander Bell had given him his own route to walk, operating as a lone ranger of sorts. He walked toward the next line of defense, multiple razor-wire fences. On the other side, moonlight captured a sea of corn and soybeans planted in the rich topsoil beyond the minefields. The gate at the road was closed now that the harvesting for the day was over. No one was allowed outside after dark unless Commander Bell gave the order. Guard towers rose above the fences, and Cedric raised a hand to the men in Tower 4. Both of the soldiers there were about the same age he had been when he first enlisted, over 40 years ago.
But these kids were too young to have fought in the war against the monsters. Chances were good neither of them had ever come close to meeting a variant face to face. Cedric, on the other hand, had scars to show off his battles, including his empty eye socket. He smiled when he recalled how he had killed the beast that had done it. Who would have thought a flare would do so much damage if you stuck it in the right place? "Got anything on infrared?" Cedric called up to the guards. "Negative, Sarge. Just deer." "Well, shit. Maybe we should go hunting," Cedric replied. It had been a long time since they had even seen a deer. Like humans, the animals had almost been wiped out by the variants. He continued his walk along the perimeter, scanning the dirt on the other side of the fences for any flash of movement, and sniffing the air for the rotten fruit odor of the beasts. The variants had rapid evolution and adaptation on their side.
Epigenetic changes had turned the abominations into the perfect predators that could camouflage their skin and see in the dark. Some had morphed into terrifying creatures ranging from gigantic beetles to monstrous flesh-eating worms in Europe. Most of those beasts were nothing more than dust now. Only the first generation of variants had survived the bullets and the bioweapons the government designed to kill them. America was on her way back. Some European countries were starting to recover as well. He didn't know much about South America, Africa, or Asia, but the little bits of news that made their way to Turkey River gave him hope the human species would recover fully in time. Cedric walked for an hour before his joints started hurting and the chill of the evening finally got under his layers. He let his rifle sag on its sling as he rubbed his gloves together. Then he pressed on, ignoring the pain of his lower back and the persistent arthritis in his fingers. He didn't mind that his retirement was being spent doing what he did best, but he did wonder how many more years he had left before Commander Bell assigned him to some boring guard tower. Not happening anytime soon. As the whiskey wore off, the cold crept into his feet. His toes started to numb. He found a seat on a swing hanging from the solid limb of an oak tree, a favorite of the children that lived here. He sat and wiggled his toes to get the blood moving. Pulling out his radio, he contacted Alpha and Bravo teams. No contacts cited by any of them. He asked for reports from the guard towers next. All clear, came the responses. Another quiet night at Outpost Turkey River. Cedric stood and walked toward his next stop. The barns were always his favorite part of the rounds. A farmer named Will slept in a chair outside the barn door, his head slumped against a shoulder. Cedric cleared his throat, waking the man. Will shot up and raised a hand in defense. What's wrong? Relax, Cedric said. I'm just checking on things. Will looked around and then seemed to relax and sat back down. Does your wife know you're out here? Cedric asked. A sly grin spread across Will's face. She's the reason I'm out here. Cedric chuckled. You're in the doghouse again? Better than the barn, right? Will stood and stretched. Cedric held back a laugh. In a town this small, everyone knew everyone's business, and everyone knew that Will and his wife had been on the outs for months. Commotion from the animal pens distracted Cedric, and Will joined him on the path to the livestock. The beasts were all crowded in the corner of their pens. Will spat a glob of tobacco on the dirt. What the hell has them riled up? He asked. Cedric pulled out his radio. Alpha, Bravo, you got anything? Negative. Negative. The guard towers all reported the same thing. Nothing on infrared, and nothing moving in the night vision. Cedric knew the variants could sometimes avoid detection, but they couldn't avoid the mines or the fences, and they couldn't dodge bullets either. Cedric aimed his rifle at the cornfields beyond the animal pens and jerked his chin for Will to return to the safety of the walled-off compound. Go home to your wife and lock the doors, he said. Will backpedaled away from the barn, nearly tripping, then he turned and ran. Most men would have done the same thing, but Cedric clenched his jaw and scanned the fields for the monsters. Moonlight illuminated the white blades of two massive wind turbines churning in the distance, providing energy for the outpost by harnessing the wind. His radio crackled on his vest as he searched for hostiles. Master Sergeant, what's going on out there? Came the gruff voice of Commander Bell. Not sure, sir. Something's got the animals spooked. Meet me on the bridge, Bell replied. Cedric cursed. So much for a quiet night. He jogged back toward the bridge, the gate opening and disgorging 10 more men and 3 dogs. From the east side of the outpost came the guttural barking of the other German shepherds with Alpha and Bravo. A flare shot up into the sky, bursting into a red glow over the cornfields. Everyone that's not in a guard tower fall back to the bridge, Bell ordered over the radio. Searchlights flipped on in the towers, the beams raking over the cornfields beneath where the flare had burst. The stalks rustled in the breeze. Bell, a good foot taller than almost every man on the bridge, stepped out in front of the pack. All 5 of the dogs growled, their fur standing like needles. Cedric straightened his stiff body. "Show yourself, you diseased son of a bitch," Bell grumbled. The spotlight from Tower 4 roved over the field, Cedric's only eye moving with the light. The guard brought it to a sudden stop over a patch of corn. Alpha and Bravo soon returned with their dogs.
"Commander, I've got a heat signature northwest, close to the area I spotted a deer earlier," came the voice of Isaac in Tower 4. "Not sure what it is." "Can you get a shot?" Bell replied. "Sir, it's pretty far out." Bell turned back to the men on the bridge. "Get ready. I want a team to go out there with dogs and take a look once it's dead," he said. "If it's a variant, leave it there. We'll try and find where it came from in the morning." "And if it's a deer?" Cedric asked. "Then we're going to have a nice venison steak," Bell said. The other men seemed to lighten up at that. "Take the shot, T4, Bell said over the comm. A crack pierced the night. Crows took flight around the compound. For an eerie moment, the cawing was the only sound. "Target down," Isaac reported over the radio. "Nice shot, T4, Bell replied. He looked again at the soldiers standing around him. "Who's going out there to check it out?" Cedric's hand shot up. "I'll go, sir." "Who else?" Bell asked. The men all avoided his gaze, looking at the ground in shame. Cedric didn't blame them. Even one variant was enough to kill a team of greenhorns, and they were likely worried there were more beasts out there. "Malcolm, Agan, Kelly, you go with Cedric, take 2 dogs. The rest of you fall back inside the compound," Bell said. Cedric led the other 3 soldiers over the bridge, the dogs pulling on their leashes down the road to the main gate. They stopped when they reached the guard tower that looked over the minefield beyond the gate. "You sure you got it?" Cedric called up. Isaac emerged from the tower. "It ain't moving, Sarge." Cedric looked down the road cutting through the cornfields. A shudder tore through his flesh. He blamed it on the cold, but worried it was from fear. "Go on, Cedric," Bell said. "Take your team out there and see what's going on." "Yes, sir," Cedric said. They unlatched the main gate and swung it open. Cedric led the team outside, listening to the gate click shut behind him. "T4, tell me if that heat signature moves," he ordered over the comm. "Copy that," Isaac replied. "Combat intervals, keep sharp," Cedric said. He started out onto the road with the dogs on each flank. They sniffed the ground and air, their muzzles searching for the rotting lemon scent of the diseased beasts. Cedric scanned for movement, but saw nothing besides the shifting cornstalks. It only took a few minutes to reach the area of the spotlight from Tower 4. The team stopped and faced the fence of corn. None of the dogs bared their teeth or growled. Maybe it was just a deer, Cedric thought. He shouldered his rifle, and the other 3 soldiers followed suit, their muzzles aimed at the corn. "I'm not going in there," Malcolm whispered. Cedric thought about ordering the young soldier to get a hold of himself and go in anyway, but instead he said, "Hold your position." He didn't need a scared kid popping off rounds behind him in the dark. The gusting wind picked up as they stood there, blowing through the fields violently and turning the wind turbines faster. The branches of oak trees in the distance swayed and creaked. "Do you see that?" Kelly said quietly. He pointed at the tips of the corn that seemed to be parting like something was moving through them. "T4, you got anything on infrared?" Cedric asked. "Negative." "Something's coming," Kelly said. Cedric held up a hand. "Hold your fire." The wind calmed, and the cornstalks straightened. "I'm going in," Cedric said. "Again, you got the balls to follow?" The big man nodded and followed Cedric into the field,
using the spotlight to guide them. Stalks scraped against their skin, scratching his neck and face. Through the gaps in the corn, Cedric spotted something lying in a fetal position under the glow from the light. He aimed his muzzle at it and moved his finger to the trigger.
A sudden screech in the distance made him flinch. "There's another one out there," Aegon whispered. Cedric moved over to the creature lying in the dirt. Something twisted in his gut. It wasn't a creature at all. It was a filthy human. Blood soiled the dirt, but the guy seemed to still be alive, his ribs expanding and contracting slowly. Aegon lowered his rifle. Cedric went to radio it in. Another high-pitched wail pierced the night. The call of a monster. "Help me with him," Cedric said. Together, the two soldiers carried the injured man back to the road where Malcolm and Kelly stood with the dogs. The animals cowered, their tails between their legs. "Keep it together," Cedric ordered. "There was one of those things and 4 of us. You run, you die." "Fuck it, I'll take my chances," Kelly said. He let go of the dog leash and took off. The radio crackled with confused voices. Cedric ignored them as they carefully put the injured man down. "He's hurt bad," Aegon said. Another screech came, this time from the opposite direction. Malcolm abandoned them then, running after Kelly. The 2 remaining dogs both growled and barked viciously. Gunshots popped through the night as the radio exploded with panicked voices. "Aegon, watch our back," Cedric said. "Okay, Sarge." Cedric bent down and rolled the man over gently. Blood covered his side. The bullet had hit him just under his ribs. The man was young, maybe in his 30s, hard to say with mud caking most of his features. Cedric knew they couldn't carry him back, but he wasn't going to leave him here. They needed to get him up and moving. Using a gloved hand, Cedric slapped the guy on the cheek, trying to rouse him to consciousness. The man winced in pain, breathing heavily. "You gotta get up," Cedric said. He clamped a hand over the wound and looked up at Aegon. "You cover us on the way back to the gate," he said. Aegon nodded quickly. Cedric went to help the guy up, but the man grabbed his wrist, squeezing hard. His eyes widened like he was caught in the grips of insanity. "It's too late," he mumbled. "You can't go back there." More gunshots cracked out, and a second variant screech sounded. Then came the screams. Cedric glanced over his shoulder at the gate where Malcolm and Kelly were still waiting to get back in. A landmine exploded in the distance, the boom thumping like a grenade. When Cedric looked back to the 2 soldiers at the gate, they were gone. Shadows sweeping them into the field. A human cry of agony rose like the howling wind. Again backpedaled. "Sarge?" he whispered. 2 variants skittered up the side of Tower 4. They reached in from opposite sides, surprising Isaac and the other guard. The beasts yanked them out and tossed them onto the minefield on the other side of the fence. Another boom thumped as the 2 men were blown to pieces. The beasts climbed higher up the tower before perching on the top. Wispy hair blew away from the pale skin of the creature on the left, a female judging from her naked chest. The male one reared his head back and let out a howl. Several more abominations answered the call. "We have to go," mumbled the wounded man. Cedric yanked free of his grip and stood. Dozens of the monsters climbed to the top of rooftops inside the compound. "How?" he said. "How did they get inside?" "I came from out there to warn." The injured man pointed in the opposite direction of the outpost. "I came to warn you," whimpered the man. Cedric hesitated, trying to make sense of things. The guy had to be one of the homesteaders trying to strike out independent from the outposts. "Sarge, what do we do?" Agan's voice was breaking from fear.
The two shepherds took off running away from the compound, racing as fast as they could into the cornfields. Screams of horror filled the night.
Cedric imagined the monsters tearing through the outpost, devouring the people inside.
"Sarge," Aegon entreated, "what do we do?" For the first time in his career, Cedric did what he always damned other men for doing. He turned, and he ran away from the fight, following the dogs into the darkness. 2. At dawn, Kate Lovato walked along the Peaks Island shoreline of Casco Bay, Maine. It was the same thing she did most mornings. The humble house she shared with her husband, Reed Beckham, and 8-year-old son, was just 500 feet from the water's edge. Close enough, Beckham didn't mind her morning excursions. When she first started the habit of coming to the water, he wasn't thrilled about it. Their lives before Peaks Island had been fraught with threats, and Beckham had never let his guard down over the years. But they trusted one another, and it would take a miracle for a variant to get through the secure barriers. Peaks Island was in the heart of a safe zone, surrounded by advanced sensors, soldiers, sailors, and friends. If anything were to happen, a hidden underground safe house at the community health center that doubled as her lab provided a final line of defense. She took a seat on a bench to soak in the clementine sunrise simmering on the horizon. Taking a sip from her steaming mug, she reveled in the small pleasure. The past 8 years had been extremely difficult. But despite the odds, they had started to recover and bring back staples like coffee that was grown in Florida. It wasn't as good as the beans from South America and Africa she had enjoyed before the war, but it was better than nothing. Still, living on an island was a constant reminder of Plum Island. The secret government labs were ground zero for the bioweapon she had helped design. In the end, the weapon hadn't just killed billions of infected humans. It had created the variants. You did what you had to do, Kate.
To save us, to save humanity from the brink of extinction, President Jan Ringgold had reminded her over 7 years ago. Guilt at what her research had brought about consumed Kate to this day. Most countries were clawing themselves out of complete anarchy after the end of the war. Even in the Allied States, people were still fleeing poverty, starvation, and violence. Peaks Island and Outpost Portland continued to receive refugees on an almost daily basis. "Morning," came a voice. She pivoted and smiled when she saw Beckham making his way over. He wore a gray army sweatshirt and camouflage pants. Reaching up with his prosthetic hand, he brushed his thick, long hair behind an ear and took a seat next to her. That hand was a reminder of what Beckham had lost over 8 years ago from a variant acid attack, as well as a portion of his leg. But even though his leg and hand might be artificial, the man behind those prosthetics was every bit as strong as he'd been back then, probably even stronger now. "Coffee?" she asked, offering her drink to him. "Sure." He took a sip and directed his gaze at the water. He was legally blind in his right eye, but he had experienced some improvement thanks to the steroids and pharmaceutical cocktail she had cooked up in her lab on the island. "You're up early," she said. "Got a lot on my mind." "The meeting with President Ringgold?" Kate scooted close to him, feeling his warmth. "Did she tell you why she wants to meet?" "Nope, but my gut tells me it's political. No matter how many times I tell her that I am not cut out for that life, she encourages me to reconsider." Beckham took another drink. "I think she wants me to challenge Senator Macomb." Kate narrowed her brows. "But Macomb is a Ringgold supporter, isn't he?" "Apparently not as much as she would like. Or maybe he's not supportive of Vice President Lemke's bid for the presidency."
"I'm surprised they haven't tapped you to be Lemke's running mate," Kate said, only half joking. The process had changed, and the vice president wouldn't be selected until after the election now. He didn't respond, clearly in deep thought. Kate put a hand on his arm. "You have done enough for your country, Reed. No need to start a second career in politics," she said.
Selfishly, that's what Kate believed. But her husband was a special man, and she knew there might come a time when he was needed off the island. "What else is bothering you?" she asked, sensing that wasn't the only thing.
Things have been quiet on the frontier. Too quiet.
Quiet is good. It means the variants are dying. We can live in peace and focus on rebuilding.
Quiet scares me, Beckham replied.
In war, it usually means the enemy is planning something.
But I'm not just worried about variants.
With elections looming, I'm worried about what happens after President Ringgold leaves office. He took another drink and paused to reflect.
Her legacy and our country is at risk if the Freedom Party takes over.
They won't, Kate said confidently. Beckham handed her the coffee mug back and stood, his prosthetic leg creaking.
I wouldn't be too optimistic.
The most recent polls show General Cornelius leading Vice President Lemke by almost 4 points. Polls always leave room for error, Kate said. And that lead is well within the margin of error.
Well, there are other signs that things aren't looking good for the New America coalition.
I know, she admitted. Vice President Lemke has almost as many enemies as President Ringgold does, maybe even more. It wasn't surprising to Kate, considering the former admiral of the naval fleet had helped take back the country from resistance of tyranny 8 years ago.
The biggest issue seems to be over the cities and the frontier, Beckham said.
The Freedom Party is proposing the conscription of all men and women between the age of 18 and 30. More and more people think we should try and take the cities back, instead of letting the variants have what once was ours. Kate hated the thought of sending more young men and women into the meat grinder. Those that were coming of age had been just kids during the war. Parker Horn's daughters, Tasha and Jenny, would almost be of age to serve. Police officer Jake Temper's son, Timothy, and Donna Tufo's son, Bo, would be able to join the military. She shuddered at the thought of any of them being sent to the front lines. For a moment, she fell into silence with Beckham, considering the implications of the election just 3 months away. The areas outside the safe zones had been abandoned after the Great War, left for nature to reclaim as the variants died off. Some human survivors lived in the lawless zones, preferring life on their own rather than in the outposts and cities. If the Freedom Party had their way, those people would be forced out of the frontier. The cities would be bombed into oblivion, and the young would be sent to fight and die like they had in every other war. But the human race was still teetering on the edge, and the post-war generation that included Tasha, Jenny, Bo, and Timothy couldn't afford to be wasted. That's why President Ringgold had taken a more measured approach by sending in Team Ghost and other teams to take out any variants that threatened outposts. Fitz was out there now, Kate thought, doing what he did best, hunting down variants. Beckham broke the quiet between them. The Freedom Party is gaining support, especially with voters in the outposts that have been attacked by variants, he said. People are scared. They should be scared of Cornelius and the Freedom Party. It's basically ROT in disguise, in my opinion. I guess people are forgetting ROT nearly destroyed us.
I wouldn't exactly compare them with ROT, but I know what you're saying. Some things never change, huh?
Beckham chuckled. I think politics will outlive the human race. People will still be fighting in their graves. Can't do anything about that. He brushed his hair back again.
No, but there is something we can do about that hair, she grinned. I kind of like it, to be honest.
Kate kissed him on the cheek. Whatever you want, my love. But I agree. No politics for now, okay? No politics ever, if I have it my way. They watched the sunrise for a few more minutes before heading back to their house. Jake, the former New York police officer, shut the door to his house and said goodbye to his son Timothy. "Morning, Jake," Beckham called out. "Morning," Jake yelled back. He started off for his guard tower post near the ferry. The vessel was waiting to take early morning workers to the town of Portland, just 3 miles away. Kate liked the fact she rarely had to leave the island. She taught school here and ran her small lab. The only times she had to go to the mainland were for groceries or meetings at town hall. Life was good, the best it had been in a long time, but they were painful reminders of the old world everywhere. Beckham stopped at a tree that provided a canopy of green over their yard. He took a knee at the grave of his best 4-legged friend. "I miss him," Beckham said. Kate put a hand on his back. "Apollo lived a good, long life." Beckham nodded. "He was a loyal dog, the best." "Yes, he was." Reaching up, Beckham wiped a tear from his eye. They had just lost Apollo to old age a few months back. They weren't sure how old he was when he crossed the Rainbow Bridge, but he had passed peacefully, surrounded by friends and family. Now he was buried next to the one female dog he had loved, a free-spirited mutt he had met when they first moved here. Kate put an arm around Beckham, and they walked around the house to the front yard.
A voice called out across the road. Parker Horn, dressed in nothing but sweatpants, lifted a tattooed arm to wave from his open front door. It was rare seeing him up this early, but Kate saw what had brought him outside. The big man smoked a homemade cigarette as Apollo's daughter and son ran out of Horn's house barking. Ginger and Spark darted across the road and over to Beckham and Kate. The 4-year-old German Shepherd mixes belonged to Horn's girls, Tasha and Jenny. Beckham grinned as he knelt to play with the dogs. It was good to see him so happy. She wanted to feel that way too, but her gut wouldn't let her. Something was changing on the frontier, and it wasn't just the shadowy variant forces. With President Ringgold's second term just months away from ending, the country faced the uncertainty of a new leader. The human race had avoided near extinction once, but this time, she wasn't sure they could dodge another bullet if the voters decided to elect Cornelius and support his march back to war.
Master Sergeant Joe Fitzpatrick stood at the top of a hill overlooking Ellicott City. Elms and dogwoods blazed with the colors of late autumn. His carbon fiber blades creaked ever so slightly as he adjusted his weight to pivot for a better view. It was hard for him to believe he'd lost his flesh and blood legs so long ago in Iraq, long before the variants were even a nightmare on this planet. But now his prosthetics were as natural to him as his muscles and nerves had once been. Maybe even better. At least, good enough to propel him toward their enemies. Somewhere out there, an alpha variant hid in the shadows with its kin. Team Ghost had the mission to hunt it down and locate the 3 humans the beasts had kidnapped from outpost Patapsco Valley, just over 20 miles away. Chances were good all 3 were already dead, but Team Ghost wouldn't give up until they found them. For the past 8 years, they had run missions into the frontier and lawless zones to do exactly that: find and kill variants and rescue any humans that were snatched by the beasts. A loose wooden plank on the church next to him rattled. Chips of white paint fluttered away like dust in a gust of wind that rustled his uniform. Apollo would have loved a day like this, Fitz said. The dog had retired several years ago to live out its final days with Beckham and Kate. Fitz had considered asking for Ginger or Spark to be added to the team, but their fate was as pets, not warriors, and the girls had fallen in love with them anyways. Footsteps crunched over the gravel, and Sergeant First Class Jenny Rico joined Fitz at the lookout. She smiled as she chomped on stale gum. Strands of pink hair under the rim of her helmet rustled in the wind. She always found a way to figuratively and literally make things more colorful. They had fought together and remained lovers for the past 8 years.
Through all of the battles, heartbreak, and loss, they had found a balance of sorts in their relationship. But Fitz still worried about losing her every time they came out here. He knew loss well. It haunted him.
His brothers had been taken from him by friendly fire in a war long before the variants. His parents were lost in a tragic car accident. Over the years, he had lost more brothers and sisters in the war against the variants than he cared to count. A painful stabbing coursed through his gut any time he thought of Rico falling in battle. Fitz had been close to the edge many times in his life, especially around the time Beckham found him at Fort Bragg. The man had saved his life by giving him a gun and a purpose. Rico had given him even more. By her side, he actually had optimism. Optimism that there was something worth fighting for. She had taught him how to strive for a better future for the rest of the world and for each other. Their time together also meant she could read him like an open book. "What's wrong, Fitzy?" she said. "Just thinking of Apollo." Rico looked toward the lake and then chuckled. "Remember him shaking that dirty-ass water all over us after he jumped into a swamp on his last mission?" "Oh yeah," Fitz said. "At least he's at rest where Beckham and Kate are," Sergeant Yazdohi said in his stoic tone. The Navajo man stroked his gray goatee that was far longer than regulation length. "He sure earned his long rest, and I'm glad he enjoyed his golden years in a place free of monsters," Rico said. Fitz nodded in agreement. "Me too. He was a good boy." The dog had hunted more than his fair share of monsters, but there were plenty of beasts that still dwelled in places like this, apocalyptic landscapes that posed dangers with every step. Telephone poles leaned sideways, and lines hung between the poles, draped over the muddy brown water flowing through the street.
Brick buildings sported dark windows with shards of glass like the jagged teeth of variants. Fitz remembered this city as having a scenic downtown, a perfect place for day trippers to explore the antique and boutique stores before stopping for a beer and sandwich at the brewery. Would have been a good place to take Rico on a date night, he thought.
"So this is Ellicott City, huh?" Specialist Justin Mendez said, moving to stand beside Fitz. Mendez's thick black eyebrows arched like caterpillars. He paused. "Holy shit," he said, raising a scope to his eye. Fitz signaled for Team Ghost to hunch down. "You got a hostile?" Fitz asked. Mendez lowered the rifle. "No, man, it's a '69 Mustang GT, he mumbled. "Damn shame to see a car like that all rusted." "Jesus, you scared me, man," said Rico, rising back to her feet. "I had a car like that," Corporal Bobby Ace said. "Seriously?" Mendez asked. Ace nodded. "More like a '67 Camaro, but basically the same thing." "Same thing my ass, old man." Mendez shook his head while staring at Ace. Ace laughed, a deep sound that welled up from his large belly. A scraggly white beard hung from his chin, shaped like the machete he kept on his belt. Wrinkles formed canyons around his leathery skin. Sometimes Fitz was shocked the guy could keep up with the rest of them. His age and weight would have kept him from even being considered for Delta Force back in the day, but men with his fighting experience were a rare breed nowadays. Team Ghost was lucky to have him. Ace was an artist with his custom mag-fed Mossberg 500 shotgun and had the killer instinct Fitz was looking for. He selected the corporal to replace men he had lost in an ambush by an alpha. Men like Staff Sergeant Blake Tanaka and Sergeant Hugh Stevenson. Fitz shook off the memory and focused on the final member of Team Ghost. Specialist Will Lincoln held an M4A1 across his chest. He directed eyes as dark as his skin at Fitz.
The thin young man had joined the team the same time as Ace. What his frame lacked in muscle, he made up for in a mind quick and sharp as a variant's claws. He also provided comedic relief and music in dark times.
"You girls in your cars," he grumbled.
"Girls?" Mendez asked, raising one of his brows.
"Just messin', brother," Lincoln said. "So, y'all ready to get this hunt started or what?"
Take in some water. We move out soon, Fitz said. He looked out over the city again, glad they had been sent here instead of Baltimore. Compared to the bigger city, Ellicott City was in decent condition, even with the flooding. America's urban centers were largely decaying wastelands, destroyed by the effort to push the variants out of the country, especially on the West Coast. Most of their missions were to places in the Midwest and East Coast, now that the western part of the country had almost completely been destroyed and abandoned. Humanity abandoned many of the major cities and left them to the abominations that haunted them, still thirsting for fresh protein. Rumor had reached Team Ghost that the Freedom Party wanted to destroy even more of what remained, including places like this, where the variants still posed a threat. Fitz was a soldier, but he also had an opinion and had given it to Beckham the last time they talked. Much like national parks had once been, places like this needed to be protected. He took in a breath before giving the order. All it takes is all you got, he thought. Dohee, you take point. Ace, you got rear guard, Fitz said. Stay sharp, Ghost. It was the usual setup, since Dohee was the best tracker on the team, and Ace had never let anyone or anything sneak up on them. The team moved out, all business now that they had passed into variant territory. With the sun still high in the sky, they kept low and close to cover, their weapons shouldered and roving for targets.
Dohee moved slowly, ears perked and eyes moving as he stepped through the ankle-high water. Fitz kept behind him, scanning the interior of the stores and checking every window for any sign of hostiles. Deep within the next store, he saw pangs of sunlight reflect off the costume jewelry around the neck of a mannequin. Jesus, Rico said. Thought that was a person at first. Nope, but that was, Lincoln said. He raised his rifle, aiming at the spot that had caught his interest across the road. The bottom half of a human skeleton hung out of a window, mold climbing up from the flooded street, as if reaching toward it. Fitz motioned for the team to check it out. When they got to the second-floor window, he stepped underneath to see that the flesh was completely gone. Tooth marks marred the dried bone. Some were snapped like twigs, the marrow sucked dry. Guess we know we're in the right place, Rico said dryly. Fitz looked one last time at the skeletal remains. This was the worst part of tracking down rogue variants. Team Ghost almost always arrived too late to help. But they would find the abominations responsible. According to the reports they'd received, this one was a wily alpha. Smarter than the average grunt beast, judging by how he'd been sneaking in and out of outpost Patapsco Valley without any of the guards getting a clear shot at it. Fitz flashed hand signals, and the team continued between the brick buildings. A flurry of leaves rustled over the street. Flashes of orange and brown landed in the water, floating away with the slight current of their feet. The crisp scent of autumn, mixed with the odor of must and mold, drifted from the buildings. But he didn't detect the sour odor of a variant. We got another skinny, Mendez said. With his rifle, he pointed to a second corpse propped up against a bench next to a toppled garbage can. Flags of ripe flesh hung off the bones. Looks fresh, Dohee said. That sent another stab of dread through Fitz's gut. Apparently, the Alpha had been hunting in other areas too. The sooner they killed it, the safer this area would be. The team continued to survey the street. They were coming to the end of the small historic downtown. A railway bridge crossed 20 feet above the street. On it was painted Ellicott City in white blocky letters. A freight train had derailed off the bridge and fallen to the street. The toppled cars served as a dam. Water rushed up against it and trickled between the graffiti-covered cars. Broken crates and steel drums were piled around the train. Graffiti wasn't the only thing covering them. Dark stains that could only be blood marked the sides like a macabre painting. We've got to be close,
Fitz said. "Stay sharp." They moved out in combat intervals and squeezed between the train cars. As Fitz came out the other side, water rushed around his blades and streamed toward the river beyond. Before them lay another bridge, this one for cars. "Do you hear that?" Dohe asked. Fitz held up a fist to signal the rest of the team to hold tight. He strained his ears, listening for what Dohe had noticed. Between the gusts of wind, he picked up a quiet chorus of something clinking together. The sound reminded him of wind chimes, only instead of metal, they sounded almost like wood. "What the hell is that?" Rico whispered. The team advanced across the bridge and skirted around the abandoned cars there. The wind chime chorus grew louder. Fitz tilted his head to listen. It seemed to be originating below them. He leaned over the handrail and peered down at a stomach-rolling sight. Bones strung up beneath the bridge rattled in the wind. Tendrils of red hung from the broken edges, and droplets trickled off them. He didn't need Dohe to tell him these were also fresh kills. Team Ghost had found 2 of the human prisoners. Fitz balled his hand and froze at a scream of sheer agony in the distance. It started off almost animalistic, but by the tail end of the wail, he could tell it was human. There was still someone alive out there, at least for now. Dohe pointed toward a forested area off the road, and Fitz gave the order to pursue the Alpha with a nod. Team Ghost wasn't going home until it had put down this beast. President Jan Ringgold took a long drink of cold coffee. She was going to need it tonight. Across from her sat Vice President Dan Lemke. Both of them had been waiting anxiously for her Chief of Staff, James Soprano, to arrive at her presidential office in the Greenbrier. The knock came a few minutes later, and the door opened. "Evening," Soprano said, wandering over to her desk, carrying a stack of briefing folders. "I hope you've got good news for me," Ringgold said. "I haven't looked yet, Madam President." Soprano gently set the stack of folders on her desk, and then backed away. "Thank you," she said to her COS. "We'll catch up shortly." Soprano exited the room with a nod toward Ringgold and Lemke. Ringgold began shuffling through the folders. Most contained information about her meetings tomorrow, but she went right for the one with the recent poll numbers for the upcoming election. "The moment of truth," Ringgold said. She took in a breath and opened the folder. "There we are." "Well?" asked Lemke. Ringgold smiled. The numbers were good, better than she had thought. Almost 7 points in her party's favor, and well outside the margin of error. "We might just win this thing after all," she said. "Our recent campaign efforts seem to have pushed things further in our favor." Vice President Dan Lemke leaned forward in his chair. She spun the folder around so he could read them. "That's because people have a lot to be happy about, Madam President," he said. "You brought us back from the brink over these 8 years. We've come a long way from hiding in bunkers and praying during every attack that we would survive for another day." She leaned back slightly in her chair, looking out the bulletproof window at the trees. The branches swayed in the wind outside, and moonlight cast a white glow on the bark that made them look like skeletal fingers. A cold wave snaked through her body. Tonight is not the night to be spooked, Ringgold thought. Ringgold gave herself a moment to relish in some of her accomplishments in the face of this good news. The migration from the West Coast and mountain states during her first term had been risky, but it had paid off. She had been better able to protect their citizens over the consolidated territory and focus on rebuilding important infrastructure to keep them alive. The economy was rolling along, and, recently, it was accelerating. Dormant industries had reawakened. Factories were producing vehicles for both military and civilian use. An old GM plant had already put out 3,000 new cars, a fraction of what it had once done, but it was a start.
Farms and orchards across the Allied states were producing enough food again to feed all the country's citizens. Wind turbines and solar energy helped power the farms. The government had even rebuilt part of the electrical grid. Telecommunications engineers were getting close to restoring a cellular network that would support personal cell phone use. In Texas, several oil operations were back up and running to fuel the expanding economy. The country was using all the resources at its disposal to come back online. But there were some things she wasn't sure she wanted to return. Social media, for starters. She kind of liked the quiet. For one, it made presidential campaigns a lot more straightforward. The biggest indicator the country was recovering were the relatively infrequent variant attacks. The beasts were still out there, sure.
Some even speculated they were breeding underground, but at least their numbers were manageable, and the damage they did cause was minor, despite it still being a loss of human life. Lemke stood and tightened his navy tie. The retired rear admiral had helped save the country from ROT. His transition to politics had been surprisingly easy for him after his long tenure of military service. He was Kennedy family handsome, with thick wavy hair, dimples, and a perfect smile. His charming East Coast accent put even fierce political enemies at ease. He knew when to flash a grin and when to keep a straight face. Best of all, he was loyal and intelligent. The perfect person to keep the country moving forward. "You're going to make a hell of a president," Ringgold said. "And I'm going to enjoy watching you from retirement with a mojito in hand. I hope you'll be willing to answer my calls, even when you're sipping that drink," Lemke said. "If I'm going to be a good president, it's only because I have you to thank." Ringgold almost blushed. "I can't think of any president besides Abe Lincoln that had to deal with such a traumatic war in our homeland the way you have," Lemke added. "And somehow, we still came out of all that with hope for a better future." "Oh, I see you're already preparing your next talking points for the campaign trail," Ringgold said with a chuckle. The dimples on his face widened slightly until he looked down at his buzzing government-issued cell phone. Any humor in his expression immediately evaporated. "What is it?" she asked. "Trouble, if I had to guess," he replied. "General Souza at SOCOM doesn't ever call just to shoot the bull." Ringgold got out of her chair and moved around her desk, forgetting the poll numbers and the stacks of files for tomorrow's meetings. Lemke took the call in the center of the room, standing behind two couches positioned around a coffee table. "What?" he asked Souza, furrowing his brow. He flung a glance at Ringgold and then turned slightly, shaking his head. This couldn't be good. She walked over to the couches, but couldn't bring herself to sit. She was too nervous to remain still. "Understood," Lemke said. "Keep me updated." He lowered the phone and slowly slipped it into his pocket, pausing like he was nervous to turn and face her. "Well?" Ringgold asked. "What is it?" Lemke shook his head. The normally collected rear admiral turned politician looked like he had seen a ghost. "Outpost Turkey River," he said in almost a whisper. "They've gone completely dark, Madam President." Asterisk.
"I'm bored as hell, brother," Horn muttered quietly. He pulled on his jacket cuff. "And I hate wearing this dumb suit." "Me and you both," Beckham replied. They stood inside the guest lobby of the White House, dressed in suits that needed tailoring. Most of the people waiting in the room were businessfolk and politicians that had thrived during the Reconstruction period. Several of Ringgold's security detail stood watching the civilians in the lobby like hawks. Beckham was doing the same thing. It was hard to know who here was a friend and who was an enemy. A man with a real lip-hugger of a mustache stood with his back to a marble column. He wore a cowboy hat,
leather boots, and a shiny belt buckle. His gun holster and the holsters on the 2 bodyguards that accompanied him were empty, their weapons taken by Secret Service. "Get a load of Chuck Norris over there," Horn whispered. "Who the hell is he?" Beckham chuckled. "If I had to guess, that's S.M. Fisher, the oil guy." He had heard the oil tycoon had survived in his doomsday bunker with a group of personal bodyguards during the war. Unlike Beckham and Horn, Fisher probably wasn't here to advise President Ringgold. From what Beckham had heard, Fisher would be here to interview the president and vice president. As one of the wealthiest men left in the country, and with one of the biggest oil fields, Fisher's support would go a long way for whoever he decided to support in the presidential elections. Maybe I should encourage him to make the right choice, Beckham thought. Before he could consider the idea thoroughly, a short Latina woman dressed in a business-length skirt, a blouse, and a suit jacket opened a door across the hall. Beckham recognized her right away. Elizabeth Cortez had started off as a staffer for President Ringgold and now served as Chief of Staff for Vice President Lemke. "Mr. Fisher, the President and Vice President are ready for you," Cortez said.
Fisher took off his cowboy hat as he followed her into an office. He looked at Beckham for a lingering second, perhaps sizing him up. Beckham's prosthetics and the stories that probably verged more on myth than truth meant he often got looks like that. Most everyone here knew his part in the war. He was also the husband of the woman that had saved the world, or destroyed it, depending on whom you asked. "Always last on the list," Horn grumbled. "You know the drill. The wealthy and powerful always get seats at the table first." Yeah, Horn said. "Some days I really do miss the battlefield over this boring shit. At least I had more of an impact and knew why I was there." "We'll find out soon enough and then go straight home," Beckham promised. He took in a deep breath. He missed the brotherhood that came with serving his country, but he didn't miss the death. Part of him was glad to be retired and raising a family. One by one, the other people in the lobby were led into the president and vice president's offices, while Beckham and Horn continued to wait. National Security Advisor Ben Nelson and Ringgold's Chief of Staff James Soprano opened their doors and met with more businessmen and other politicians from the Allied States. Retired General Cornelius would be doing the same thing at his home base, Outpost Galveston in Texas. The ocean community had become the hub for the Freedom Opposition Party. He had even organized his own mercenary army there, with over 2,000 soldiers. They came from all over, a hodgepodge of armed military contractors, former U.S. servicemen and women, and militia soldiers from other outposts that had defected to Galveston. The troops had access to the best weapons, armored vehicles, and even aircraft, thanks to Cornelius's strategic alliances with former manufacturers and military contractors.
Not only did Cornelius plan to grow these forces and take back the West Coast and abandon cities by augmenting them with a conscripted army if he was elected, he intended to use low-yield nukes. His strategy would turn several cities into radioactive craters, despite the fact there was little evidence the cities were anything more than hospices for the dying variants. Beckham looked at another set of doors that led to the banquet room where he had married Kate 8 years ago. His worries dissolved at the happy memories from that night, when they were surrounded by so many friends and family members. But he also thought of the friends and family members that hadn't survived to see their union. He pictured the faces of Captain Rachel Davis, all of the lost souls from Team Ghost, firefighter Meg Pratt, Sergeant Jose Garcia, Lieutenant Colonel Ray Jensen, and so many others. No matter how many times he thought of his brothers and sisters, their faces and voices continued to fade away. His mind, like his ailing vision, was another wound from the war. It didn't help that he and Horn weren't the young men they'd been when they were fighting on Team Ghost. Beckham was 42, and Horn was pushing 40.
Another door opened across the hallway, and Beckham glimpsed President Ringgold in the briefing room. She had also aged since Beckham had last seen her. That was just 6 months ago. She was under extreme stress trying to keep the country together and ensure her legacy continued with the election of Vice President Dan Lemke. The retired admiral was the best hope, in Beckham's opinion, for a bright future, a future he was here to discuss today. She shook hands with S.M. Fisher. The oil tycoon left the office, putting his cowboy hat on as he entered the lobby. He walked over to Beckham and Horn with 2 of his bodyguards flanking him. "Captain Beckham?" Fisher asked in a southern drawl that matched Horn's.
Horn stepped up with his arms crossing his swollen chest and his chin up. "Yeah," Beckham replied. Fisher held out a hand.
S.M. Fisher, pleased to meet you."
"I figured that's who you were," Beckham said, shaking his hand.
"Ah, I'm honored to hear that," Fisher said. He glanced at Horn. "And who is your friend?"
"Master Sergeant Parker Horn," Horn said, keeping his arms folded over his chest. He finally reached out when Fisher extended his hand.
"You boys here to meet with Ringgold?" Fisher asked.
"We're here to meet with the President of the Allied States," Beckham replied.
Beckham waited for Fisher to give him the reason for coming over to say hello. Less talking and more listening was the best strategy he had picked up over the years when he wasn't sure if he could trust someone. "She's an impressive woman," Fisher said. "I'm grateful for the military support she has lent my growing oil operation. They've been helpful in dealing with the variants terrorizing my fields in Texas, but I'm hoping for more to eradicate this threat once and for all." Beckham nodded. "I'm told I can expect even more support from Vice President Lemke," Fisher said.
"He's a man of his word," Beckham replied.
"Glad to hear that. I'm curious to hear what General Cornelius has to say about the diseased bastards, though," Fisher said. "What do you boys think of him?"
"I think he would destroy your fields in the process," Horn said.
Fisher stroked his thick mustache. "What my friend here means is the retired general's strategies might lean more on the reckless side of things," Beckham said. "You might get rid of your pests, but the collateral damage your fields would experience might not be worth it." Fisher lowered his hand. "He's a good man and served his country during the war. We just see things differently on how to keep the country moving forward," Beckham said. "I see," Fisher said. He seemed to think on it a moment and then nodded.
"I better get going, but it was nice to meet you 2 fellas. Safe travels." Beckham watched Fisher and his bodyguards leave in silence, but Bighorn didn't hold back his thoughts. "I don't like that guy," Horn mumbled. "The vice president needs his endorsement. Fisher's company supplies nearly half of the country's oil, and he's got the wealth to fund a campaign all on his own. Like him or not, we want him on our side." "Don't mean I have to like him, though," Horn said. "That's true, but you could be more polite." The lobby slowly emptied as the men continued to wait. "Can we go to the bar for a beer or something?" Horn groaned. "Shouldn't be too—" A door creaked open, and Elizabeth Cortez walked into the lobby. "Captain Beckham and Master Sergeant Horn," she said. "Thank you for making the journey." She reached out and Beckham shook her hand. "If you'd follow me, please." They entered the Oval Office, where coffee and water had been set out on the tables, but the chairs were empty. POTUS and V. POTUS were not here. Elizabeth walked over to one of the side doors. Opening it, she then gestured inside to a long hallway. At the entrance beyond, 2 Marines stood like statues. Horn flung Beckham a glance, but neither of them said a word as they continued down the passage. Another pair of Marines stood guard in front of the closed doors of an elevator. Elizabeth typed a code onto a keypad, and the doors whispered open. Beckham almost hesitated as a memory surfaced in his mind. This was the place Captain Rachel Davis and a small team of Navy SEALs had come to rescue former Vice President George Johnson. They had arrived too late,
and the entire Presidential Emergency Operations Center, PEOC, was filled with the infected, including Johnson. The elevator took them deep underground, and Beckham tried to relax. When the doors opened again, a room bustling with activity greeted them.
Military officers and civilian staffers worked at stations facing a wall-mounted monitor the size of a movie theater screen. It was split into multiple boxes filled with data and live video imagery. Elizabeth crossed the room to another door. She knocked, then peeked her head in. "Good afternoon, Madam President," she said. "We have Captain Beckham and Master Sergeant Horn here to see you." Elizabeth opened the door the rest of the way, gesturing inside. "Thank you," Beckham said. The door closed behind them, leaving the two retired Delta Force operators alone with the President and Vice President. "Great to see you, Captain Beckham and Master Sergeant Horn," Ringgold said. "I'm very sorry to keep you both waiting." She walked around the table. Beckham held out a hand for a shake, but Ringgold went past it, going in for a hug. "How are your families?" she asked. "Good, Madam President," Beckham began to say. "Jan," Ringgold corrected. "I'm only going to be president a few more months, and I'm starting to train my friends to use my name." "Ma'am," Beckham said with a dip of his head. She smiled and shook Horn's hand. "Everything's good at Peaks Island?" she asked. "Very good, ma'am," Horn replied. The vice president had followed behind Ringgold, and now stood waiting to shake their hands before taking a seat. "I called you here in hopes that you would consider running for Senate against Macomb. We need your voice and support in the chambers to help Lemke," Ringgold said. "Macomb is weak, and I'm worried he might defect to the Freedom Party," Lemke chimed in. Horn said something under his breath that rhymed with hit, but Beckham ignored him. "I'm honored, ma'am. But at this time, Kate and I would really like to stay out of politics," Beckham said. "I'm happy to help in other ways, of course, advising and maybe even a little campaigning for the party, but—" "I understand," Ringgold said. "It's something to think about, although it's not the only reason I brought you in. There are matters that will affect the election more than a Senate race." "Lay it on us, Madam President," Horn said. She looked to Lemke. Beckham braced to hear what had them both looking so fatigued and worried. "There was an attack last night on Outpost Turkey River," Lemke said. "The radio SOS we received said variants had penetrated the outpost. We lost communications within minutes." "What?" Horn said, stepping forward. "We sent a drone a few hours ago, and this is what it has sent back," Ringgold said. Lemke used a remote to click on the monitor across the table. Beckham stiffened in his chair and leaned forward to get a better view of the imagery on screen. With his poor vision in his right eye, he was having a hard time making out the grainy footage at first, but there was no mistaking the empty streets. "Where is everyone?" Horn asked. "That's what we're trying to figure out," Lemke said. "The drone did not find a single body of a human, or variant for that matter." "Did you ever come across anything like this during your time leading Team Ghost?" Ringgold asked Beckham. His gaze flitted from the screen to meet hers. "Not quite on this level, ma'am." "There were nearly 300 people living at the outpost," Lemke said. "Gone with barely a trace. They're one of the most important agricultural communities we have, too, and they had just recently started to harvest," Ringgold said. "We need this community, and we need to know what happened to them. At this point, we've only sent in the drone, but we're going to deploy a couple of teams to investigate," Lemke said. "We've got SEALs on deck, already prepared to go. And then, if that fails, we can bring in our experts." Beckham knew what that meant. Team Ghost was going back out there. He thought of Fitz, who had spent the past 10 years fighting the monsters during the war and post-war. The team had lost more souls since then. Somehow Fitz and Rico had survived all of the operations, but Beckham feared one of these days he would get a call that Fitz had finally run out of luck. "I'd like you two to stick around an extra day to monitor the mission," Ringgold said.
We could use your input as this unfolds. Beckham had promised Kate he would be back by the next morning, but she would understand. Absolutely, he said. We're happy to help. Ringgold stood and approached the screen, looking at the grainy footage. I'm worried there's something more sinister going on out there. Lemke nodded. Me too. And when word gets out about Turkey River going dark, it's going to fuel the support for Cornelius and his plan to ravage abandoned cities with bombs and a fresh army of young men and women. Not my Tasha, Horn muttered. Ringgold rotated from the screen, wearing a mask of concern. I know you two have already sacrificed so much, but I'm afraid we're going to need your help again to fight this new threat. A chill passed through Beckham at the thought, and while he knew this didn't necessarily mean he would need to return to the battlefield, it did mean his days living in peace on the island were numbered. The screams of agony seemed to ricochet off the trees. Dohi tried to hone in on the direction, but the echo made identifying the location of its source in the treacherous terrain difficult. Another strong gust whipped through the foliage. Leaves swirled around him and the rest of Team Ghost, who had spread out in combat intervals. Dohi led the way into the thick forest. He cradled his suppressed M4A1, searching for targets. The screams suddenly stopped. He slowed, stepping on a dead leaf that crunched in the silence. For a moment he stood there, listening to the woods and the rush of the river not far behind them. He sniffed the autumn air, but picked up no sour scent from the variants. When the wind picked up again, he knew why.
Christ, Dohi whispered to Fitz. I think we're upwind from those screams.
So the variants smelled us first? Ace grumbled quietly. That's why they silenced the prisoner, Dohi said. They know we're hunting them. Then they'll start hunting us now too, Lincoln said. The hunters just became the hunted, Dohi thought dourly. Find us that trail, Dohi, Fitz said. Keep an eye out for camouflaged beasts too. It may be light out, but they'll still blend in. Dohi nodded, not showing his frustration. People normally thought he had some mystical power that allowed him to listen and talk with the woods when he was tracking. That was nothing more than a stereotypical myth. Truth was, he'd learned not how to listen or talk to the woods, but how to read them. All the minuscule signs that led to your quarry were there if you put in the work. The forest didn't willingly give those signs up. You had to find them. He crouched to look for any clues. The ground was covered in leaves, making it exceedingly difficult to search for the footprints. Most people made the mistake of trying to track a person or variant down by looking at things from a single perspective, their own. They walked, standing straight, and kept their eyes ahead of them. Not very helpful when you were dealing with monsters that could climb, burrow, and even fly, as some across the Atlantic had once done. An open mind was the best way to come at problems like this. He raked his hands through the leaves, revealing the dried brown grass and patches of dirt underneath them. It would take hours to sift through the leaves if his goal was to find those variant footprints. But that wasn't his goal. Instead, he pressed his fingers against the soil. It gave easily. Not unlike the soil around downtown Ellicott City, where the floodwaters had softened and eroded it. The rain would have been strong enough to wash the hillside of the blood and little bits of flesh Dohi wanted to look for.
What the waters hadn't washed away, the leaves hid. The weather was conspiring with the variants against him. A branch cracked somewhere in the distance. Mendez swiveled on his heels. Fitz motioned for everyone to keep still. Then he nodded at Dohi, who again took point. Team Ghost followed, walking at a hunch, their rifles roving for targets. Rifle pointing forward, Dohi's eyes scanned the surroundings as he sought another sign, another hint of where the variant's trail had gone. He found it on the knotted brown bark of an oak. One of the grey-brown scales had been torn off to reveal a lighter patch of yellow wood, no bigger than his thumb. Obvious to him, but maybe not to someone who wasn't looking. He plucked something from the bark that turned out to be a chunk of fingernail. Human from the looks of it. Dohi motioned them forward, spotting other tree trunks with scratches on them, along with saplings that had been split. The casual wear on the landscape revealed the Alpha's preferred travel route. He could practically see a path now. He pushed forward through the foliage, advancing along the trail at a brisk pace. This wasn't the first time they had been on a mission to save civilians kidnapped by the variants, and it likely wouldn't be their last. Most of their recent missions had ended with dead variants, but, in most cases, they were too late to save their prisoners. The loss of innocent lives weighed heavy on his mind, like a dark storm cloud. He broke into a run, heart pounding. The scratches on the tree trunks and the depressed leaves and splintered twigs led the team. Around the next oak, a scent hit his nostrils. Dohi slowed his pace and motioned for Team Ghost to spread out again. Through the screen of trees, he spotted a grey dome propped up by 4 Doric pillars, about twice as tall as a man, each covered by moss. A rusted iron cross was suspended from the dome, giving the structure the appearance of some kind of altar. Bricks lay around it, and huge grey slabs rested on the forest floor where the wind had brushed aside some of the leaves. The structure was some sort of a rotted chapel. The more Dohi looked between the trees and fallen logs, the more ruined structures he noticed. Most were barely more than a leftover foundation, while others had the remnants of brick walls suffocated by vegetation. Dohi held his breath to listen. A screech exploded through the trees. His stomach sank when he realized Team Ghost wasn't the only one studying the area. He swiveled toward the source of the sound, but Fitz found the camouflaged target first. He fired short bursts, bullets chiseled into one of the low-lying brick walls as a shape flung itself down for cover. Other inhuman shrieks blasted through the forest. "Eyes up!" Fitz yelled. Dohi raised his rifle at a hulking figure in the tree branches. Pangs of sunlight piercing through the leafy cover illuminated a creature with throbbing lips and needle-like teeth. Blood vessels pulsed under the mottled green and brown flesh, perfectly matching the colors of its surroundings. Cover blown, it leapt from branch to branch, staying just ahead of Dohi's aim. When he finally had a shot, it suddenly changed directions. Dohi fired calculated bursts at the muscled beast and finally hit the target. Blood and flesh flicked out of the exit wounds. Mindful of his ammo, he fired one last burst as the creature sailed through the air. He jumped out of the way at the last minute, and the variant walloped the ground next to him, limp and dead on impact. Another camouflaged creature raced from behind one of the crumbled walls. Ragged black hair twisted in a knot behind its head. It drew back its claws, ready to use them as scythes. A flurry of rounds cut into the abomination as it made a run for Dohi, spraying hot blood over his fatigues. "Got you, bro," Lincoln called out. "Thanks," Dohi replied. The rattle of gunfire echoed around him as he moved to find a new target. His world became the view through his rifle's optics. Find a variant. Fire. Repeat. Surging adrenaline seemed to slow time as he sighted up each shot. Team Ghost had recovered quickly from their ambush. Ace's shotgun boomed as it decimated the bodies of beasts that had gotten too close. Mendez picked off the variants still swinging down from the trees, the sunlight hitting their camouflaged skin. Fitz and Rico fended off the monsters further away, winding through the ruins with their suppressed shots. A final boom from Ace's shotgun announced the death of the last variant. The labored breaths of Team Ghost once again claimed the day. The only other sound was the moan of a dying beast that Fitz finished off with a double tap. "Think that's the whole nest?" Rico asked. "No," Dohi said. He picked up the muscled arm of one of the dead variants. The beast was strong, but it wasn't alpha strong. And the way they'd thrown themselves at Team Ghost
likely meant they were cannon fodder, not the leader of this pack. "The Alpha's probably watching us now," Lincoln said, "trying to figure out who the weakest link is." He shot a glance at Mendez, who spat on the ground. "Then he'd be looking at you, hombre," retorted Mendez. Dohe ignored them and searched for tracks. After a few minutes of looking, he located another trail. He motioned the team up chipped concrete stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, dark shapes flitted through the shadowy woods. Two appeared to be normal variants, loping after another. The third. "There's the Alpha," Dohe said. Fitz balled his hand. "Hold your fire, it's got a hostage." The beast was a good 3 feet taller than the others, and slender with ropey muscles. The long limbs appeared insectile, both of them wrapped around a male human prisoner. Mottled patches of gray and black covered the camouflaged flesh. It turned and bolted with the man.
The other two beasts screeched as they followed. Fitz gave the advance signal. Dohe had already taken off, fearing that if they lost it now, it would melt into the forest. It was no wonder the creature had been able to infiltrate Outpost Patapsco Valley so easily. The entire outpost was located in woods just like this. Dohe made up lost ground fast and brought his rifle to aim at one of those slender legs. The first shot found a target, ripping through a muscular calf. The Alpha let out a roar and slammed into the ground, the hostage rolling away into the leaves. He kept his rifle shouldered, an eye on the other two variants that had slowed. The Alpha pushed itself back up and hissed, brown saliva spraying Dohe as he approached and fired into the Alpha's side. Despite the rounds, the creature barreled into Dohe, knocking him to the ground. He lost his rifle and went for his hatchet, pulling it from the sheath, just as the Alpha swiped his vest with jagged claws. Dohe planted the blade into its arm, yanked it out, and then struck it in the chin with a crunch. In his periphery, he saw Fitz engage with the other two variants, firing at them as they parried their claws with his rifle. Rico soon joined him. They formed a wall between themselves and the person that the variants had been carrying. The Alpha let out another roar that nearly deafened Dohe as he tried to pry the blade free from its chin. It brought its fists down, hammering at his chest, and then climbed on top of him. Suddenly, blood sprayed from the Alpha's mouth. The creature screeched in agony as nerves and muscles and bones gave way to Ace's machete. He hacked at the creature over and over until it finally succumbed to the injuries and died on top of Dohe. Ace helped push the beast off him and then offered his hand. Dohe took it and rose to his feet, thanking Ace with a nod and a clap on the heavy-set man's shoulder. The other two variants lay dead next to trees. Lincoln and Rico were already fanning out to hold sentry while Ace bent down to the survivor. The man crawled away on all fours. "Relax, buddy," Ace said. Mendez moved over to help. The man struggled as they peeled off the dried mucus plugs covering his mouth. He sobbed and scooted away on arms covered in bleeding wounds. They killed the others. I saw them. Oh, God. You've got to help me. Help. Help me. Take it easy, Dohe said. We're going to get you out of here. Fitz pulled out his radio to reach command and walked over to Rico and Lincoln. Help. Help, the injured man kept repeating through quivering lips. You're safe now, Mendez said. He and Dohe worked on dressing the wounds. The man was clearly in shock. Fitz returned a moment later with a sour look. Guess we're not going to have a celebratory beer tonight, huh? Lincoln said. Not tonight, Fitz replied. Please don't tell us all it takes is all you got, Mendez said. I really need a hot shower and to hit the rack. Yeah, bro, Lincoln said, waving his hand over his nose. Mendez ain't lying. He really needs a shower. Fitz frowned. Sorry, fellas, but Command has another mission for us, he said. As soon as we get back to base, we're shipping out. Asterisk. I'm going to be here for another night, Beckham said over the phone. Maybe more.
Maybe more? Kate asked.
To her, that meant definitely more, but she had a feeling there was a good reason for the extended journey.
I'm really sorry, but there's a situation, Beckham said. President Ringgold has asked me and Horn to help monitor it. I just want to remind you that you are retired.
I remember, Beckham said.
This isn't field work. A sinking feeling grew in her gut. She recalled that last conversation she and Beckham had shared, how they feared the quiet, the calm before the storm. Kate knew her husband probably couldn't share details, but she had to ask. Is it really bad? She asked. It isn't good, that's for sure. Beckham let out an audible exhalation. Don't tell anyone, okay? Okay. An outpost has gone completely dark, and everyone there is missing. Where? Turkey River in northern Iowa. How does an entire outpost go? I don't know, Kate, he said. I've got to go, but I love you, and will be home as soon as I can. I love you too, and remember what I said. I'm retired. Got it. Kate said goodbye and let out a sigh. She hated knowing that his instincts might be right, that something was going on out there beyond the walls and gates and sensors. All those technologies and measures they had relied on to protect the burgeoning communities around the Allied states had apparently failed outpost Turkey River. She prayed there was an explanation, and the people living there were okay. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Javier beat her there and stood on his toes to look out the window in the door. It's Jake and Timothy, he said. Kate nodded, giving Javier permission to let them in. Good evening, Jake said. We come bearing tasty gifts. Timothy raised an iced cake into the air at his father's goading. Wow, Kate said, reaching out. Red velvet? Sure is, Timothy replied, looking sheepish.
The teenager was definitely a notch shyer than his father. Who told you that's my favorite? She asked. Javier, Timothy replied. Kate smiled and handed the cake to her son. Thank you so much for having us over for dinner, Jake said, stepping inside. He bent down to unlace his boots, but Kate waved her hand. Keep them on. You sure? Jake asked, polite as usual. Of course. Come on in. It's so nice to have you two over. Thank you, Doctor, Jake said. Kate, she reminded him. The table is set, Tasha called out. Sounds like you got some antsy guests, Jake said. Kate chuckled. Antsy doesn't begin to describe it. She moved to the kitchen with Jake and Timothy tailing her. The smell of fresh marinara over spaghetti filled the air, one of Javier's favorites. Tasha and Jenny set the table, while their dogs, Ginger and Spark, looked on from the connecting room. Tasha was old enough to be left home alone to watch Jenny, but Horn preferred they stayed here when he had to leave the island. And Kate suspected the girls preferred it too. The need to be around others was a psychological vestige of surviving war. Come get a plate, Kate said to Jake and the kids. Jenny and Javier raced over to be first in line. Timothy proved himself the gentleman, allowing Tasha to go first. Kate made a note to keep an eye on those two. Nearly the same age, she saw the looks they'd given each other and recalled her days as a carefree teenager. Looks really good, Tasha said as she began to fill her plate. Next time, you're the chef, Kate said. Jenny groaned. Tasha can't cook. She's learning, Kate looked to Tasha with an encouraging smile. I bet Tasha is a great chef, Timothy added. Tasha's cheeks turned red. That was Dad on the phone, right? Javier asked. When does he get back? Tomorrow? Tasha and Jenny both looked up from their full plates. Dad and Parker aren't going to be home for another day or two, Kate informed them. They have more business to take care of. Man, Tasha said. I know, but they will be home soon, Kate said, reaching across the table to place a hand on Tasha's. You know, your fathers have been invaluable when it comes to training the security detail, Jake said, looking at Javier and the girls in turn. "How old do you have to be to join?" Javier asked. Kate frowned, but wasn't caught off guard by the question. "Much older than you, buddy," Jake said. "About my age," Timothy said proudly. He looked at Tasha to make sure she was listening. "I'll be joining up soon." Jenny tossed the dogs a piece of food from the table. "I saw that," Kate said, not raising her eyes. "But Dad says," Jenny began to say. "His rules at his house, my rules at mine," Kate responded flatly. "Okay, sorry," Jenny said, bowing her head slightly. Kate didn't like being harsh, but in a way, she had become a second mom to the girls over the past decade, since they lost their mother at Fort Bragg. Horn was a good dad, but there was no denying he carried with him a certain gruffness and wasn't a man of high formality. And Kate was intent on teaching the kids manners. "This is really good," Tasha said, smiling as she went to take another bite. "Sure is," Jenny agreed. Javier nodded, his long hair falling over an eye. He brushed it away. "My mom is the best cook." "It beats the pants off the potatoes and beans my dad makes," Timothy said. Jake laughed. "Never said I was a good cook." A wild wind blew, and tree branches scraped against the house. Jenny's eyes went wide, and Tasha seemed to tense up at the sound of scratching branches on the window. Timothy reached for her hand. Kate could practically feel the temperature drop around the trio. They were frozen in fear. Those scratches along the roof, the wind rustling against the house, all could be mistaken for the telltale claws of variants on the hunt.
8 years, and still the teenagers were haunted by the memories of the slaughter and carnage they'd survived. Javier looked between them, one eyebrow raised like he didn't quite get why they were so scared. Unlike them, he had been born after the war. He'd been protected from the atrocities they'd borne witness to.
"It's okay," Kate said. "Just the wind." "I know." Kate could tell the girl was starting to relax again. "Every time, in my head, I tell myself that's all it is. But I can't help thinking that maybe this time it's different. Maybe this time it's a variant again." "We're safe here," Kate said. "Don't worry." "It's hard not to worry." Jenny looked to Kate as she continued. "They teach us about the war in school. I can't help thinking that it might happen again." "I won't ever let anything happen to you kids," Jake added confidently. "All I know is that if a variant does show up here, I'm going to skin the ugly bastard," Javier said, gripping his fork and knife tightly like they were weapons. "Javier Riley, what did I tell you about that language?" "If Dad and Bighorn can cuss, why can't I?" Javier asked. "I'm going to be a soldier like them, so I gotta act like one." Kate looked hard at him, not giving the boy an inch. The boy was a warrior in the making, that much was sure. She supposed it was inevitable growing up in a household like his, and surrounded by a community that had fought tooth and nail to establish itself. But that didn't mean she wanted that future for her son. "You have a long time to figure out what you want to be." A small smile played on Kate's lips. "Maybe a scientist or a doctor." "A soldier," Javier said firmly. "You have a long time to decide. Either way, no cussing, especially at the dinner table." "Fine. Sorry." She tried not to think about her son following in her husband's footsteps as they continued eating.
Javier idolized his father in every way, even growing out his hair and insisting it be as long as his dad's. The boy finished another bite and added, "I still want to protect people and kill the monsters." "It's not just soldiers or policemen that protect us," Jake said. "Those doctors and scientists your mom mentioned are even more important. Heck, you can easily find another guy on the street that can learn to stand in a tower like me." Jake tapped his temple. "But if you've got half the smarts your mom does, you could grow up to be one amazing scientist who saves more lives than I could ever hope to with my rifle."
Kate smiled at the police officer. She appreciated the support in encouraging Javier to think of a different career. Of course, her own career as a scientist hadn't exactly been free from danger. "So, what happened at school today?" Kate asked, changing the subject. Timothy was studying the themes and ideas in 1984. Tasha and Jenny had both taken a math test, and Javier was reading The Boxcar Children, which Kate remembered fondly from her own childhood. Knowing they were all getting to have a childhood was a victory in everything they had fought to achieve. Everything they had once taken for granted and now had worked so hard to earn back. Peaceful moments like this, when no one was a soldier or scientist or survivor. They were just family and friends, enjoying life, not worrying about a monster hunting them or where their next meal would come from. It seemed almost like a joke when the distant call of an air raid siren blared, shattering any illusion that moments of peace were anything but ephemeral now. Spark jumped to his feet, and Ginger's tail curled between her legs. "What is that?" Javier asked, slowing standing. Timothy looked at his dad, who rose from the table. Tasha and Jenny, too, knew exactly what it was, and were already grabbing the dogs to get them ready to move. "Javier, get the bug-out bags," Kate said.
"I'm going back to my place to get ours," Jake said, grabbing a couple extra weapons, too.
Javier hurried out of the kitchen and ran to the bedroom while the officer left with Timothy. Kate went to the office and grabbed her Glock from the safe. Then she unlocked the cabinet and pulled out an AR-15 and a bag full of magazines. This was yet another harsh fact of reality. Emergency preparedness began as soon as Javier could walk. The community ran drills all the time, but those were always preceded with an announcement telling everyone it was just a drill. There had been no warning about the sirens, which told her it was either a surprise test or it was real. She wasn't taking any chances. Palming a magazine into the AR-15, she then pulled the slide to chamber around and confirmed the safety was still on. "Follow me," Kate said in her calmest voice. The girls secured a leash around each dog's collar and took the shepherds to the front room. Javier was there with the bags. "I got yours too, Mom," he said. Kate put her bag over her back, doing her best to remain composed. "Act normal, and the kids will follow your lead," she thought to herself. "We need to get to the shelter," Kate said. Javier slipped his hand into her free one, and they walked out the front door, greeted by the wail of the air raid sirens. All along the street, their neighbors poured out of their houses and headed toward the shelter. Javier held out his free hand to Jenny. She took it and kept her other hand wrapped in Tasha's. Together, they hurried down the street, following the flow of the crowd. Familiar faces joined them along the way, like Donna and her son Beau, the mother and son that Beckham's team had rescued during the war. The boy had looked scraggly and weak when she'd first met him. Since then, he'd grown into a young man with linebacker shoulders and tree-trunk calves. Timothy and Jake ran to catch up, both armed with rifles and handguns.
The duo ushered people toward the shelter.
"Jake, any idea what's going on?" Kate called out. "Something about a blast in Portland," he replied. "Good Lord," she said. Kate pushed onward. The scenario felt all too familiar, hearkening back to those days when Beckham and Horn were off on some mission and disaster struck at home. Every time the variants, or ROT, had attacked, it felt like it could be the end of her time here on Earth. But this time, with the girls and Javier by her side, she felt they had so much more to lose. They continued down the road in an orderly fashion until the distant pop of gunfire shattered the night. Jenny shrieked, and Javier pulled on Kate's elbow, turning to look toward Portland, Maine. Another distant explosion bloomed into the night. The sight of the fireball chilled Kate to her core. "Run!" someone yelled. Screams came from all directions, and for the first time in years, The peace on Peaks Island was washed away like a sandcastle under the rising tide. 5. Voices chimed outside of Ringgold's office in the PEOC. Military officers conferred in trenchant whispers and gruff commands. "Turkey River isn't the only outpost that has gone dark," said President Ringgold. The tremor in her voice caught Beckham off guard almost as much as the news. "Who else was hit?" Horn asked before Beckham could speak. Ringgold tapped on one of the monitors on the conference room table, pointing at an old map of the United States. "Outpost Rapid City, South Dakota just went offline, and we had almost zero communications before we lost contact." "That's right on the border of the frontier with the West," Horn said. Beckham narrowed his eyes at the president. This had to be some sort of a sick joke, or perhaps a glitch in communications. How could two outposts simply go dark? He thought of their families on Peaks Island. A tingle of worry threaded through his nerves.
He simply didn't want to believe that these outposts going dark was because of something widespread, something nefarious. "We're not sure what's happening out there," Ringgold said. She let out an uncharacteristic sigh and then stiffened. Beckham watched her come back to life, seeming to summon the strength that had gotten her through years of hardship, battles, and war. "I'll meet you two in the Situation Room shortly," she said. "I need to make some calls." Beckham and Horn both filed into the small conference room in the PEOC. Of all the places in the world, Beckham never thought he would end up in the Situation Room again. The white walls were covered with the pictures of former presidents and a large American flag. This place was normally occupied by four-star generals, the Joint Chiefs, POTUs, VPOTUs, the NSA advisor, and the executive cabinet. Now it was close to empty. Brigadier General Lucas Barnes was hunched over a laptop near the head of the table, squinting at the screen, his glasses propped up in his gray hair. He glanced up with dark brown eyes that matched the color of his skin and nodded at Beckham. The 60-year-old general was overseeing the mission to outpost Turkey River and was in constant communication with General Noah Souza, the commander of the Special Operations Command, SOCOM. Beckham recalled the day they had moved SOCOM from MacDill Air Force Base to the Zumwalt-class destroyer launched shortly before the hemorrhage virus ravaged the world. It had been recommissioned as the USS George Johnson to honor the vice president that was killed not far from where they all sat right now. Across from the brigadier general was National Security Advisor Ben Nelson, wearing his staple red tie. He ruffled through a briefing. Vice President Dan Lemke sat at the opposite end, with his Chief of Staff, Elizabeth Cortez, behind him. Ringgold's Chief of Staff, James Soprano, rested his back against a wall, gripping a folder under his arms. "Looks like you've been hitting the gym," Beckham said to ease the tension. Soprano smiled. "When you've got a free personal trainer who doesn't let you skip a day, these things happen," he said, jerking his chin at Cortez. Her face broke into a grin. "You skip plenty of days." Cortez gestured to two of the empty seats where name tags had been set out for Beckham and Horn. They sat in their respective seats. Cortez continued to stand, glancing occasionally at the door. Even as she stood, she continued tapping her right foot against the floor. The door opened, and President Ringgold stepped in, prompting General Barnes to stand and offer her his chair in front of the laptop. "That's okay, you sit, General," she said politely. "I'll take my usual spot." Ringgold sat next to Lemke. Soprano handed her a folder before retreating back to his spot at the wall. "What's our status?" Ringgold asked. "We have SEAL Teams 2 and 3 deployed in Operation Snake, with Delta Force Team Ghost on standby," Barnes said in his gruff voice. "Ghost just tracked down and killed an Alpha at Ellicott City. Saved a prisoner, too." "That's our boy, Fitz," Horn said. Beckham had a feeling Ghost wasn't going to get much downtime to celebrate the small victory. The SEAL teams were both filled with talented men,
but many of them were new and lacked the experience that Fitz and his team had under their belts. He wouldn't be surprised if Ghost was called off standby and deployed in the operation. Turkey River went offline approximately 21 hours ago, and so far, drone footage has not given us much to go by, Barnes continued. SEAL Team 2 will land in approximately 10 minutes, but SEAL Team 3 will take approximately 1 hour to reach Outpost Rapid City. And the emergency alert system? Ringgold asked. Activated as soon as we got word about Rapid City, said Nelson. Every outpost and city in the safe zones will be on lockdown until we figure out what's going on.
Beckham thought of his family back at the outpost in Portland. He wished he had the chance to tell Kate this was coming, so it didn't scare Javier or Tasha and Jenny. Bringing up footage from SEAL Team 2, Barnes said. He pushed his headset back into position, talking to General Souza. The wall-mounted monitor fired to life, splitting into a dozen boxes from the helmet-mounted cams of the SEALs. Here we go, Barnes said. SEAL Team 2 is 1 minute out from the LZ. Do we have any new drone footage? Lemke asked. He flipped through his briefing folder. These images make it seem like the entire outpost just vanished. 300 people don't just... 304, Ringgold corrected. Yes, that's correct, Barnes said. 304 people don't just vanish. The Black Hawk carrying SEAL Team 2 crossed over a patchwork of crops and lowered into the compound. The pilots set down in an open area, disgorging the SEALs into the darkness of the night. Their cameras, with night vision goggles, provided a green-hued view of the agricultural community as the team split up to search for the residents. Beckham scanned the screens one by one, looking for any sign of bodies or blood or a battle, anything to indicate what had happened. But all he saw were empty buildings, a school, the post office, 2 trading posts, the barracks and offices, all empty. Another team moved to the barns and livestock pens located just outside the walls of the main compound. A series of ribbon wire fences looked intact, but several of the SEALs stopped at the edge to look through the chain links. We got something, Barnes reported, looking up. He put a palm over his headset to listen. Beckham strained to see, but there was definitely something on the other side of the fences. Several craters dotted the terrain from what must have been exploded landmines. They found the remains of several soldiers, Madam President, Barnes reported. They're on screen 7. Beckham was already looking at that screen. The SEAL directed his helmet cam at a crater, roving it back and forth before stopping on what looked a lot like mangled human limbs and a torso. The militia soldiers there got caught in the minefields, but not variants? Nelson asked. Actually, the SEALs think the variants tossed the soldiers in the minefields, Lemke said. There were claw marks on the corpses and tracks indicating such. Something doesn't add up here, Nelson said. The beasts aren't normally that smart. Have the other SEALs found anything else? Ringgold asked. Negative, Madam President, Barnes said. Not a single body. What about the livestock? Beckham asked. Barnes asked over the comms and came back with an answer a moment later. Gone, he said. No bodies, no bones. Beckham used his prosthetic hand to brush the hair back into place on his head, his new nervous tic. Something about it calmed him and helped him think, but it didn't help him make sense of what he was seeing on the screens. The variants took all of them without even stopping for a snack? Nelson asked. I've rarely heard of monsters with that kind of self-control. You're right, Horn said, speaking up for the first time. Normal variants wouldn't do this. We must be looking at some kind of twisted alpha, Beckham said. Maybe even something else leading them, keeping them under control. And there's only one team that can track down whatever or whoever is responsible, Horn said. He glanced at Beckham, who agreed with his friend. If SEAL Team 2 doesn't come back with anything else, I'd highly recommend deploying Team Ghost, Beckham said. They have experience with all kinds of alphas,
If anyone can get to the bottom of this, it's them. Barnes looked to the president for her approval, and she gave it with a nod. She got up from her chair and walked over to the screen as SEAL Team 2 continued the search. "Yes," Barnes said into his headset.
His features suddenly darkened, and he squinted so hard his forehead turned into a valley of wrinkles. "What? Another one?" he said.
Ringgold turned to look at the general.
"What's wrong?" she asked.
Barnes swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Madam President, General Sousa just got word that Outpost New Boston in Massachusetts is reporting a raider attack." He paused and put his hand over his headset again to listen.
"Christ," Barnes grumbled. "Outpost Portland, Maine, is also under attack." Beckham's veins turned to ice. He shot out of his chair. "What? How is that possible?" Images of Kate and the children slammed through his mind. "We have to get home," Horn said, already moving toward the door. Beckham turned to follow Horn, then stopped. A dozen thoughts spun through his mind. He wanted to believe that people like his neighbor Jake could defend the island, and that the safe zone's defenses were prepared for something like this. But between the images they'd just seen of Outpost Turkey River and the reports coming in from other outposts, reality was much more grim. He couldn't help but think these events were connected. Were they dealing with a massive, coordinated variant and human threat for the first time since the end of the war? Beckham hesitated. He needed to know more before bailing. "Boss, come on," Horn urged. "Hold up," Beckham shot back. He looked to Barnes. "What does General Sousa know so far about Portland?" "Only that they called in an SOS sparked by a raid," replied the general. "Reed, we can't stay here." The muscles in Horn's jaw moved as he gritted his teeth. "Gotta get back there, man." "Permission to leave, Madam President," Beckham said. "Get a chopper fired up," Ringgold said to Soprano. The COS rushed through the door, already conveying the president's order to someone outside the Situation Room. Beckham and Horn followed her out, Ringgold shadowing them. She stopped just outside.
The pain in her features told Beckham she felt partly responsible for this. But this wasn't her fault. She had done everything she could to rebuild and protect the country, and Beckham couldn't sit idly by any longer in retirement on an island away from the fight. It was time to get back into the game. If it's not already too late, he thought coldly. Asterisk. The custom blue jet circled over S.M. Fisher's ranch and the oil fields in northern Texas, about 90 miles north of Amarillo. Fisher Fields, his business and his empire. This was home. Always had been, always would be. Passed down through his family, back during the pre-war days, it had reached values in the hundreds of millions of dollars. His wife had loved it here. She had always dreamed of the day he would retire, enjoying riding horses together along the creeks and trails cutting through their property, and ending the days on their porch, enjoying the glory of a Texas sunset. But it was not to be. She had passed from cancer 2 months before the hemorrhage virus. Now it looked like Fisher would never retire. While he missed her, he was almost glad it had happened before the chaos. If she had survived any longer, she would have risked being torn to pieces or turned into one of those beasts. To Fisher, that was a far worse fate. Her death to cancer hadn't exactly been peaceful, but at least he had been there holding her hand while she passed in her sleep. God, did he miss her. He drowned out the memories by finishing his 3rd beer while the pilots waited for the all-clear to land. Another variant attack had kept them in the sky, and Fisher was anxious to get on the ground. At 10,000 feet, he couldn't see much of his 40,000 acres of land, especially at night. But in the blanket of darkness below, several geysers of orange flames punctuated the black, spewing columns of smoke that reflected the light of the fire. Fisher's gut twisted painfully.
He was no stranger to a hellish sight like that. "Oil well fires, what in the Sam Hill is happening down there?" Fisher asked. The two bodyguards that had accompanied him to the Greenbrier sat in leather chairs across the cabin. Tran and Chase had both been with Fisher since the war and had never failed in protecting him. Chase disappeared into the cockpit for a moment, then reemerged.
"Sounds like there have been variant attacks on multiple wells. They went after the engineers again, and our teams are having a hard time capping the wells."
"Second time in a month," Fisher said, finishing his comment with a blue streak of curses. He tried to be a gentleman in most cases, but damn, this was pissing him off. Using a bottle opener, he twisted off the cap of another beer, wishing it was the head of a variant. He took a long swig and studied the bottle. Another product made at his ranch, just like the juicy hunk of steak in front of him. This hadn't been the first attack on his ranch, and he knew better than to think it would be the last. The variants were getting more brazen in their efforts. He was getting tired of losing men and, more importantly, money. Tipping back the bottle, he took another long swig and then put the bottle down. He caught Tran giving Chase a knowing look. They were right. He should have his senses together. 3 beers gave him a buzz, but anything more could be a detriment to decision-making. He looked to Chase and said, "Tell the pilots I want on the ground as soon as fucking possible." The thin African-American man stood again and made his way back into the cockpit. Tran swiveled his leather chair to look out the window. "These attacks have to end," Fisher grumbled. "We're wasting time capping oil wells when we should be drawing oil up. These filthy, diseased animals are costing us too damn much." Tran turned away from the window to face his boss. "I thought President Ringgold was going to send more boots to protect the fields." "She did, but I don't need 24 greenhorns." Fisher took another swallow of his beer. He knew he shouldn't, but he was too damn mad. "I need an army to clean the varmints out once and for all. Perhaps General Cornelius will make me an offer I can't refuse." Tran simply nodded, and Fisher considered asking him his opinion.
Most men in his position wouldn't bother listening to hired muscle or soldiers, but Fisher had built his empire by analyzing the opinions of many, from the engineers that worked on the wells to the president of the country. So far, those opinions weren't helping much. "Who do you support?" Fisher asked. Tran shifted uneasily in his chair, apparently caught off guard by the sudden change in topic. Fisher had seen him less nervous when facing variants. "It's okay, son, you can talk to me freely," Fisher assured Tran. "I don't support nuking the cities, sir, but I do support eliminating the variant threat, especially down there. These attacks are growing more brazen, and I fear the creatures are starting to get stronger instead of weaker." "Valid assessment," Fisher said. He looked back down at his steak. It was getting cold, and he wasn't going to waste a good sirloin. Meat of this quality was a luxury that only a few men in this country could afford. While the plane continued to circle, he cut into the seared meat. The red inside practically bled. He took a bit of the rare steak and relished the taste, like the variants might savor the taste of human flesh. Chase returned from the cockpit. "Sir, we need to wait a few more minutes for teams to secure the tarmac for our landing," he reported. "Apparently, one of those variant packs is near your ranch." "What's so damn hard about clearing out 2 little packs?" Fisher said. "They're both camouflaged," Chase replied. "Our teams are finding it more difficult than usual to track them down. We've deployed dogs and hunter-killer teams, though. Shouldn't be much longer." Fisher put his fork down, his appetite ruined. He wiped food out of his bristly mustache with a napkin and prepared for landing. 10 minutes later, they had the all clear, and the jet began its descent. Fisher looked out his window to search for the flames he saw earlier.
Sure enough, the well fires still burned, the deep stores of oil being lapped up by tongues of fire.
The flames might as well have been burning dollar bills. But how could a variant start a fire? They had attacked the wells plenty of times, but the wells had never burned like this, not two at once. He doubted common variants had the smarts for starting fires like that. Maybe his men had really screwed the pooch on this one. Or maybe it was something else. As the jet lowered toward the tarmac, Fisher thought of his meeting with President Ringgold. She had promised him more men to patrol the oil fields, but a handful more of guards wasn't going to stop the beasts. When your cattle were being stalked by a pack of wolves, it wasn't enough to wait around at night in hopes you might scare them from dragging a cow away. No, you went straight to the source, straight to the wolf's den. You slaughtered every one of them, so not a damn one of those dogs came back to bother you or your cattle. What he needed was an army of hunters, someone who could be on the offense instead of pressed against the ropes the whole time. This had to end. The tires touched down with a jolt. As they slowed, Tran and Chase both unbuckled and moved to the cabinets to grab their rifles. They palmed in magazines, pulled back the bolts to chamber a round, and then advanced to the door. One of the pilots stepped out of the cabin. "Sir, your teams have taken down one pack and captured what we think is an alpha," he said. Just as Fisher thought. More than just common variants. "It's alive, sir, but barely," the pilot continued. "Bring it to the tarmac," Fisher said. "I want to see this ugly son of a bitch that's been terrorizing my fields." "Sir, I'd highly advise against that," Chase replied. "This is an alpha," Tran reminded Fisher. "They're extremely dangerous even when injured." "I know what it is," Fisher shot back. "I want to see it, and I want to finish it off myself."
Okay, sir, Tran said with a shrug. But please stay here until we can secure the area.
Chase opened the cabin door and walked down a ramp to the tarmac. Tran remained in the opening, rifle shouldered. Fisher pulled out his handgun, his father's old chrome .357. He'd added a new engraving to the barrel. Monster Killer. Maybe it was a little corny, but Fisher wasn't one to mince words. Monster Killer was what the weapon was, and killing a monster was what he was about to do. Pulling back the hammer with a click, he prepared to meet the beast terrorizing his men and fields tonight. Not some pesky, diseased beast, but the king of the pack. A few minutes later, Chase returned with his rifle cradled. "Okay, sir, it's safe to come out." Fisher followed his men down the ramp. Several Humvees and multiple pickup trucks were parked on the tarmac, with the red F logo of his oil company. Soldiers in the mounted gun turrets of the Humvees directed spotlights on the pale, bloody flesh of the biggest variant Fisher had ever seen. The creature was lying inside a razor wire net, hardly moving. A dozen men wearing cowboy hats and holding rifles stood guarding the beast. 6 German shepherds barked viciously, their maws dripping saliva. "Shut them up," Fisher ordered. He hesitated as he approached the monster. The beast was unconscious from what he could tell, both eyelids closed. "It took a lot of damage before passing out," one of the soldiers said. "Big guy like this, we thought you'd want to see what was responsible for the mess out there. Surprised it's not dead yet." "But no telling when it's going to wake up," another said. "It killed 4 of our men," the first man added. He dipped his cowboy hat at Fisher and spat a hunk of tobacco on the pavement. "Quicker you kill it, the better, sir." Fisher walked past the man, doing his best to hide his fear of the monster. Chase and Tran both kept near his side with their rifles aimed at the alpha.
Don't get too close, Tran warned.
Fisher stopped 5 feet away from the naked creature. A wart-covered nose sucked in air, and a scab-covered back rose up and down in long, deep breaths. Crackling came from the lungs as fluid filled them. He took another step closer, watching the eyes to make sure they didn't open.
Then he bent down to study the demon. Wormy lips hung off a chin that was only connected to the face by strands of gristle. Blood flowed out of small holes in the upper cheek from shotgun pellets. "My Lord in heaven," Fisher muttered. He stood and moved around to check the other injuries. A muscular arm was shredded at the elbow, and a hole the size of an orange gushed blood out of its back. Bullet holes pocked the creature's torso, blood seeping out. Fisher knew that the Alpha, like all variants, had remarkable healing capabilities due to the epigenetic changes of the chemical nanoparticles in its bloodstream, but it would take a lot to come back from these injuries, and Fisher wasn't going to give it a chance. He aimed his .357 at the beast's head. An eyelid flicked open, a reptilian eye flitting toward Fisher. He stumbled backward as its upper lip drew back to reveal jagged, yellow teeth. The shredded chin and jaw hung loose, a strand of gristle snapping as it opened its mouth wider. "Kill it," Chase said. Fisher pulled the trigger, the gunshot piercing the night. The round broke through bone right below the yellow eye, but the creature didn't die. A screech of rage followed, piercing Fisher's ears. He glared at the monster in shock as blood burst from the hole in its face. The Alpha roared and twisted violently under the razor wire, opening up cuts across its entire body and prompting all of the men with rifles to step back. The dogs let out guttural barks. "Jesus Christ," Fisher said. He aimed, held the gun steady, and fired a bullet into the eye. It popped, exploding and leaking blood and goo.
Still, the beast continued to screech.
"Shoot it," Fisher said, gesturing to the soldiers and other men around him. "Open fire!" A hail of gunfire lanced into the monster, punching through muscular flesh and bone. The monster jerked and twitched in violent fits as the rounds pummeled its body. Fisher finally held up a hand. "Hold your fire!" he yelled. The men lowered their rifles, but the dogs continued to go crazy, barking and pulling on their leashes. The creature let out a final gruesome death rattle, and then went limp, blood pooling from its lacerated flesh. Although Fisher wanted to think this was the last of his variant problems, he knew it wasn't. Kill one pack of wolves, another took their place. There would be more beasts, more alphas. Only one thing would end the threat. "Get that thing out of here," Fisher ordered. He holstered his gun and jerked his chin for Tran and Chase to follow him over to a vehicle to take him to his ranch. He took shotgun and shut the door, watching as his men dragged the monster off the tarmac. It took 10 of them to get it into the back of a pickup truck. This wasn't going to stop. Not with this dead Alpha, and not with the next one either. Fisher Fields needed an army, and Fisher had a feeling there was only one person that could give him the resources he needed. He rode home in silence, thinking of his upcoming meeting with Cornelius. He was more anxious than ever to hear what the presidential candidate had to offer in return for his support. "Approaching LZ," reported the pilot. Fitz tried to stay focused, looking out the open side door of the Blackhawk as they circled over outpost Turkey River. A full moon hung like a gleaming silver disk over the darkened fields. Cloud cover to the west threatened to block out the glow. The entire team was already on edge after learning about the attack on Portland, Maine, and several other outposts.
Having a bit of moonlight to navigate with would help them see, but it wouldn't make the ache go away. People he knew and cared for were in harm's way, and Fitz may as well have been on the other side of the planet. This wasn't the first time Fitz had been deployed while his friends were in danger, and there wasn't anything he could do about it. The orders came from POTUS. He pushed aside his worries and patted his helmet to get back in the game. "All it takes is all you got, baby," Lincoln said. Fitz nodded back. "Damn right. Wish I could have met Sergeant Garcia. said Mendez. Dude sounded like one hell of an hombre. One of the best Marines I ever met, Fitz said. Ace adjusted the strap on his modified mag-fed Mossberg 500. Metallic clinks rang out as the rest of Ghost checked over their suppressed M4A1s, inserting magazines and ensuring everything was in working order. A crew chief manned the M240, sweeping the barrel back and forth over the dark terrain. From what Fitz could see with his night vision goggles, the area was abandoned, just like the SEAL team had reported. That was no surprise. SEALs didn't make mistakes. Neither did Team Ghost. The chopper passed over the minefield, pockmarked with craters from exploded mines. Hunks of a body remained scattered on the darkened earth. But where the hell was everyone else? The other people hadn't just disappeared into thin air. Team Ghost had to figure out what the SEAL team had missed. One thing was for certain. The variants responsible for this attack were far more sophisticated and far more dangerous than the Alpha they had just taken down in Ellicott City. "I've got a really bad feeling about this," Fitz said, staring out the window. Rico chewed on a fresh piece of gum. "Tell me about it." "Good thing we got Dohi," Mendez said. Dohi remained silent, his helmet down as he meditated. Ace patted his belly. "Anyone else hungry? Maybe we will find some food down there."
"Chances are better you will end up food if you don't focus," Lincoln said. "He'd be one hell of a meal," Mendez laughed. "Cut the shit," Fitz said. "There were 300 people living there, and aside from some poor, torn-apart soldiers, we have no idea what happened to them or where they went." "Maybe it's tied to those raiders that have been hitting the other outposts," Rico suggested. "Could be some ex-military dudes that know how to cover their trail." "Cover a trail from SEALs?" Lincoln said with a shake. "I doubt it." "I'll find them." Dohi finally looked up, eyes smoldering. The rest of the team simply stared at him, and then Lincoln burst into his contagious laugh. "Dude, that was creepy." Lincoln continued laughing for a few seconds. "Jesus." Fitz reached over and smacked Lincoln on the side of his helmet. "Sorry, man," Lincoln said. Mendez chuckled under his breath, and when they had finally finished, Fitz handed out orders. "I've got Alpha with Ace and Lincoln. We'll search the interior of the outpost," he said. "Rico is leading Bravo with Dohi and Mendez on the perimeter." After confirming Lincoln and Mendez were done goofing off, Fitz told the pilots they were good to go. The chopper descended, kicking up waves in the dried grass in the middle of a field inside the outpost's perimeter fences. "All it takes is all you got, Ghost," Fitz said. The wheels of the Black Hawk hit the ground with a jolt. "Ace, you're on point," Fitz said. "Lincoln, rear guard." Ace hopped out of the chopper first, his combat shotgun pressed tightly against his shoulder. Fitz followed with Lincoln close behind. He crept forward at a crouch, roving his rifle over the buildings at the edge of the field. An eerie shiver crept down his spine. He couldn't attribute the feeling to just the rotor wash hitting his back as Bravo exited the chopper next. It felt like he was being watched from the many windows of the office building and school across the field.
Fitz waved at Rico, and she smiled back, her way of saying she loved him without words.
"I love you too, Jenny." Dohi led her and Mendez out the front gate, past the guard towers. It never got easier fighting with her, and every mission Fitz worried about losing her. But they had both decided long ago to stay together. Of course, neither one of them wanted to give up serving on Team Ghost, either. There wasn't anywhere he would rather be. The chopper lifted back into the sky, leaving Team Ghost alone. Fitz flashed hand signals for the team to spread out. He doubted the variants had stuck around for an ambush, especially after the SEALs had sifted through the base. But with the monsters, he had come to expect the unexpected. Soon the thrum of rotor blades evaporated into the whispers of wind gusts tickling through the trees scattered through the outpost. Somewhere, a wind chime tinkled,
letting out a ghostly metallic ring. The place looked like an idyllic town, just like where Beckham and Kate lived on Peaks Island. The kind of place where your neighbor always had your back, whether you needed help with a flat tire or to borrow some sugar. The lived-in animal odor of the barns drifted toward them, but there was no more livestock to be found, just as the seals had reported. They pushed toward the town and stopped outside a one-story brick building with a sign out front that said Town Hall. Ace held up his fist as they approached. Dried blood spray appeared like dark shadows through Fitz's night vision goggles, covering the brick walls and the sidewalk. He noticed something else in the torn-up lawn. Next to spent shells and bullet casings were a scattered array of boot prints in the soil. Those seemed to belong to the people caught mostly unaware, barely able to defend themselves. And beside those marks were long, even gouges in the soil. Talon marks.
The SEAL teams had reported similar findings throughout the town. Bloodstains and claw and talon marks were everywhere. But strangely, the SEALs hadn't found any talon marks or blood outside of the outpost's perimeter, where Bravo was searching. Fitz hoped Dohe could clear up that mystery. Ace looked back at Fitz, waiting for his next command. Fitz held up a finger, asking him to wait. Something in the air had caught his attention. He looked up at the dark sky, sniffing the wind. He picked up the faintest odor of rotten fruit. Not so strong as when a variant was nearby, but strong enough he didn't discount it. Or maybe the smell was nothing but Fitz's mind playing tricks on him, priming him for what he expected to encounter. He looked back at Lincoln and pointed at his nose. Lincoln seemed to understand the gesture, pausing and taking a big whiff before he gave Fitz a nod. So I'm not crazy. Where the hell was this smell coming from? Fitz gestured for Ace to proceed to the open door of the town hall. The wooden door was hanging off a single hinge, flapping in the wind. Alpha Team gathered around the front entrance. Fitz held his breath, listening for sounds from inside. Nothing. Fitz gestured for Ace to go in. He went afterward, with Lincoln watching their backs. They found themselves in a wide room with folding chairs scattered across a wooden floor. At the front of the room was a table that had collapsed, legs broken. A handful of other seats were tossed about behind it. Long streaks of blood crossed the floor. Dark, crusted handprints marred the walls beside gaping holes punched into the drywall. Scratches along the floorboard showed clear marks where the variants had been. The single bathroom and a door leading to a kitchen told Fitz this place had served not just as a place for town meetings, but also a location for community gatherings. They crept into the kitchen next. Flies clouded the room, buzzing relentlessly. On the counter lay a half-dozen opened glass jars, reflecting the moonlight shifting in through the nearby window. A large mixing bowl was filled with the source of the smell, a putrid mix of rotten, moldy fruit. Fitz moved past the scattered pie tins and spilled cans of fruit preserves littering the floor. He noticed a knife on the ground with dried blood crusting the edge. Maybe a desperate, last-ditch weapon. The three-man team advanced onto another house, and then the school, and finally an office building. Every place showed some signs of struggle, but if they ignored the blood, it was as if they'd walked into a town where people had just vanished doing their daily chores. Baskets full of half-folded laundry, and sinks with dishes still soaking in water. Fitz cursed, trying to think outside of the box. They were basically doing the same thing the SEALs had already done. He went back to the road to look for tire tracks, wondering if it was possible that collaborators working with the variants had brought in large vehicles to ship these people somewhere. But he didn't see any major tracks. He shook his head. No way they would have missed something that obvious anyway. Ace led them toward a storehouse in the center of town,
when the sound of crunching glass broke over the wind chimes. Fitz instinctively ducked low, signaling for Ace and Lincoln to do the same. They took cover against the wall of the warehouse. Another crunch came. It could have been a wild animal, maybe a raccoon slinking through garbage, but if it wasn't. The sound came from behind a house across the street. He signaled for Ace to take one side, while Fitz and Lincoln took the other. They rushed over to the house, running as quietly as they could, then rounded the corner. He leveled his rifle, ready to squeeze off a burst into the wart-covered face of a beast, but there was nothing except for a patio with broken pots spilling dirt and plants positioned across the rail.
Only a few fragments of glass remained in the sliding doors, gleaming in the moonlight, making them look like the maw of some angry monster. Ace appeared on the opposite side, and Fitz motioned for him to go inside the house. Lincoln and Fitz went through the broken sliding door next. Toys were scattered over the floor, and a playpen, torn apart, lay in the corner. Bloodstains covered the carpet amid dried brown footprints that looked as if they'd belonged to variants. The living room opened up into a hall with toppled bookshelves. Ripped book pages fluttered in the breeze, coursing through the place. At the end of the hall, broken windows opened to the view of the trees outside. Drapes danced along the frame. You went to turn when something, or someone, jumped through one of the windows. Fitz gave Ace the go-ahead with a nod, and all three of them stormed over the trampled books and fallen bookshelves, charging down the hall, then leaping out the window back onto the lawn. Gravel on the driveway crunched under Fitz's blades as he pursued. Ahead of them, the contact had just disappeared around the side of another house. Fitz pumped harder, rocketing forward. He made it to the backyard, getting a good glimpse of his target for the first time. It was a man, covered in dirty, ragged, blood-stained clothes. A rifle hung over his back. He looked like he might be a raider.
"Stop!"
Fitz said, shouldering his rifle.
"Stop, or I'll shoot!"
The man kept running. Fitz gritted his teeth. The last thing he wanted to do was actually kill what might be their only clue. The man looked over his shoulder, then started to run faster as Fitz took off after him. Lincoln had already sprinted down the sidewalk, keeping out of sight. The athletic soldier quickly caught up and tackled their contact like a linebacker. A crunch sounded, followed by a muffled grunt. Fitz slowed his pace and aimed his rifle as Lincoln wrestled the guy to his back.
"No!"
the man yelled.
"Let me go!"
"Who are you?" Fitz said. The man snarled, baring coffee-stained teeth, but they were all intact, which told Fitz this guy was probably not a collaborator. "I asked you a question," Fitz said, standing over the man. He signaled to Ace, who helped Lincoln get the guy upright. Dried mud covered nearly every inch of the guy's face, including an eye. But even through the grit, Fitz could see the deep wrinkles carved into the man's skin. No matter how many times Fitz demanded that the old guy tell him who he was, he got nothing but incoherent babbling. Exasperated, Fitz tried another tactic. "My name is Joe Fitzpatrick, and I'm with Delta Force Team Ghost. We're here to figure out what happened and to help any survivors." That seemed to snap the man out of his fugue. He looked down at the ground. "I'm a coward." "What?" Fitz said. "I am a soldier. A good soldier." Lincoln and Ace shot each other wary glances. "You were posted here?" Fitz asked, flipping up his NVGs. "Were you defending the outpost against the attack?" Now the wheels seemed to be turning in the old man's head again. He lifted his head slightly at Fitz's shoulder, where the Team Ghost patch was. A skull next to pistols, emblazoned against black fabric. "We never saw it coming," the man muttered. Then he lifted his head fully to meet Fitz's gaze, one eye blinking through the mask of grit. It was then Fitz saw the mud covering half his face wasn't masking a second eye. The soldier only had one eye. "I'm Cedric Long," he said. "I know Captain Beckham." "Well, goddamn, ain't that something," Ace said. Fitz vaguely remembered meeting the one-eyed soldier at the White House years ago, but this was not the man he remembered. "I'm sorry," Cedric mumbled. "They came out of nowhere. They were just there, all at once." "How?" Fitz asked. "I don't know," Cedric said, starting to rock. I ran, and I didn't look back. Escaped with one other guy. But the beasts found us, too."
Took him and... He bit his bottom lip and started to shake. "I forced myself to come back the next day. And that's when I saw them." "Saw who?" Ace asked. "The townspeople," Cedric whispered. Fitz looked at Lincoln and Ace in turn. "Are they alive?" Lincoln said. Reaching forward, Fitz put a hand on Cedric's shoulder, but the man flinched and pulled away like he had been burned. "It's okay," Fitz said. "I'm not going to hurt you, but you have to tell us what you saw. We need to know where everyone went." Cedric's remaining eye glassed over, as if reliving some horrifying memory. "They were alive when I saw them," he choked. "But I think they had wished they weren't." The CH-47. Chinook hit turbulence on the final stretch of sky to Portland, Maine. The vibrations through the bulkheads and howling wind didn't distract Beckham from his thoughts. He sat strapped in a seat next to Horn, who seemed to be shouting every 10 minutes over the comms. "Do we have a sit rep?" Beckham had asked. Each time the pilots would come back with a negative. The grid at the outpost was down. No one was answering from the bunker where their families should have been. And even though the first transmissions reported raiders, the lack of communication since made Beckham fear it was a variant attack, coordinated just like the others. He pushed aside those morbid thoughts. Kate and the others were alive, and they were safe in the bunker. They had to be. He could feel it in his bones. His concern for his family occupied his thoughts, but he couldn't shake the soldier instincts in him. He continued to wonder if there was a coordinated human collaboration effort going on with the variant forces outside of the safe zones, and whether it had something to do with the election. Brutal memories flooded his mind of the Great War of Extinction, when Lieutenant Andrew Wood, the former commander of ROT, had made a deal with the devil by infecting several SZTs with the hemorrhage virus. But Beckham couldn't bring himself to believe General Cornelius would stoop so low to join forces with the variants to win the presidency. Cornelius wasn't Wood, not even close. Beckham had met the man multiple times, and he loved his country. He just had a very different idea on how to protect it. "ETA 30 mics," reported one of the pilots. Beckham and Horn watched the assault team as they made their final preparations. Ringgold had sent some of her best, a 12-strong team of Army Rangers from the 75th Ranger Regiment who had been reassigned from Fort Benning and now posted near the White House. The men and women joining Beckham and Horn came from 1st Battalion Alpha Company. They called themselves the Iron Hogs. From the stories Beckham had heard about them, they had more than earned that moniker, and he was glad to have them along. Armed with suppressed M4A1s and equipped with night vision goggles, NVGs, they would have no problem taking down whoever or whatever was responsible for this attack, especially with the help of Captain Beckham and Master Sergeant Horn. The retired Delta Force operators were doing something they hadn't done in over a year, heading into battle. The Rangers didn't glare at his prosthetics like he had experienced in the past with some greenhorns. They all knew who he was and how he had lost an arm and leg. "Good to have you with us, Captain," said Lieutenant David Niven. "Damn honor," the team's sergeant, a woman named Candace Ruckley, agreed. "Honor's mine," Beckham said. "And let's be clear, this is your mission. Your team, your orders. Horn and I are just glad to have you all along, especially since our families are down there."
"We'll do our best to keep them safe, Captain," Niven said. Horn grumbled as he tried to loosen his vest. "Fucking thing doesn't fit." "Too many beers," Beckham said, trying to cut the tension. It worked for a split second, and Horn grinned.
All trace of jocularity vanished as they made their final preps on approach to the island and outpost. "We got multiple fires ahead," said Lieutenant Niven over the comms. "Still no contact with anyone on the ground. Making 2 passes to ensure we got a clear LZ. "Check your gear and check your buddy's gear," Ruckley said. "We're going in hot." The Chinook sailed over the border of outpost Portland. 2 major fires raged in the heart of the historic downtown. Peaks Island, however, appeared dark on the horizon. No fires, or lights for that matter. Horn palmed a box into his M249 and opened the feed tray cover to lay the belt in. Beckham loaded his M4A1 carbine. Then he checked his Sig Sauer. "What's the O-port, Lieutenant?" Beckham asked. "I'm splitting us into 2 teams," Niven said. "I'll take Alpha Team to Portland. Sergeant Ruckley will take Bravo to Peaks Island." Beckham nodded and clapped a hand on Horn's shoulder. The man was holding it together, but Beckham could tell worry was eating at him. Horn had suffered the loss of his wife at the beginning of the outbreak 8 years ago, and now Beckham knew that same fear. The chopper lowered over a park at the outpost, and Niven hit the button for the rear loading ramp. The ramp hissed open, revealing the orange glow of distant fires. Alpha Team filed out into the night. As soon as they were clear, the pilots pulled away. Horn and Beckham stepped up to the open door on their final leg to the LZ on Peaks Island. He spotted the school where Kate taught classes below. The Chinook headed for the eastern side of the island, between the forested area and the city. They set down in a field north of Brackett Avenue with a slight jolt. Beckham flipped his night vision goggles over his eyes, charged his M4, and was the first out of the troop hold. A wind swept into him, carrying the scent of smoke, but he didn't detect the sour smell of variance.
The team fanned out across the field, and most of them went prone while the chopper pulled away into the black sky. Beckham and Horn crouched down, scanning for hostiles. The wind died down, but the overgrown grass swayed in the breeze. An eerie silence claimed the night, interrupted only by the sound of chirping bugs and a creaking of tree branches. There were no air raid sirens like he'd expected. They must have been cut. Their absence sent another chill of fear through him. Ruckley flashed hand signals, and the team moved out, hurrying down the side of the road to the bunker at the healthcare center in the middle of the island. She had studied the map well on the ride, and knew exactly where she was going thanks to Beckham's guidance. A transmission broke over the comms, and Beckham slowed his pace. "Bravo 1, this is Alpha 1. We've got mass casualties here," Niven reported. "Looks like a bomb went off. Over." That explains the fires, Beckham thought. He looked toward the mainland, where the flames continued licking the night. "No sign of hostiles," Niven added. "Copy that, Alpha 1, said Ruckley. "Negative on hostiles here, too. Over." The team pushed on, moving into the outskirts of the residential area and deeper toward the more populated area. A cat darted across the road and into the brush, but the team didn't even flinch. Ruckley cut through a backyard to Upper A Street, continuing diagonally toward Herman Avenue. The group of rangers moved across a dirt field and approached a broken-down abandoned house that the teenagers often used to drink and smoke cigarettes. Horn had found Tasha here a few days ago with Timothy. A few weeks before, they had been caught doing the same thing at a rundown park maintenance building, forcing Horn to have a stern conversation with Jake Temper about their 2 kids. Ruckley balled her fist. The team moved to cover and hunched down. Beckham did as ordered, but he was itching to move, and Horn was no different.
The man stayed in a half-crouch, ready to leap.
"Where the hell is everyone?" Horn whispered.
Beckham remained silent. Hopefully the answer was inside the bunker, which could fit the entire town's population of 62. But in the seconds that passed, he started to worry they weren't going to find anyone, that Peaks Island had suffered the same fate as Turkey River. They waited another few beats to look for hostiles, and seeing none, Ruckley gave the signal to advance on the healthcare center. Beckham and Horn ran along the shoulder of the road near the center of the pack of rangers. They moved to the back entrance, finding it wide open, and the windows shattered. Bullet holes marked the door and frame. Ruckley again bawled her first. Horn didn't heed the command, and went right in before she could stop him. Beckham followed his friend into the open door and moved into a hallway, checking his corner and running the wall behind Horn. They cleared the entrance hall, and then moved to the stairwell that led to the basement where Kate's lab and the bunker had been built inside an old Cold War fallout shelter. His heartbeat accelerated. They took up position on either side of the doorway and exchanged a nod. Beckham saw Ruckley stalking down the hall with her rifle shouldered. He couldn't see her features, but knew she had to be pissed. Horn had put the team at risk by charging forward, but it was too late to back up now. Beckham gave Horn a nod and moved into the stairwell. A body lay at the bottom landing. Horn directed his rifle at the man and moved slowly down the concrete steps. Beckham followed him down, his prosthetic blade clicking on a step. "Jake?" Horn said, lowering his rifle. He hurried down to the landing and bent down next to Jake Temper. The man sat with his back to the wall, hand gripping his gut, head slumped against his chest. Beckham moved past them to check the next corner, his blade and boot nearly sliding in the puddle of blood.
But it wasn't just the blood that made his heart skip. The blast door was blown open.
"I tried to stop them," Jake mumbled, his voice so low it sounded like a whisper. "Flanked them from behind." Beckham moved back to the fallen officer. "Stop who?" he asked. "They had masks." Jake shook his head. "I don't know who they were, but they were trained." He let out a moan and winced. "I hit 2 of them, but they had armor." "Take it easy," Beckham said. "Where are my girls?" Horn asked. "They're gone," Jake whispered, blood drooling down his chin. Horn shot up. Beckham also stood and looked up at Ruckley. "We need a medic." She nodded, and Beckham put a hand on Jake. "Hang on, man. We're going to get you help," he said. Jake managed a nod. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sorry I couldn't." "You did all you could, Jake." Beckham stayed with the officer until the medic came, and then he followed Horn into the bunker. Bloody footprints led down the stairs and into an interior living space, furnished with couches and 2 tables. The red tracks moved into the hallway, past the other communal areas, a storage room, a kitchen, and the bedrooms. Beckham moved faster, fearing that their families had been kidnapped, or worse. They cleared 2 more rooms and stopped at the glass walls of the secured lab. The open spaces were clear. Not a person in sight, or a sign of a fight. "No one's here," Horn whispered. Beckham moved back to the storage room and opened the door. He had helped with the retrofitting of the fallout shelter, and was one of a few people that knew there was a second exit here, just in case the occupants needed to escape. The large room was full of shelving units supporting canned goods, water, and medical supplies. He navigated through the aisles to the back, where the escape door was normally hidden behind a shelf. His blade again slopped through a puddle, but this time it wasn't blood. It was peaches and tomato sauce. The broken bottles and dented cans were scattered on the floor. Someone had moved the shelf, and in a hurry. The hatch was still open. "They must have escaped while Jake ambushed the raiders in the passage, before they blew the door open," Beckham said. He jerked his chin, and Horn followed him back the way they had come. When they reached the landing, Ruckley's medic was trying to resuscitate Jake. "Oh no."
Beckham hurried over and bent down. "Jesus," Horn said, putting a hand on Beckham's shoulder, as Beckham watched the medic work on his friend of over 10 years. Beckham wanted to scream. The police officer had survived the virus and monsters, only to be killed by some raiders. But instead of screaming, Beckham said a prayer and made a promise to the fallen officer. "I'll find Timothy, and I'll take care of your boy." Giving Beckham a moment, Horn waited impatiently at the top of the stairs. Several of the rangers stood sentry in the hallway as Ruckley spoke to Niven over the comm channel. The report made Beckham's blood freeze. "Multiple casualties at Town Hall, including children," Niven reported. Horn didn't waste time with words and started off for the exit. Beckham moved to follow, but paused and looked to Ruckley. "Come on, Sergeant," he said. "We have to find our families."
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
Kate squeezed Javier's hand as she pulled him along through the woods. In her other hand, she held the strap tight for the AR-15 hanging over her back. "Don't look back," she told him. They led the other 20 escapees away from the bunker. The other half of their group had already scattered to hide in the darkness, but Kate had decided not to go back to the town. She wanted to put as much distance as she could between them and the raiders. Ginger and Spark led her deeper into the forest, away from civilization. Leaves and sticks whipped past her face as she stumbled through the dark. "Ouch," Jenny said. "Keep moving," Tasha whispered. Trying to keep track of the kids while simultaneously navigating her way through the forest was almost impossible, especially with only moonlight to guide her. The dense canopy of autumn leaves allowed only faint beams to pass through. All around her, the silhouettes of others faded in and out of the shadows. These people were not trained military professionals, and they were all frightened, which made the journey slower and noisier. Every breaking branch, every crunch of fallen leaves made her think the raiders had caught up to them. In her head, she could still hear the shots from Jake's gun and the return fire as she led the group away from the bunker. If they hadn't had that door, and if Jake hadn't sacrificed himself, she feared they would have all been dead by now. "My dad, we have to go back for my dad," Timothy said, his voice louder than before. The teen was a wreck. He had to have known what those echoing gunshots outside the bunker meant. "We've got to keep moving," Kate said. "That's what your dad told us to do, and we've got to listen to him, okay?" It was everything Kate could do to keep her own mind on track. Someone yelped to her right and hit the ground. Kate ran over to them to see Donna pushing herself up. Bo reached down, but she cried out in pain when he tried to help her. "It's my ankle!" she cried.
"Come on, Mom," Bo said. He finally helped her up with the aid of a neighbor, and the group continued moving, making far too much noise. "Please, everyone, you need to be quiet," Kate said, loud enough for them all to hear, but hopefully quiet enough that none of the raiders could. She might as well have been telling the ocean to stop sending waves to the shore. All she could do was pray that the couple of people with guns at the back of the group were ready if the raiders caught up to them. Without the constant threat of variants on Peaks Island, people had started to take their security for granted, despite the work Jake, Beckham, and Horn did to train these people. But the last thing they had expected were raiders with training and weapons to match. She hoped someone would respond to the SOS, but it had gone out hours ago and still nothing. Beckham was at the Greenbrier, and she had no idea what the situation was in Portland. Kate pushed forward, heading for shelter. She remembered a 3-story building out here where Tasha and Timothy had been caught smoking cigarettes. The cement and cinder block structure had once been used as a park management resource building, but she didn't know exactly where it was. "Tasha," Kate whispered, "do you remember where the old park management building is, the concrete one?" "I don't know," Tasha said. "I can't see anything out here." "I know how to get there," Timothy responded. "Follow me." He veered away and Kate motioned for everyone to follow them in the drip of moonlight. Bo picked his mother up and carried her. The crack of gunfire rang out in the distance, and Kate crouched down with everyone else. She turned to quiet Ginger and Spark. "Help me with them, Javier," Kate said. While her son calmed the dogs, she held up her rifle, searching for a target. She was used to saving lives, not taking them.
If she was backed into a corner, though, given no other choice but to protect herself, the kids, and the rest of the people around her, she knew what choice she would make.
"I don't see anyone," Timothy said. He motioned for Tasha and Jenny to get behind him, and then brought up his own gun. A few other people sobbed behind a cluster of bushes, but Kate saw more of their friends taking off through the woods. She searched for Donna and Bo just as more gunfire lanced through the darkness. Muzzle fires flashed through the branches. Several pained screams echoed between the trees. Another burst illuminated a raider. She lined up her rifle, but the man took off before she could fire a shot, pursuing the small pack that had broken off from their group. Another volley of rounds blasted through the branches. "When I tell you, get up and run," Kate whispered. Javier nodded, and Tasha and Jenny did as well. Kate waited for another blast of gunfire and then said, "Run!" The kids swarmed around her as she moved deeper into the woods, throwing her rifle over her back again. She grabbed Javier's hand tight and nearly pulled him off his feet. The dogs raced ahead, but she could still see them in the moonlight. She wanted to call out for Bo and Donna, but couldn't risk making noise. Kate took off through the woods, branches scraping her face and thorns cutting her pants. "Are we close, Timothy?" she panted out. When she got no response, she turned around, but didn't see Timothy. "Timothy," she said quietly. "He went back," Tasha replied. The pop of a pistol sounded. Oh no, Kate thought. Timothy had gone to avenge his dad. A hand pulled on Kate's sleeve as she tried to think. "There," Tasha said. She pointed through a gap in the woods at a structure. There was a single window on each wall of each floor and an empty doorway. The wooden door had long since rotted away, leaving only hinges. "Go, go," Kate said. They bolted for the structure.
She made sure the kids got in first, ushering Javier in after them. Other escapees broke through the trees, heading toward their direction.
Spark and Ginger growled beside Kate, staring out into the woods. The fur on their hackles stood straight, their tails tucked beneath their legs. More people came out of the woods. A woman ran toward Kate, blood streaming from her shoulder. Her right arm hung beside her. A handful of other people were close behind, children in tow. A baby wailed from where it was tucked in against the chest of one of the men. She scanned them all, realizing Bo and Donna weren't among them, and Timothy was still out there. "What do we do?" someone asked. Kate had only a second to decide. "We hold here," she said. "Everyone with a weapon, get ready. If you see a raider, shoot them, but make sure it's not one of our people." The kids and women huddled into the corner of the earth-covered floor and comforted each other. Some stared with wide eyes at Kate and the door. "Go upstairs," Kate said. "It'll be safer up there." And easier to defend, she added inwardly, still praying it didn't come to that. She counted no more than 12 people that had joined them. So many were still lost out there, scattered by the chaos. Her heart ached, thinking of how frightened Donna, Bo, and Timothy were right now. But there was nothing more she could do for them. Kate positioned herself with her AR-15 so she could keep an eye on the woods without being seen. Time seemed to slow to an agonizing lurch as she waited. The screams and yells were growing distant, and the gunfire more sporadic. She felt the adrenaline starting to fade, exhaustion taking over. They'd run for so long, both tonight and well before they'd ended up on Peaks Island. She had always thought they had found safety and security here, that they could forge new lives, rebuild society. And instead, these raiders had shattered everything they had fought so hard to build.
A flurry of gunshots pierced the woods, some of them more of a whistle than a crack. In less than a few seconds, all hell seemed to break loose. Muzzle flashes lit up the black, but then, seconds later, everything went dark again. Kate strained to see what was happening. A muffled scream sounded. More whistles followed. Then a scream of agony and what sounded like a tree limb snapping. "Someone's coming," said the man next to Kate. "Hold your fire until you get a good shot," she replied. Her grip tightened around her rifle. She signaled to another man with a shotgun, and he inched forward. Kate lined up the sights on the figure. Another shape appeared, then a third. They definitely held rifles and were advancing low and slow like soldiers. The question now was whether they were raiders or friendlies. The only advantage she had was the element of surprise and the fact they outnumbered the three men. She steeled herself, thinking of Javier and Tasha and Jenny and all the others upstairs. Closing an eye, she aimed and moved her finger to the trigger. The crosshairs hit the chest of one of the men. "Kate!" yelled a familiar voice. "Kate! Tasha! Jenny!" "Timothy?" Tasha called out. The teenager ran forward, his pistol still in his hand. Two men followed close behind, and when Kate saw the prosthetic leg, she knew it was Beckham and Horn. She ran out into the night, doing all she could to not drop to her knees and sob out of joy and sadness.
8. Over an hour had passed since Fitz discovered Cedric. Bravo team had continued on their mission to uncover what the outpost soldier had seen in the forest. They had moved slowly due to the minefields and other security measures that in some cases weren't marked at all. Now they were at the edge of the eastern cornfields, and Dohi studied the fence of trees in the distance. A storm cloud passed over the moon, and the glow retracted from the landscape like the tide receding into the ocean. A chill ran through Dohi as he considered what Cedric had told Fitz about seeing the people from the outpost. The part about them being partially buried in the forest reminded him of an old Navajo folk story about humans that were pulled into the ground by evil spirits. Rico stepped up to his side. "What you thinking?" she asked. "You don't want to know." Instead of telling her, he said, "I'm worried about the mines between these fields and the forest, but I don't know any other way." The terrain separating them from the line of trees was covered in foliage, and he didn't see any warning signs. "Let's keep moving through the corn," Rico said. Dohi didn't like that either, but they had no choice. He moved into the field, doing his best not to rustle the plants. But the task was nearly impossible. A minute into the trek, a sound crackled that sounded suspiciously like the popping of joints. He held up a fist to listen. The wind shook the tops of the stalks, and he waited for a shriek to erupt and a variant to come charging at him. Raising his rifle, he moved his finger to the inside of the trigger guard. "Come on," he thought. "Show yourself." Squawks and caws suddenly exploded in the distance. A murder of crows took flight, climbing into the air. Their cacophony rose with them as they circled against the full moon before finally settling somewhere to Bravo's south. After waiting a few minutes, he continued forward. The leaves on the stalks scraped against his face and snagged on his skin. He scanned the area while he moved, waiting for a variant to come bursting out with claws spread and sucker lips smacking. Eventually, he could see trees growing near the edge of the corn. A good sign that meant he wouldn't have to lead his team through any potential minefields. The wind shifted as he moved. Stalks smacked against each other, creating a whispering chorus of scratching leaves. A blast of carrion odor drifted on the air.
There was definitely something out here. He halted at the edge of the field. White moonlight bled across the space between the field and the tree line. The smell of rot only grew worse as they pushed into the dark forest. Elms and oaks towered above Dohi, their branches swaying. Weeds protruded from the carpet of leaves that had already fallen here. Judging from the scent wafting through the crisp air, they were close to whatever Cedric had seen. Dohi stopped when he heard a scratching. Rico and Mendez heard it too, and fanned out, keeping low. They continued slowly through the dense woods. Dohi avoided the rotting logs and dense patches of leaves as best as he could, but even the best covert operative couldn't help but make noise in a place like this. A gurgling creak sounded as they crested a hill. Dohi halted at the top to scan the terrain and almost froze at the sight of gray-fleshed variants, still partially blended with the forest. He quickly went prone. Rico crawled up next to him. "Alpha 1, Bravo 2 here," Dohi whispered. "We got contacts. Lots of them." "Hold your position," Fitz said. "We're on our way." The variants were hunched and focused on the ground. Their talons cut into the carpet of leaves. They were digging, throwing fantails of dirt behind them. It was clear this was the source of the odor. Dohi peered through his optics to see what they were digging up from the dirt.
His heart climbed to his throat when he saw what looked like a human, half buried in a crater of dark earth.
It might have been a man, but Dohi could hardly tell. Most of the skin from his chest had been flayed off, revealing bleeding muscle and bone. Some strange webbing was wrapped around his face, masking his eyes. Strings of long, greasy black hair protruded from between those webs. Blood trickled from bruised, broken lips. A few cords from that webbing seemed to go up the man's nostrils and into his mouth, giving him a decidedly inhuman appearance. The man let out a moan as the variant pulled on him, ripping his flesh. All around him, the same scene played out, men and women covered in wounds, their heads wrapped in that same strange netting, like bloody, oversized spider webs, almost as if the blood vessels inside their bodies didn't know they were supposed to grow under their skin and had suddenly erupted from the people's faces. Judging by the variants' frantic attempts to dig them out, the monsters were in a hurry to get the people out of here, which told Dohi this was all recent. No wonder the SEALs hadn't found anyone. The people were underground all this time. Dohi winced as one of the variants began tugging on a woman. Red webs covered her eyes, but her mouth was partially free. She let out an agonized moan as the beast sunk claws into her shoulder and tried to yank her from the dirt. It got her halfway out. The variant squawked in frustration, shredding her shoulder in the process. Her moan turned into a pained scream, only partly muffled by the webbing. "We gotta do something," Rico said. "Alpha could take an hour to get here." Dohi motioned for her to move back down the hill to send a transmission to Fitz. She hurried away and Mendez joined Dohi at the crest of the hill. They were far enough away that the creatures hadn't detected them, but Dohi kept his finger near the trigger, just in case.
He cringed as more people were pulled from the ground. The variants began dragging them away. In minutes, the first disappeared over another crest, leaving nothing but blood-covered leaves and dirt behind. This was the evil sight that had caused the soldier Fitz had found to go mad. All these people, half buried in the middle of the woods, with some kind of strange netting growing around their heads, was enough to steal the breath of any hardened warrior, even Dohi. So many questions circled his mind as the minutes ticked by. Most pressing was what they were going to do now. Alpha was still on their way, but one by one the variants finished digging the people out and took them over the small hill. Dohi listened to the convo over the channel. "Alpha 1, Bravo 1, Rico said from the bottom of the hill. "Variants are moving out with hostages. Pursue?" There was a beat of silence over the channel.
Track them, Fitz said, but do not engage. Copy, Rico whispered back. The last few variants disappeared with their prey. Dohi rushed down the hill and toward the creek. He cleared it in a single jump. Mendez and Rico shadowed him. They started climbing up the hill, passing the tunnels where the civilians had been dug out. But as they made their way up, Dohi noticed something else in the freshly upturned soil. Slimy, red tubes pushed up from the dirt like broken blood vessels from a wound in the earth. They looked like the same growths he'd seen on the people's faces. Whatever those tubes were, they gave off a smell that was nearly as bad as a variant. He led Bravo up to the top of the next hill, where he shouldered his rifle, ready to fire. Rico and Mendez spread out between the trees to cover the vantage. But he didn't see the beasts. Shafts of moonlight pierced the forest canopy on the other side. Not a single one of the creatures, or even the hostages, was in view. He had seen camouflaged variants vanish before, but not humans.
Dohi set off to continue the search, wondering if they had gone back underground. He searched the trees, too, just in case any of the beasts had climbed up as lookouts. Seeing none, he followed the only evidence he could find, a trail of splattered blood. It didn't go far and stopped at what looked to be dark, wet soil, as if someone had just filled in a hole. The pieces started to coalesce in his head, but even as they came together, he had a hard time believing them. "Shit," Rico whispered, her gaze on the trees. "We lost them." "I'm not so sure about that," Dohi said. He bent down and prodded the ground with a finger. "This shit is creeping me out," Mendez said quietly. He glanced up at the trees towering above them. "Where the hell did they go?" "Alpha 1, Bravo 1, Rico said. "We got—" The ground trembled before she could finish. Dohi tried to retreat with Mendez and Rico, but he was hit by a blast of soil that knocked him down. He landed on his back as a pack of mud-covered variants spilled out of the hole like ants from a broken mound. They dispersed around him, needle-pointed teeth grinding together, joints clicking as they prepared to attack. Gunfire burst from Rico and Mendez as Dohi scrambled away. He got to his feet and then turned with his rifle leveled. A trigger squeeze sent bullets punching through the closest variant. Blood and flesh sprayed out the exit wounds. The body of the monster flopped to the ground, but another crashed into Dohi. He pushed the creature off and pulled his buck knife, jabbing it through its meaty throat. Rico and Mendez fended off the others when 3 more variants burst from the hole. Dohi rolled to grab his rifle, but a variant leapt onto his back. It slammed its claws into his helmet, and his head thudded against the ground, blurring his vision. He rolled to his back, slashing at the beast with the knife still in his hand. Another hammering fist crashed into his helmet. The blow knocked his night vision goggles off kilter with a crack. Growls and gunfire sounded like they were coming at him from inside a pool. "You have to get up." Something hot and wet hit his face, followed by what could only be the rancid breath of a variant. A moment of clear vision allowed him to see the jagged teeth behind wormy lips inching toward his own face. The beast pinned him down to the soft earth. All sense of weight suddenly subsided, but it wasn't until his hand scratched the vertical wall of a tunnel that he realized it wasn't from the beast letting up. He was falling. Dohi tried to brace himself, but hit the ground hard a moment later, pain radiating through his back. The beast landed a few feet away with a thump. Above him, moonlight streamed in the hole they had broken through. The gunfire and screeches sounded even more distant now, but he wasn't sure if it was from his pounding head or because the team was retreating. No, they wouldn't leave you. The thought filled Dohi with adrenaline, and he managed to reach up with a trembling limb to put his goggles back into place. When he brought them over his eyes, he saw darkness.
The damn things were busted. "Rico! Mendez!" he tried to yell, but his strained voice was lost in the din of combat above. Not only that, but his earpiece and mic were also busted. Son of a bitch. He struggled to move, his muscles tensing at the sound of a snapping joint, followed by a snarling maw. Dohi pulled his knife and prepared to fight when more popping joints and smacking lips filled the dark cavern. Dohi and the beast that had fallen with him weren't alone.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "We have to hold here until it's clear," Beckham told the civilians huddling upstairs. He hated leaving Bo and Donna out there, but without knowing where they could possibly be, he had to hope they would just hunker down and wait. "I want to go home," moaned Jenny. "Soon," Kate said reassuringly. She walked over to Beckham, who remained to the side of a window, looking out in the darkness with his NVGs. He couldn't see any hostiles out there, but there were bound to be more. He and Horn had followed their gunfire into the forest and managed to take down 3 of the raiders before the other 2 fled. Ruckley's team was out there hunting them, and Alpha Team in Portland was still securing the area. So for now, Beckham and Horn had to keep holding position. Javier hugged him around the waist. "I knew you'd come back, Dad," the boy said. Beckham patted him on the back of the head and listened to an incoming transmission. "Bravo 7, this is Bravo 1. Do you copy? Over," said Ruckley. "Copy, Bravo 1, this is Bravo 7, Beckham replied. "Can you move your injured and meet back at the rally point?" Beckham looked back at the others. Several had gunshot wounds, and others had injuries that would slow them down. "Affirmative, Bravo 1, Beckham said. "We've got a lot of people that need medical attention. We'll be slow moving, but we can make it." "Copy that," Ruckley said. "We'll be ready for you." Horn suddenly went rigid by the door. He pointed to his eyes and then held up 2 fingers. Beckham turned to Timothy. The teen hadn't left his corner by the stairs. They still hadn't told him his father was dead, but Beckham had a feeling he already knew the truth. "Timothy, I need you to tell everyone to stay put for a second," Beckham whispered. "Do it as quietly as you can." Timothy nodded, then crept up the stairs. "Boss, they got a hostage," Horn said. He paused and added, "Make that 2. Beckham's stomach sank. "They're headed this way," Horn said. "We know you're hiding in there," boomed a voice. "You shoot, and we shoot your people." "You're outnumbered and surrounded," Beckham shouted back. "Put down your weapons, and let the hostages go." "Not a chance, asshole," replied the raider. Beckham looked at Horn, who snorted and yelled back, "Which one of you wants to turn into a spray of pink mist first? You got 1 minute to decide." Brash and garish, Beckham expected no less from Horn. He gave his friend a nod, and then slunk to the building's single open window in the back, concealed from the raider's view, and slipped his rifle out. Beckham pulled himself through after, landing hard on his blade. Slowly, he made his way to the cover of the woods. "We want passage off this island," one of the raiders called out. "Give us a boat, and we will let your people go." "That's what you want?" Horn said. Beckham was almost behind them now. He paused a second, glassing the duo with his optics. He recognized the hostages instantly. Donna and Bo. The teenager was taller than his captor, but he wasn't fighting back. Beckham saw why. The raider had a pistol pressed to Bo's temple. "Radio your army friends and tell them we're free to go," said the captor. "Do it, or I'm going to off this kid and his bitch mom." Bo moved, which earned him a pistol whip to the face. Donna screamed, "Leave him alone!" Beckham moved faster, knowing he had just moments to save them. He was about 20 meters away now, and the raiders still hadn't noticed him. These grunts weren't that bright, but whoever had coordinated this attack likely had military or police training. The attack was far more coordinated than others,
and made him worry again. It was part of something on a much wider scope. "All right, boys, I'm coming out," Horn bellowed, keeping the raiders' attention on him. He took a step out of the doorway and raised one hand. His rifle swung down slightly on the other, giving the impression he was going to let it go.
Beckham snuck behind a bush and got into position. "Go on now," one of the raiders said. "Drop it all the way to the ground." Bo kicked at the raider hard enough the impact of his boot on bone echoed. The raider's handgun wavered, pointing upward, as he reached down to his shin. The timing could not have been better. Beckham took his shot. The man crumpled, and the second raider looked nervously around, trying to figure out where the shot had come from. Horn started to swing up his rifle, and the other raider pushed Donna aside and fired at Horn. The big man dove to the ground and scrambled away. By the time Beckham had his rifle on the raider, he had grabbed Donna again. "Shit," Beckham whispered. "I'll kill the bitch," the raider shouted. "I'll fucking kill her." He turned his gun on Bo and fired a shot, but Bo leapt behind a tree. Beckham lined up the sights on the raider, but he couldn't get a clear shot with Donna still in his grips. Instead, Beckham moved away from his position and charged. He propelled himself forward from the bushes, feeling the springy bounce of his prosthetic blade. The raider took 3 wild shots at Horn and then at Bo as Beckham hit him from behind. The guy sprawled forward, releasing Donna. Beckham used his helmet to slam the guy in the nose. A sickening crack sounded. The second headbutt did the trick. The raider went limp in the dirt, knocked out cold. Bo held a gun that he must have grabbed from the dead raider. He aimed it at the unconscious man, but Beckham slapped the gun away as he pulled the trigger. The bullet lanced into the dirt next to the raider's head. "Hey!" Bo shouted. "We need him alive," Beckham said. "But he was going to kill me and my mom," Bo shot back. "He will get what's coming to him. But first we need to find out who he is and who the other raiders are." Beckham moved in front of Bo, not giving him the chance to fire on the downed raider. "Lower the gun," he said.
Bo spat on the ground, but did as ordered. He moved over to his mom and wrapped her in his arms. "You okay, Mom?" Beckham studied her in the green hue of his night vision, checking for injuries. She was shivering, her bottom lip trembling, but she managed a nod. Bo looked down at the raider again before helping her to the building. "Bravo 1, this is Bravo 7, Beckham said into his headset. "We found the last 2 raiders, bringing one back." "Copy," Ruckley replied. Beckham pulled zip ties from his vest and bent down to the crumpled raider. Horn trotted over and picked the guy up over his shoulder. The civilians flowed from the building, fanning out around them. "Stay close," Beckham said. "We're going back to the bunker." He took point with Ginger and Spark on either side. Having the dogs with him was a comfort, much like having Apollo back in the day. Beckham kept his optics trained on the terrain. They might have eliminated all the raiders in this pack, but he didn't know if there were more out there. Timothy walked up alongside Beckham carrying the pistol his father had given him on his 16th birthday. Before Jake had given it to his son, Beckham had helped him carve an engraving on the barrel that read, "Never stop fighting." The young boy had already used the gun to kill a raider in the forest when Beckham and Horn had discovered the boy, and so far he seemed to be taking his first kill pretty well. But having him up here was no good in his emotional state. "Timothy, fall back and watch the kids, okay?" Beckham said. "Sure," Timothy said. The team dropped back to the center of the pack. Horn was on rear guard, making sure they weren't being followed. He and Beckham were both used to skulking through the darkness with a team of trained operatives. But now they might as well have been shepherding a herd of cattle through the woods and praying the wolves around them somehow didn't notice.
15 minutes later, Beckham spotted the entrance to the bunker. Several rangers stood sentry, and he motioned for the group of civilians to come out of hiding. Ruckley met him on the sidewalk, returning from her own search.
"Good to see you, Captain," she said. Her tone didn't mask the frustration of Horn and Beckham going AWOL earlier. "I'm sorry about taking off," he said. "I didn't mean to put you and your team—" "All that matters is everyone's okay," she said. But everyone wasn't okay, Beckham thought. He looked over his shoulder and saw Timothy a safe distance back. "Where's Jake?" Beckham asked Ruckley in a whisper. "Who?" "The man we found on the stairs. Is he out?" "We moved his body out of view, don't worry." Beckham exhaled, unable to hide his emotions. "I'm sorry for your loss," Ruckley said. She walked away and began handing out orders to her soldiers. The Rangers helped the injured into the bunker. "I'll meet you inside," Beckham said to Kate. "But Dad," Javier protested. "Please go with your mother," Beckham said. Kate led Javier inside with Horn and his girls. Beckham walked over to Timothy. The teenager's face went white, like he knew what was coming, even though Beckham hadn't uttered a single word. "No," Timothy said. "No, please." He moved away from Beckham and in through the doorway. "Wait up," Beckham called out. Timothy pushed the group and made his way into the hallway. Beckham ran after him, nearly tripping. The boy made it down the stairs and into the bunker before he finally caught up with him. In the first section, medics and a couple of nurses from Peaks Island were treating those who had already made it to the bunker. "Where's my dad?" Timothy said, in a voice shy of a shout. He searched the beds and then stopped near a large olive canvas curtain separating the triage into sections. Beckham put a hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry, Timothy, but your dad didn't make it," Beckham said.
He died saving you and the others.
"No!" Timothy choked. He pulled back the curtain to reveal another section filled with cots covered with white sheets. All anonymous victims of the raiders, masked by those sheets, with only the point of a nose tenting it up at one end or their feet at the other. Beckham put a hand on Timothy's arm, but the boy pulled away and set off through the space. "No, no, no," he murmured, turning back to Beckham. "Which one is he?" "You shouldn't see this," Beckham said. Kate joined them in the room and helped Beckham sort through the dead. They found Jake at the back of the room, while Timothy was still searching the other cots. He looked up and caught Beckham's gaze, then hurried over to his side. Beckham held the sheet down. "I want to see him," Timothy said. Kate and Beckham exchanged a glance, and then Beckham pulled back the covering. "No," Timothy moaned. He nearly collapsed over his father, wrapping his arms around his dad's shoulders, tears streaming down his face. Kate rubbed his back in the way she used to comfort Javier when he was scared at night. Beckham placed a hand on Timothy's shoulder. "Your dad was a great man," he said. Timothy nodded, keeping his head on his dad's chest. Beckham had seen so many of his brothers-in-arms perish fighting the variants, but this was something even more heartbreaking. To see Timothy suddenly alone in this world, losing the man that had been his anchor, that had helped see him through since before Operation Liberty during the first months of the war 8 years ago. How many other children were orphans because of these raiders? Beckham's sadness erupted into anger. He managed it by clenching his jaw and stayed there beside Timothy, seething with rage, but doing his best to comfort the teen. A transmission over the headset Beckham still wore made him flinch. Lieutenant Niven's voice came over the channel.
"We've picked up the enemy's trail and we're going after them," he said.
Beckham looked at Kate. Even though she couldn't hear the transmission, she must have recognized the gaze in his eyes. With a nod, she gave him permission to do what he did best: hunt and kill monsters. 9 Fitz broke through the final row of corn and stopped at the edge to look at the dense forest of oak trees. The canopy of leaves blew in the wind, masking the distant sound of gunfire. Raindrops bit his face as he kept moving. He had run all the way from the center of Turkey River, after the SOS came in over the comms about a variant attack, covering nearly 3 miles in the past 32 minutes. It wasn't a record pace by any means, but with his gear and the threat of mines, he couldn't run much faster, especially without letting his guard down. Leaving Cedric didn't help matters, and Fitz wasn't sure he would be where they left him when they returned. But there was no way in hell he would bring the guy back out here. Lincoln kept up with Fitz, but Ace fell behind, stopping every few minutes to breathe. "Go on," he called out, hands on his knees. He raised one of them, waving to proceed without him. "I'll catch up." Fitz and Lincoln didn't waste time. They kept moving into the dense forest, following the sound of gunfire and the ethereal screeches of dying monsters. A half-mile later, they came up on a hill that blocked their view of the forest. Fitz balled his hand and slowly moved up the slope, leaves crunching under his blades. Ace finally caught up behind them, panting like a wild boar. "Holy shit," Fitz said, staring at the scene of carnage. Rico and Mendez stood in the middle of it, surrounded by a red halo of dead beasts. "Come on," Fitz said. He hurried down the hill and set off across an area of holes seeping the variant's noxious, rotten odor, but stronger, like it had been distilled and hyper-concentrated. "You okay?" Fitz whispered.
Rico and Mendez both nodded, but kept their rifles up, still roving the barrels for contacts. Lincoln and Ace joined them, weapons also up. "Where's Dowie?" Fitz asked, keeping his voice low. Rico simply pointed at the ground. Fitz crept to the edge of a gaping hole and peered over the edge. The full brunt of the carrion smell made his eyes water. Moonlight illuminated a patch of the tunnel covered in webs of strange tissue stretching across the soil. He bent down for a better look. A variant, the color of an earthworm, came bursting from the tunnel, knocking Fitz backward. Vessels bulged under its skin, ropey muscles tensing. Fitz brought up his rifle and shot it in the head. The beast fell limply to the floor of the tunnel, landing with a thud. The other team members huddled around, all of them looking down. Fitz tried Dowie on the comms. Nothing came back but static. He pushed his NVGs away from his eyes and flicked on the tactical light mounted to the bottom of his gun barrel. The others did the same, angling the light into the tunnel. The drop to the bottom appeared to be about 10 feet. "We're going in there, aren't we?" Lincoln said. Fitz nodded. "Shit." Fitz and Rico helped lower Ace down first. Then Rico dropped in with Mendez and Fitz following. Lincoln came last, his boots smacking against the mud-filled tunnel floor. Maybe it was an illusion, but the red vines and webbing looked like they were actually pulsating. Fitz moved quietly, taking it all in. The tunnel appeared to have a diameter of about 10 feet and seemed to travel north, winding so he couldn't see the end. The southern end was blocked by piles of fallen soil and rock. While the walls and ceiling were curved, the floor seemed to be pounded nearly flat. What in the hell kind of twisted variant engineering was this? He had seen tunnels, especially in Europe. The worm variants had burrowed under the cities, but as far as he knew, they'd never made it across the Atlantic. And from his experience, they didn't leave behind this webbing. No, this was something entirely different. The only tunnels he had seen in the States were man-made. This was beyond anything he experienced. A wail broke the silence, and a variant came bounding into the tunnel. 5 tactical lights hit the beast as it moved, digging claws into the red tendrils stretching over the walls and ceiling like a spider web. It practically galloped toward them on the ceiling, using the tendrils to move. "Ace, take it down," Fitz ordered. "I got this ugly son of a," Ace said, his voice silenced by the boom of his shotgun. Bits of the tendrils flew away with the shot as the variant leapt away unharmed. He pumped the weapon and fired again. This time the buckshot found a home in its skull,
erasing all former human features in a fine pink mist. The corpse slammed against the muddy floor, kicking up wet muck. An angry roar echoed through the tunnel from seemingly all directions. The team turned to search for the source. Ace bumped into Mendez. "Watch it, big guy," Mendez said. "Get out of my way, dude," Ace shot back. "Take it easy," Fitz said. "Watch your zones." That smell of rotten fruit seemed to waft off the red webs covering the walls as their beams flitted through the black. He had no idea what it was, but it sure as hell looked like something Kate would be interested in seeing in the lab. Right now, though, lab samples could wait. Dohi could not. The roars faded away, leaving them in silence. Fitz waited another moment before giving the advance sign. They followed the winding tunnel, darkness swallowing them except for the patches illuminated with their beams. Every surface was covered with the same gruesome webbing. The hairs on the back of Fitz's neck stood straight, almost as if they were passing through an electric current. Variant shrieks echoed, but sounded distant, like they were moving away from the team.
The monotony of the massive tunnel was interrupted for the first time with an intersection. The team halted, the faint echo of their movement fading away into silence. Fitz heard something dripping to the right. "Which way?" Rico whispered. A human scream to the right provided their answer. Ace took point, and the team moved in behind the large man and his shotgun. The tunnel they entered next looked like it had been dug by a group of human-sized moles. It was wide enough for them to walk through 3 abreast, and tall enough no one had to duck down. The red vines were even more dense, covering every surface, even the ground. Now Fitz was almost certain some of those webs were pulsing. He caught Rico and Mendez studying the webbing, but Ace's shotgun never strayed from pointing straight ahead. The tunnel curved back and forth slightly, bending just enough to prevent them from seeing what lay beyond each turn. The squawks and growls carried through the narrow passage, but the echo made it difficult to determine distance. Whatever this strange place was, there was no doubt that they had uncovered how the variants entered this outpost. The sensor systems wouldn't have caught anything invading the place from underground. Ace curled around another corner, then swiftly turned back, signaling contacts. "Dohi," Fitz mouthed. Ace shook his head. "Watch your fire zones for hostages," Fitz whispered. They inched around the corner, picked out targets, and, all of them but Ace, opened fire. The suppressed barks of their rifles echoed as they cut down several beasts that had been taken off guard. Those that survived the initial onslaught didn't turn around to attack like Fitz had expected. Instead, they bolted into the darkness. Fitz flashed an advance signal. The beasts ran up the sides of the tunnel and scurried across the ceiling, their claws and talons digging into the dirt around the webbing. Variants faded in and out of their beams, disappearing around the corner. The team slowed as they approached. Ace went first, moving into a straighter tunnel. "Clear," he said. Fitz went next, spotting dirt falling from the ceiling like sand trickling in an hourglass. He directed his flashlight beam on the feet of a variant just as it disappeared up a vertical tunnel. For a fraction of a second, he debated climbing up the webbing to pursue the beast. If the webbing could hold a variant, it could sure as hell hold him. But that would also expose him and the team to even more untold danger. Variants had the advantage when it came to climbing, and trying to fight a variant that had the upper ground in a place like this was even more of a nightmare than this mission had already turned into. Another human yell echoed down from the chimney-like tunnel. It didn't sound like Dohi, but if it was a civilian being taken away, then there was a damn good chance that's where the variants had Dohi too. "Ace, get—" A loud rumble interrupted Fitz. The tunnel seemed to shake. Fitz's blades nearly slipped from under him. Then the ceiling of the tunnel behind them began to collapse, dumping rock, webbing, and dirt.
"We have to go up," Fitz yelled over the din. The other end of the tunnel was collapsing too. They would be buried alive down here if they didn't move. This must have been what happened to the half-buried humans Rico had described finding on the comms. The tunnels the variants had transported them through had broken down around those people. And Fitz didn't want to be next. Dirt showered him as he moved. Some of the webbing came loose, slapping over his face. He had to pry the sticky red strands off. God only knew what was waiting for them up top. But Fitz decided facing a few swinging variant claws was better than choking on dirt for the last few minutes of his life. Ace slung his shotgun and started climbing.
Mendez followed, with Fitz and Lincoln covering them. The collapsing ceilings were closing in from both sides. To Fitz, it was like being trapped in the throat of a giant creature trying to swallow them whole. He followed Lincoln up into the vertical shaft, using the webbing. Lincoln moved fast, quickly ascending, but Fitz strained to propel himself up. His blades weren't so good for finding footholds. He managed to get purchase by jamming them in the side of the wall. Then he levered himself upward and stabbed them in again. The walls thumped below him, dust booming up into the shaft. Fitz coughed, but kept moving. A hand reached down and he looked up to see Lincoln. He reached for the man's fingers, but they were still short by more than a foot. The ground beneath Fitz rose, threatening to swallow his feet, the rumbling earth shaking his bones. Dirt started to break free from the vertical tunnel. Rocks and dirt clods smacked into his face and body. He tried to take that last step up, pushing to close the gap between his fingers and Lincoln's. His blade wouldn't budge. He'd embedded it too far into the dirt wall and now had to bounce on it, trying to break it free. The dirt around the blade moved, but he couldn't get it out. Fitz grunted and shoved down on his blade with all his strength, digging a small cavity in the wall. He yanked it free, then lunged upward. His fingers met Lincoln's, and the man pulled him up, the earth rising around him as the tunnel collapsed inward. On all fours above ground, Fitz gasped for air. He wiped the dirt covering his face, seeing they were in the woods. "Anyone got eyes?" Fitz managed between pants. "Negative," Ace said. Fitz listened for a second with the others, desperate to hear the cries of the variants or the screams from the hapless humans they had kidnapped. "Dohi!" Fitz tried one last time over his comm channel. "Dohi, do you read?" Static came back again. Fitz looked back down at the collapsed tunnel and considered the reality of their situation. They had lost their best tracker and a good friend. They had no evidence he was alive. No tracks, no discarded equipment, or a transmission. He picked up dirt and let it filter through his gloved fingers, his heart filling with dread. Parts of the red webbing stuck out of the ground where the tunnel had collapsed. He pulled out his knife and sawed off a handful of them, then stuffed them in his pack. They weren't taking Dohi back with them, but they weren't going home empty-handed. This shit was weird enough to warrant sending it back to a lab for analysis. "Bag some of this shit up," Fitz said. "We'll need a chopper to come back for Cedric anyway, and we can send some of this back with him. I have a feeling Kate is going to want to take a look at this immediately." Maybe there was some clue as to what this was and how the variants had used it and the tunnel to take out Outpost Turkey River. And maybe, just maybe, it would help them find Dohi at some point, even if it was just his body to bury. "We going back with these samples?" Lincoln asked. Fitz wanted to say yes, but emotions had to take a back seat to duty. "We aren't going back until we find Dohi and figure out what the hell is going on," he said. The team huddled around the hole, none of them saying what they were all likely thinking. For now, Dohi was on his own. Asterisk. The Portland Sheriff Department dual-cab truck cut through the night without headlights. But soon the passengers wouldn't need their night vision goggles. Beckham glanced at the dashboard and confirmed it was almost morning.
They had been pursuing the raiders for the past hour, and he was getting anxious the farther they drove from Portland. The driver of the truck ahead of them reported he could see one of the raiders, but Beckham still hadn't laid eyes on the person. Ruckley stared in the front passenger seat, her gaze seemingly glued to the dark road. "We're outside the safe zone now," said the driver. "This is variant country." Beckham saw the posted warning signs by the road, and Horn readied his M249 in the back seat next to him. "Can't this truck go any faster?" Horn grumbled. Beckham strained for a better view as the road curved ahead. Frankly, they were lucky they had caught up to this raider crew at all. The assholes had gotten a head start, but several citizens from Portland had followed them and relayed the information to the Rangers. A voice sounded from Ruckley's radio, and she pressed the receiver to her ear. "Wilco," Ruckley said. Then she spoke over the channel to the rest of the team. "Bravo, we're turning around. Now!" The brake lights of the pickup truck in front of them fired, glaring red as it stopped. "What the hell are you doing?" Beckham said. "Lieutenant Niven has called off the chase," Ruckley said. "He doesn't want to risk going into a variant hot zone." "Fuck this," Horn said. "Keep going. This is bullshit." Horn was still a pressurized boiler about to explode, and Beckham didn't have to know Ruckley as well to see she was just as angry about their orders. Enough anger and frustration radiated off them all to keep the truck cab hot even without the use of its heater. Beckham was also steaming. They had let the raiders that killed Jake and slaughtered countless citizens get away. Keep cool, Reed.
Beckham still wasn't sure what the death count was, but he guessed it was going to get worse when the sun rose and they sent out patrols to locate missing residents in Portland and Peaks Island. "The piece of shit raider we captured on Peaks Island is mine," Beckham said. Ruckley glanced into the back seat again. "I've got orders to bring him back to command, Captain. Can't stop you from interrogating him first, of course." "I just need a few minutes." Horn nodded. "That's all it's going to take." The two-truck convoy raced down the highway with their headlights on now. Beckham tried to focus on how lucky their families were to be okay after the bloodshed, but he couldn't help feeling that their luck was running out. They rode in silence for the first half of the trip back, but Ruckley broke it by turning around from the front seat again. "These raiders could have been collaborators," she said. "Maybe they had something to do with what happened at Turkey River." "In Iowa?" Horn replied. "That's a hell of a long way for variants and collaborators to coordinate attacks." "Captain, you got any ideas on what's going on?" she asked. "I was thinking the same thing, Horn, actually," Beckham said. "But usually collaborators don't use bombs and hunt down civilians just to kill them. They kidnap people and take them to lairs to feed their variant masters." "Maybe they just knew we wouldn't follow them there," said the driver. "I guess they were fucking right," Horn snorted. Ruckley turned back to the front seat and lowered her helmet to listen to another message over a private channel. "Copy that," she replied, clearly frustrated. Beckham expected her to fill them in, but she didn't say anything. He didn't push the issue. Niven's reason for turning them around was by the book, and Beckham and Horn couldn't do shit about it. They sat in silence for the rest of the ride. 20 minutes later, they turned onto an off-ramp on the outskirts of Portland. Razor wire fences marked the barrier into the inhabited part of the city. None of the defenses had stopped the raiders. Smoke billowed from fires in the heart of the safe zone. For so long, he told Javier and Kate they were safe here. Now, he had to tell his son he'd been wrong and explain what had happened. "Come on, Reed. You're lucky you get to explain it to him at all." There were others that wouldn't get the same opportunity. Timothy was now an orphan, and Jake would never get the chance to talk to his son again. The thought sent another surge of anger roaring through Beckham, just as their pickup pulled up in the town square.
Dozens of troops and emergency response personnel were on the ground, recent arrivals to help secure the area and help with the cleanup. White sheets covered the dead in front of Portland City Hall. The first bomb had gone off right outside the glass windows. The front wall was nothing but rubble, glistening with shards of broken glass and pieces of the metal plating where the roof had caved in. A second bomb had gone off inside the medical clinic after the raiders had taken what they wanted there. As if stealing medicine weren't bad.
The rest of the body was under a sheet a few feet away, judging by the stump of a wrist sticking out. A group of civilians carried off the dead and loaded them into the back of a pickup truck. One of the men dropped a corpse and bent over, vomiting on the street. Beckham felt sick to his stomach, too. All of this senseless death, and for what? Horn mumbled something under his breath and followed it up with a snort.
Sergeant Ruckley, escort them, please.
"Yes, sir," she said. Beckham followed her into the lobby. A lantern lit the desks and closed office doors beyond the reception area. They proceeded to the hallway and down a stairwell which led to the cells in the basement. A single ranger stood guard outside the main door. "Sergeant," he said. "Open it up," she replied. The man unlocked the door and stepped aside. Ruckley went first and stopped 2 strides in. "What in the actual fuck?" she said. Beckham moved past her, stopping at the sight of the raider curled up on the floor. Flesh had melted away from his face. The rancid smell forced Beckham to hold a sleeve to his nose. "Guard!" Ruckley shouted. The ranger that had been holding sentry duty rushed in.
Sick to his stomach, he left the rangers in the basement and hurried up to the medical tent with Horn. Over 20 people, some of them gravely wounded, occupied the cots. Kate was busy working with 2 doctors on a guy in the middle of the room. The man was laying still on a table, and, judging from the sheer amount of blood on the ground, he was in pretty bad shape. Beckham took a seat on the curb to wait. "I want to talk to Kate before we go find the kids," he said. Horn pulled out a cigarette. "I figured as much." Frantic voices came from inside the tent, and from the words Beckham picked up, it sounded like some unlucky patient was going into cardiac arrest. Horn took a drag on his cigarette and offered it to Beckham, but Beckham waved it away. The distant glow of a new sunrise warmed the horizon. Despite the view of a new day, his heart continued to pound from anxiety. There were too many questions in his mind. "Hell of a few days," Horn mumbled. "Things could have been worse, though." "It could still get worse, Bighorn. I got a bad feeling about all of this." The voices in the tent trailed off, replaced by the sporadic moan or cough of a patient. Kate stepped outside a few minutes later, removing her surgical gloves and tossing them into a bin. Then she pulled her surgical mask down and let out a long sigh before she saw Beckham. "Kate," he said. "Reed," she hurried over and threw her arms around him. "Did you catch them?" "No, and the raider from the island is dead." Kate pulled away with a confused look. "What? How?" "He had variant acid. Must have backfired when he tried to use it to escape." "What was he doing with that?" "Good question," Horn said. He blew the smoke skyward. "Do we have a death count yet?" Beckham asked, looking at the tent. "No, but it just went up by 1, Kate replied without turning. "We just lost Macomb." "Macomb," Horn said.
As in Senator Macomb? He was speaking at City Hall when it was hit by the bomb, Kate said. Beckham swallowed with realization. He knew it could just be a coincidence that the senator was here during the attack, but it was hard to believe when looking at the bigger picture. This definitely wasn't a random raider attack. These guys weren't just here to steal shit and sow a little chaos. They had known about the location of the bunker on the island, which meant they had an inside source, and they had known Macomb was going to be here. They also had a clear connection to variants with the acid,
which led him to believe they were collaborators. "Maybe that prisoner told us more than we thought," he said. "The acid?" Kate asked. Beckham nodded. He grabbed her and pulled her tight, looking at the rising sun. Earlier, he could have bought the raiders weren't working with the monsters, and that they were escaping into the variant zone just to hide. But not now. In this world, Beckham had learned coincidences were never just coincidences. Whoever these guys were, they were connected to the monsters. And he had a feeling the only way to unravel this mystery was to return to the hell where the demons dwelled. The road sign, pocked with bullet holes, made S.M. Fisher smile every time he drove past. Is this heaven? No, it's Texas. Whoever had hung it years ago had scratched out the word Iowa and replaced it with the Lone Star State. Nothing against the Midwest or Iowa, but there wasn't anything like the Texas Panhandle. Fisher would have happily shaken the hand of the fellow that had mounted the sign. He drove his truck solo this morning, but his men weren't far from sight. 3 pickups led the way toward the site of one of his damaged oil derricks. It was one of those mornings that he needed time to think and contemplate. He'd started it early, getting up before dawn to map out his day.
He turned his black, dual-cab Ford F350 down a rust-colored dirt road and eased off the gas to give the truck ahead some room. The golden glow of the morning sun continued to rise in a cloudless ocean of blue. He took in the sights cautiously, recalling why he had stayed here after losing his wife. When he was a child, his parents had sent him to a good Christian boarding school back east. They had a second home in upstate New York, where he had eventually met his wife. During the summers, he had returned to the ranch where he spent dawn to dusk outside riding horses, driving dirt bikes, and hunting for wild hogs with his father's .357. That same handgun was still nestled in his hip holster. Those were some damn good memories. Now he felt like most of his time on the ranch was spent hunting for variants. Rolling brown hills rose to the west, but the land to the east was flat and green. Portions of old fences lay on their sides beside the dusty road. He didn't bother having them fixed. There was no point in keeping cattle out here anymore. The variants would kill them all, and he didn't have the men to watch the herds. The 3,000 heads he did own were in barns not far from his house. The only way the monsters could get to them were through electric fences and his guards. They had tried in the past, and they had failed every time. But after the attack on several of his derricks the other night, he was starting to wonder how long they could hold them back. The Alpha had been a smart son of a devil. Who knew how many more were out there like it that would encroach on his land in search of food? The convoy of pickup trucks pulled off the dirt road, parking along the shoulder. Fisher maneuvered behind them and then killed the engine. He jumped out, and his most trusted guards, Tran and Chase, got out of the truck ahead. They both wore black fatigues and black baseball caps with the red F logo. Tran carried an SR-25, and Chase had an M4A1.
They nodded at Fisher and flanked him on the walk to the fence. The derrick was on the other side of a hill. The dozen men started out on the path, their rifles up and ready, just in case any variants had returned to finish what they started. At the crest of the hill, Fisher saw that there had been no need to return. He had grown up earning his keep by working on the derricks during the summers when he was back from college, long after his days of playing were over. His father had, in turn, paid for his education. He knew enough about the technology to know when his engineers were right or when they were just being lazy. This time, they were right. The derrick was done for. "Son of a bitch," he said, spitting into the dirt. The skeletal oil derrick was completely blackened and bent at the top. That brought his count from 95 derricks down to 93. It wouldn't hurt production dramatically, but he couldn't afford to keep losing more.
employing so many men and investing in tools and weapons to fend off the variants, rang in at a heavy price. At least they had capped the wells before too much oil was burned off. "Did we recover any bodies?" Fisher asked Tran. Tran shook his head. "I doubt we will," Chase said. "My guess is they're just bones now." He glanced at his watch and then took one last look at the derrick before turning away. He needed to scope out the other one and then get back to the ranch to prepare for his meeting with General Cornelius at noon. "Tran, ride with me," Fisher said. Before his meeting, he wanted to talk to Tran again about his thoughts on the general. The 4 pickup convoy headed back on the road to the second damaged rig. This one was in plain sight from the road. After putting the truck in park, Fisher used a pair of binoculars to survey the damage. "We got this one capped faster," Tran said from the passenger seat. "You think we can get it back up and running?" "Maybe," Fisher replied. "I'm just not sure if we can recoup the cost, especially since the engineers say they've got about a 50-50 shot at getting that thing functional. Might be better to just strip it of parts and—" His words trailed off when he saw movement. "Sir?" Tran said. "You see that?" Fisher whispered, a chill running through him. He zoomed in on movement on the right side of the derrick. Something was hunched over. Tran rolled down the window and brought the scope of his SR-25 up to an eye. "Oh shit," he muttered. "It's a variant." Fisher opened the door and exited the vehicle. "Sir," Tran said, meeting him at the front of the truck, "you should stay inside." The other men all got out, shouldering their rifles and aiming at the beast in the distance. Fisher calmly reached out to Tran. "Relax and give me your rifle," he said. Tran reluctantly handed it over, and Fisher pulled the bipod down. He positioned it on the hood of the truck and lined up the sights on a gruesome scene that made him cringe. 2 human corpses lay in the dirt, but it wasn't the dead engineers the variant had all but consumed that repulsed him. It was the charred right side of the creature. Blistering black flesh peeled back to reveal bulbous red tissue the color of a ripe watermelon. The burns extended to the head, covering most of the skull and patchy, melted flesh that had once been its ears. "No wonder it can't hear us," he thought. "It's not going to miss this, though," Fisher said aloud. He steadied the sights, aiming for the head, moved his finger to the trigger, and pulled. The round found a home in the creature's skull, blowing out a spray of burned flesh. The monster collapsed over the body of the dead engineer. Fisher pulled the rifle off the hood and handed it back to Tran. "Put the bodies of the men in the back of my truck," Fisher ordered. He got back in his F-350 and waited as his men worked, forcing himself to watch them carry the remains back with them.
Chase was right. There wasn't much left but bones. A few minutes later, they set off for the ranch. Fisher still wanted to have that talk with Tran about General Cornelius, but a new sight caused him to delay those plans again. "Is that a chopper?" Tran asked. Fisher looked at the dashboard clock. It was only 10 in the morning. He wasn't late for his meeting. Cornelius, or whoever this was early. Fisher sped around the other trucks and pushed the pedal down, increasing the speed to 80 miles an hour. The vehicle and its oversized wheels easily handled the rough terrain. They hit smooth gray concrete over the next hill, and he gunned the engine to 100 miles an hour. The mile-long stretch of road had cost him a pretty penny, but he liked to greet his guests with smooth roads to remind them where they were when they arrived and what they were leaving when they departed. The Fisher Ranch was a castle in the middle of what had once been the Wild West. The property, with its many barns and multiple buildings, was more than fitting for his oil empire, and it was equally fitting for a meeting with the man many thought would be the next president of the country. Soon, Fisher would make his own determination. The chopper landed in the field on the other side of the circular drive. Fisher parked and watched the men getting out of the bird. Keeping low, they hurried under the blades,
all but two of them wearing fatigues. He spotted Cornelius among them. The tallest, with a mane of white hair, the general was the type of guy that stood out in a room, commanding attention. He wore a crisp uniform that seemed immaculately clean for the current state of the world. Dressed in jeans, cowboy boots, and a cowboy hat, Fisher was hardly ready for a meeting with the potential leader of the country, but he honestly didn't care all that much. He wasn't the one asking for money today.
Fisher got out of his truck and considered telling his men to drive it, with the bodies, away, but it was too late. "Mr. Fisher," Cornelius called out. Fisher walked out to meet the man, smiling, but not too widely. He was a businessman and didn't want to look over-eager. Entering negotiations with a poker face was one of the first things his dad taught him. "You're early, General," Fisher said. He reached out and shook the man's calloused hands. "My apologies, but a lot happened last night, and I wanted to meet with you before I head out east," Cornelius replied. Fisher motioned for Cornelius to follow him toward the house. "Perhaps if you get elected, you could move the government down here," Fisher suggested. "Then you wouldn't have to leave the best state in the Allied States, and you would have prime access to the most productive oil fields to fuel your small army. Don't tell me you aren't interested in them." Cornelius let out a laugh. "Perhaps, but I've got a lot of other things on my agenda first. Although, you're right, my plans include cooperation with Fisher Fields." A waft of rotting flesh drifted through the air. Cornelius put a sleeve over his mouth and nose as he passed the truck with the corpses. "Sorry about that," Fisher said. "We were surveying the damage to my derricks and found some of my men that had been out there a while." Cornelius lowered his hand. He didn't seem disturbed by the gory sight. "I'm sorry for your loss, Mr. Fisher," said the general. "You weren't the only one that got hit. Something is happening at the outposts and safe zones. Things that I'm sure President Ringgold wants to keep quiet." Fisher remained standing by the pickup, his curiosity piqued. "Ringgold is a smart woman," Cornelius continued. "I like her and Vice President Lemke. They're good people, but they've proven they don't have the strength to protect the country." Cornelius looked back at the corpses in the truck. Letting the variants take over the abandoned cities is a strategic failure. Those cities are ticking time bombs waiting to explode. It's negligence like that is leading to the increase in attacks, like the ones on your ranch. There was anger in the general's voice. Fisher had heard about the general's temper. Anger wasn't necessarily bad if it was controlled, but if the general was the type that let emotion get in the way of a sound decision, that was a problem. Someone leading the country needed to be cool and level-headed, especially when facing threats like this. "That's why I'm here, to make you an offer in return for your support," Cornelius said, the edge no longer in his voice. Fisher didn't speak too loudly. He didn't want his men to hear the offer, just in case Fisher didn't end up accepting it, although he had a feeling whatever it was, it would beat what little Ringgold had done to protect his oil fields.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
The morning after the attack, Kate had gone straight to the lab to test the samples rushed in by a helicopter from outpost Turkey River. Horn and Beckham were outside with several rangers, and the kids were back at the shelter for survivors in downtown Portland. Knowing Beckham was close and her family was safe helped her focus on the questions. There were hundreds of thoughts on her mind about the attacks, but she tried to keep them all about science. Her job wasn't to figure out who the raiders were or how the attack on Portland and Peaks Island was connected to the other attacks. Her job was to find out what was going on in those variant tunnels. A musty odor hung in the lab, contrasting sharply with the sterile hospital smell that usually pervaded the space. Half of her working area was strewn with individually wrapped pipette tips, syringes, and broken beakers. Muddy boot prints tracked across what had once been a clean, white-tiled floor. Kate brushed aside the cardboard boxes of disposable syringes where they lay scattered on a lab bench.
Normally, she would have been bothered by a single pipette negligently left on a lab bench instead of in its stand, or a stray disposable nitrile glove left hanging outside a trash can. But today, she had no choice but to work in the filth, hoping that the raiders hadn't taken everything she would need for her experiment. Perusing drawers and cabinets with doors askew, she searched for cell culture supplies. She pulled out a plastic sleeve of cell culture dishes. She could have sworn she had had more in stock. In the freezer, all her 1-liter bottles of red liquid cell media were gone, as were the bottles of bovine serum to supplement that media. What in God's name did raiders need cell culture supplies for? Maybe they'd mistaken them for medicine of some kind. Thankfully, she still had a few half-used bottles of media with serum already added in her 4°C refrigerator.
Cell culture dishes and handheld electronic pipettes, at least, had not been stolen. Most of the antibiotics she kept on hand for adding to cell cultures were gone, of course. No surprise there. That was okay. As long as she was extremely careful, she could minimize the risk of contaminating her culture dishes. Sitting on the bench in front of her was a cooler-sized styrofoam container with the samples that had been sent to her from Fitz. She lifted one of the 10-milliliter plastic tubes from the container. The red matter in there, whatever it was, had apparently been living just fine in dirt tunnels bored through the ground by the variants outside of Outpost Turkey River. If this stuff had been living in those tunnels, what harm was a little bacteria from the lab anyway? Looking across the lab space to the smaller room where the biosafety cabinets were, the place looked empty. Not for a lack of debris and lab supplies, but Kate found herself thinking of Dr. Pat Ellis, her old laboratory partner. He'd been with her for several years before he met his tragic end. There was still a hole in her heart for the man who'd been both a close and valued co-worker and friend. Now she had to do this alone. She missed Ellis, but especially today. All the death and destruction had peeled back the scabs of time, reopening old emotional wounds. She took the plastic culture dishes and pipettes to one of the biosafety cabinets, inserted them under the protective glass sash. A bottle of pink, pre-warmed liquid cell medium went in next. "Let's see what Teen Ghost found," she whispered to herself. Holding the plastic sample tube in one gloved hand, she unscrewed the cap with the other, placing it on the metal surface inside the biosafety cabinet. Images of the scenes inside the medical tent flashed through her mind. Still fresh, she could practically feel Senator McComb's pulse stopping under her fingers again, smell the coppery scent of blood, and hear the cries of the wounded and the frightened. She blinked away the memories and exhaustion, willing herself to wake up. The dregs of adrenaline that helped her through the night faded. She needed every bit of brain power left in her reserves, and it had been so long since she really sat in a lab like this to work on variant-related research. But history had a vicious way of repeating itself. She used a pair of stainless steel forceps to pull a thin strip of the red webbing from the plastic tube. Dangling in the air above the cell culture dish, it could have been a thinly sliced chunk of steak for all she knew. Her fingers trembled as she held the forceps, examining the sample. "You got this, Kate." But in her mind's eye, she saw Timothy standing over his dad again. That look on his face, the pain no child should have to endure. Losing both parents like this, growing up alone. The trembling in her fingers traced down the length of the forceps, and the red webbing nearly slipped out. Holding her breath, she gently deposited the tendril into the cell culture dish. Next, she filled the dish with cell media from one of the bottles in the refrigerator that hadn't been stolen. Hopefully, it would get the tendril to grow using a pipette. She continued the process. It was work that any decent lab tech or even a novice student in biology could do. Yet now, it felt like the hardest thing she had done in her life. But Kate worked through the pain and anguish like she always did,
and managed to set up all the samples. She would let them grow and observe their phenotypical changes and behavior. Once she placed the cell culture dishes back in the incubator, she prepared a microscope slide with another razor-thin piece of the webbing.
Kate found it hard to believe that this living material had covered those tunnels like Team Ghost had described.
When she'd first heard of it, she had figured it must be some kind of fungus. That would explain how it could evidently grow so fast, especially in an underground environment like that. Now she wasn't so sure. She took the prepared slide over to an inverted light microscope. Peering through the scope's eyepiece showed her doubts had weight. Most of the tissue seemed to be made of long, striated cells, clearly mammalian. Between them grew other spidery cells that connected to each other through tendril-like growths that looked suspiciously like dendrites. If she didn't know any better, she would say those spidery cells looked like nerves. And all the others around them might be myoblast or fibroblasts, muscle cells or connective tissue cells. Cells like that didn't grow outside of an animal or human, though. At least, not that she knew of. With the variants, it seemed all the rules of nature had been broken or bent. The trick was figuring out how the cells grew like that, and if these cells had some kind of secrets that would help them find Dohi or prevent another Turkey River event, then she was determined to uncover them. She made a note to check her supplies for the antibody kits she would need to perform proper tissue characterization assays on these cells. It might be a few days before she got the proper supplies if she was missing anything. Team Ghost would need her results to have some idea of what they were dealing with in the tunnels. Dohi likely didn't have time to wait for robust experiments, assuming he was still alive. Whatever clues might be in these samples needed to be found now. There was no time to do every experiment in replicate and put each hypothesis through a battery of tests. She would have to go with her gut on this one, move forward with her hypothesis, and verify later.
So for now, she would operate as if these cells were indeed a mixture of nerve and muscle cells. But if they were, the question was why? And, nearly as important, what kind of creature grew these types of cells? The dark, round spots of nuclei inside them were readily apparent, and there was no thick, square-like cell well wall holding them together. Definitely not plant or fungus-derived like she had originally thought. As she studied the cells, she noticed something peculiar. Some of the nuclei were actually dividing in front of her eyes, and as they did, so too did the cytoplasm, all the gooey parts inside the cells. That couldn't be possible. She blinked, half tempted to pinch herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming, taken by exhaustion. Sure enough, when she stared back through the eyepiece, she saw that the cells were in fact dividing. They weren't just dividing, they were growing. Odd, considering the slice she'd prepared for the slide wasn't in perfect physiological conditions like the cell culture dishes in the incubator. Mammalian cells just didn't do a good job growing unless they were in the right temperature, humidity, oxygen levels, and nutrients. Yet here these were, not only dividing, but spreading across the slide rapidly. "This can't be," she whispered. Ellis would have loved seeing this. She stored the slide in a culture dish and kept it on the table next to the scope, too afraid to simply discard it. Before she threw it out, she made a mental note to douse this thing in acid or burn it, just to make sure it didn't start growing from a landfill or something. Then she went back to the incubator, pulled out one of the cell culture dishes, and placed it on the microscope's stage. She didn't even have to look through the eyepiece to see that the cells within that dish had already adapted to their environment. The tissue sample pulsed wildly, contracting and expanding randomly throughout the strand. When viewed through the scope, the images there only confirmed her suspicions.
Those cells she thought were myoblasts were moving. Just like cardiomyocytes, the cells that automatically contracted and released to maintain a person's heartbeat. What frightened her even more was seeing that as the cells pulsed, they continued to divide. It looked like she was watching a tumor grow in time-lapse images, only instead of taking weeks or months for the tumor to become malignant and spread, it was happening in seconds. Kate's stomach sank as she peeled herself away from the scope. The variants had tested her knowledge and understanding of biology from the very start. Now, it was as if they were toying with her and torturing her with the unknown. But she would not be tricked. If these biological samples contained the clues that would stop whatever happened at Outpost Turkey River from spreading, she would crack the code. Everything hurt. That was the first thing that made its way into Dohi's dulled consciousness. Sharp pain radiated through his elbows and throbbed along his spine. His mind seemed to be trapped in a dark pool. Maybe his body too. He couldn't see anything but black. Fear joined the pain, and adrenaline churned through his vessels. The grogginess fogging his mind faded, and he felt his limbs again. Something was dragging him over the ground. The rush of blood helped activate his senses, and the memories flooded him with the events at Outpost Turkey River. Variants had ambushed him, and he had fallen into a tunnel. Everything after that was a haze. There was no easy way to tell how long he'd been out or how far he had been dragged. His headset and night vision goggles were busted to shit. His rifle had been lost in the fray. Slowly, he felt near his hip. At least his M1911 was still in its holster. Thankfully, so was the tactical light on his utility belt. If he stood any chance of escaping, he would need both.
That was going to be very difficult, judging from the huge claws wrapped around one of his ankles. While he couldn't see the beast, he could tell right away this was no ordinary grunt variant. At least not judging by the heavy thwack of its footsteps and the bellowing, huffing breaths it let out. Suddenly, the creature let out a high-pitched squeal and a series of clicks. A variant answered in the distance. The abomination dragged him deeper into the tunnel. The squawks and clicking of joints echoed. Without the luxury of sight, Dohi concentrated on his other senses. The rotten fruit odor of the creatures overwhelmed him, especially the stink of the monster dragging him along. If he let his fingers relax, tracing along the tunnel floor, he could feel the moist earth and, more prominently, the stretchy webbing that he'd seen before he'd fallen into the tunnel. Every time he made contact with the organic material, it made the hair on his arms stand straight. The air itself left a biting, cruel taste on his tongue, making his stomach roil. Almost as if he had taken a long swig of chunky, spoiled milk. He tried to focus on counting the number of variants, but the agonized cries of the other human captives made the task difficult. He guessed there were at least half a dozen grunts marching in front of the monstrous knuckle-dragger pulling him along. Maybe he was thinking about this the wrong way. Maybe this was a break and the bastards would take him right to their nest. If he could escape, he would have the location of this lair and the rest of the people from Outpost Turkey River. But escaping was going to be next to impossible down here. He went back to using his internal compass to try and track the path just in case he might have an opportunity. The path seemed to wind and curve so much it was difficult to maintain any semblance of proper orientation. The longer he was dragged, the worse of a beating he took. His mind struggled to maintain focus, and he couldn't tell if he'd gone unconscious again or if time passed differently in the inky darkness. In truth, he had no idea how long he had been down here. A piercing scream suddenly echoed down the tunnel, followed by the unmistakable splatter of blood. The clamor of squawking variants exploded through the murk. Something primal roared in Dohi. Pure instinct, ingrained by years of evolution,
prepping him for a flight or fight response. Another human scream blared, cut short by a tearing sound. Then a thump, like a body falling, followed by another, lighter thump. Dohi imagined a headless body hitting the ground and a horde of variants consuming the meat. A moment later, the monstrous creature pulling him halted. Dohi tried hard to control his breathing. The beast gave him a single tug, inching him forward slightly. Another human shrieked. That's when he made his move. With all his strength, he yanked his boot free from his captor. The monster was caught off guard and jerked backward as Dohi pulled his M1911 from its holster and with his other hand pulled out his tack light. He flicked the flashlight on and spun on his captor, bringing the handgun to bear in concert with the light's beam. Time seemed to slow. The tunnel around him was nearly twice as tall as Dohi, and the beast before him took up most of that space. An ape-like face with exaggerated pointed features rotated in his direction. Huge nostrils flared, and its lips tore back to reveal a set of curved fangs. Large, bat-like ears fanned off the side of its face, and its wide, webbed claws were caked in dirt. Dohi had expected the creature to stare him down, or maybe, if he was lucky, throw a clawed hand in front of its eyes to shield itself from the sudden blinding light. But this alpha didn't even move away from the beam. It was then he realized its milky white eyes weren't even looking at him.
Suddenly the high-pitched squeals and clicks made sense. The beast was using echolocation, perfectly suited for the tunnel. Dohi didn't waste another second and pulled the trigger. Click. Shit, he muttered. The beast simply tilted its head, not realizing how lucky it was that his gun hadn't fired. Muscles rippled down the length of its body, and some kind of viscous goo coated its smooth flesh. Claws large enough to go straight through Dohi's chest and out the other side protruded from its fingers. Thin tendrils sprouted from its spine. Each of those fibers seemed to prod at the webbing along the tunnel wall. The beast released another high-pitched shriek. Now he was fucked. Dohi quickly pulled the slide back to chamber a round and pulled the trigger as the beast homed in on him. 2 rounds buried in its barreled chest. He kept the beam aimed on the creature as he fired. Blood and bits of clear goo flecked off in the light. The other variants in the tunnel dropped their human captives ahead. In the glow of his beam, he noticed humans stuck in the red webbing. The strange growths seemed to spread out of their open mouths and eyes. Dohi had no time to make sense of the horrific scene. The variants charged around the alpha. One of the monsters flung itself into the air, claws outstretched. Dohi fired twice into the creature's center mass, sending it sliding across the tunnel floor. 2 more trampled over their dead comrade, and Dohi took them out in quick succession, and then put a round in the alpha's skull, sending it hunching against a wall. He quickly pushed himself up and limped away, changing his magazine while he moved. Every step hurt, each tremor rocking through his bruised bones. Palming in the mag, he turned and raised the gun and light the pursuing variants. He squared off another shot that slammed into the head of the lead monster. 2 more darted past, and he took them both down with shots to their T-sections. The giant alpha roared behind them and then lumbered forward on all 4s, using its wide claws to help propel itself forward like a gorilla. Dohi sent another shot straight through the chest of the last grunt variant. The beast crumpled, tumbling headfirst into the webbing. The alpha careened forward, stomping the dead into the mud, while letting out another piercing screech. The long, fibrous growths tracing along the red webbing tensed. Dohi could almost feel the air explode with electricity. He pulled the trigger again, sending a bullet punching into the alpha's chest that resulted in a raucous roar. It seemed to absorb the impact. Another trigger squeeze, and the slide locked. The pistol was empty, and he was out of magazines.
He had lost his buck knife in the fall with his rifle. All he had to defend himself with were his hands. Those fight-or-flight instincts kicked in again. This time he chose the latter of the two. Dohi ran, using his light to guide him through the tunnel. Webbing snagged at his boots and shoulders, and he broke through the sticky, vine-like growths. The earthen corridors branched. He took random turns, no idea where he was headed. Grunts and squeals resounded through the tunnel as the beast used echolocation to track him. But even when Dohi was far out of what he judged as the beast's effective sonar range, the monster still pursued. That left only a few other possibilities, scent being one of them, but he couldn't help but wonder if the webbing also had something to do with it being able to track him. He pictured those fibrous growths sprouting from the alpha's spine and tracing the webbing. Running wasn't going to help him escape either of those things. He stopped around another bend and placed his hand between the gaps in the webbing. Easily, his fingers pressed through the muddy soil. Maybe. He turned around and stretched the webbing over himself. Then he slowly squirmed backward into the mud.
With his hands, he smeared it over his body in cold, wet globs. As best he could, he dug out a shallow cavity in the wall. The stomping of the alpha grew closer, squeals erupting down the tunnel. Mud slopped around Dohi's shoulders, and he squeezed it over his helmet, into his hair, and over his cheeks. Another high-pitched shriek echoed down the tunnel. He flicked off his flashlight and stuffed it into his pocket. He was almost certain the alpha couldn't see, but he didn't want to take any chances. The ground trembled. The beast wasn't far. Dohi sucked in a deep breath and closed his eyes. The tunnels were already steeped in darkness, but he couldn't help the natural instinct to make every bit of him disappear in that mud under the web. The clicking grew louder. The beast couldn't have been more than a yard or more away now. Massive feet slopped along the muck, and a rolling growl sounded. Dohi could smell rancid breath, but he kept his mouth clamped shut, the air still in his lungs. A sniffing followed the growl. It knows I'm here. It knows. Another whoosh of rank breath rushed past Dohi's mud-covered face. The creature was right in front of him. Was it toying with him? His lungs burned, but he held the same breath inside. If he let it out, the beast would tear out his guts. As the seconds passed, his heart thumped harder. Could it hear that? The creature growled again. Then it stomped away, taking off down the passage the way they had come. Dohi waited a few more moments before slowly letting out a breath. He gulped down a mouthful of the tunnel air. Musty and rotten as it was, air had never tasted sweeter. He stayed in the mud behind the webbing until those clicks and squeals finally went silent. After another 15 minutes had passed, he emerged from the mud and squeezed back through the gaps in the webbing. He pulled his fingers over his face and through his goatee, flaking the mud away. With nothing but a flashlight to find his way out of here, he set off, knowing what he had seen had to be relayed to command before another outpost was attacked. The very future of the country could rest on his escape.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The late afternoon sunlight filtered through the trees the day after Team Ghost lost Dohi. They remained at Outpost Turkey River, where they had received a resupply in the evac that had taken Cedric long to command for questioning, and the samples Fitz collected for Kate. Fitz wasn't leaving until they had recovered Dohi. Every passing hour, he knew the chances of finding him alive were shrinking. But Dohi was the best tracker on Team Ghost, a veritable bloodhound. If anyone could survive underground in the variant-infested superhighway, it was Dohi. Fitz checked his team as they continued the search for their lost brother. Mendez was on point. Lincoln had rear guard, his gaze roving the skeletal trees. Fitz and Rico were between them. Ace wore a large black backpack
that held a rugged computer system and battery connected to the long gray tubular instrument he carried. The tube looked like an old-fashioned bazooka, except that it had an LCD screen glowing up toward Ace. He held it over the ground in front of him like a minesweeper. When Command had learned of the team's situation, they had offered the perfect solution. Along with fresh ammunition, a group of Army engineers had dropped off an R2TD, or Rapid Reaction Tunnel Detection System, developed over a decade ago by the U.S. Army. It used ground-penetrating radar to detect tunnels as well as the sounds and activity of people or machinery underground. Before abandoning some of the cities to variants after the Great War ended, the device was widely used by squads just like Team Ghost. While operating the device was easy enough, discerning the signal from noise on the detection screen Ace was staring at was more of an art than a science, and would require communication with 2 Army combat engineers. "Overwatch 1, Ghost 1, Fitz whispered. "Anything?" "Negative, Ghost 1, Lieutenant Scott, the engineer assisting them, replied. "We'll ping you if we see something. Over."
For all the magic that the engineers had promised them this R2TD system could accomplish, they had found precious little to show for it. Fitz looked over at Rico with a raised brow. An unspoken question. "Can you believe this?" She shrugged back. For far too many hours, they'd been scouring the forest with only the rustle of the trees to keep them company. They hadn't found a single tunnel. Nothing to take them to Dohi or the escaped variants. He was halfway tempted to try something drastic. Start setting up explosives to blow holes in the earth. Maybe cave in some tunnels and get the beasts to show themselves. But that was his frustration speaking, and it could end up killing Dohi and any other prisoners below ground. Slow and steady saves lives, Fitz thought. They approached the crest of another rolling hill, far past the outskirts of Outpost Turkey River's safe zone. Every step they took was another pulling them deeper into enemy territory. Ace froze, his eyes on the screen. He motioned to Fitz to join him. If Fitz wasn't mistaken, the strange deep blue and black colors appearing in a semicircle on the screen were what the engineers had told them they would see if they had indeed found a tunnel. Fitz studied the image for a second, making sure what he was seeing was real. Lieutenant Scott chimed back in over the channel. "Ghost 1, Overwatch 1. You have a positive read. Tunnel depth approximately 1 meter down and 3 meters in diameter directly below your position. Appears to lead 20 degrees east from current course." Fitz signaled to Mendez to adjust his route and follow Scott's directions. Sure enough, the signal on Ace's radar screen remained strong. Fitz followed, finally confident that they had a trail of some kind. They still didn't know if this was the tunnel that Dohi had gone down, but without any other leads, this was the best chance they had of finding some clue as to where their brother had gone.
Ace stopped again, and Fitz checked the screen.
Strange shapes emerged there. Green, globular things, almost like spirits. There were variants under their feet, and possibly human prisoners, too. "Ghost 1, slow down," Scott said over the comm channel. "Any idea how many targets are down there?" Fitz asked. There was a slight pause before the lieutenant replied. "Ghost 1, by my estimate, you've got 6 to 8 contacts." Fitz did the math. Getting the scoop on 6 to 8 variants would be tough, but doable, especially if a couple of those contacts turned out to be captive humans and not variants. "Ghost 1, Scott began. "I'm seeing something strange. Is there any issue with the R2TD system? Like one of the power supply cords damaged or something?" Fitz and Ace gave the cables and system a cursory glance, but neither of them was as technically familiar with the system as the engineers. "Negative," Fitz responded. "At least, as far as I can tell." "I'm getting some really weird readings," Scott replied. Fitz looked at the screen. A flash of white seemed to illuminate the circumference of the tunnel on the radar readings. "Is it this halo-looking thing you're talking about?" "Correct, Ghost One," Scott said. "If you're seeing it too, that means it's not just an imaging artifact on my end." Fitz wasn't sure what the engineer meant by artifact, but he didn't like the sudden nervousness in the man's voice. Fitz peered back over his shoulder. The woods around them were mostly silent, not even the call of the crows that lived in the canopy. Only a few dried leaves brushing against each other. The electromagnetic induction system that the R2TD uses can also detect other EM signals, Scott said. "In English, please," Fitz said. "Electrical wires, communications equipment, all that stuff. If there's power going through a cable, for instance, it'll give off a signal like that." "And light up the whole tunnel?" "Negative," Scott said.
Ghost One, something's happening below you. The entire tunnel is exploding in electromagnetic activity, like the whole thing is wired or something. Fitz racked his mind, trying to come up with any explanation that made sense. "That webbing," Rico whispered. "You think?" She had no time to finish the thought. A huge green amorphous shape appeared on Ace's screen. Fitz saw it only for a brief second before the ground erupted, soil and grass flying around them. The force of the blast sent Ace flying backward. He hit a tree trunk, his helmet cracking against the side and knocking him unconscious. Fitz managed to level his rifle up as the cloud of dirt fell back to the ground. A beast appeared at the lip of the hole and jumped out, blood seeping out of the dirt-covered flesh. The monster looked like some muscular mix of a bat and a gorilla. Long, fibrous growths stood out of its spine like a porcupine's quills. It let out a series of shrieking clicks, bulbous heads swiveling on its neck. "Take it down," Fitz ordered. The rest of Team Ghost fired as he pulled the trigger. The beast propelled itself through the torrent of gunfire, barreling straight toward Ace, who was still limp on the ground. Rico tried to move in closer, chewing up the creature's flank. Lincoln and Mendez followed suit, battering at the creature with gunfire. The beast started to slow, wounds stitching its side. A long groan erupted from its wormy lips as it reared back a meaty fist tipped with knife-like claws. "Behind us!" Rico shouted. Fitz twisted as 6 grunt variants emerged from the hole. He didn't even need to yell at Mendez and Rico to turn their focus on the beasts. Fitz finished his magazine, scoring several more hits on the Alpha. "Help!" Rico shouted. Lincoln turned to provide covering fire while Fitz changed his magazine. In the seconds it took him to pull out a fresh one and palm it home, the Alpha had reached Ace. More blood sprayed from the rounds buried in its flesh, and yet the creature still advanced, bending down with a talon-tipped claw. But to Fitz's surprise, the blades didn't curl around the fallen member of Team Ghost. Instead, they grabbed the long, tubular portion of the R2TD. The beast crunched into the metal, and the device fell apart like it was nothing more than a Lego model. For a moment, the creature stood there. It let out a breath almost as if it was relieved, blood trickling out of its gaping nostrils and weeping down the front of its chest. Then it collapsed, the ground trembling from the impact. Fitz checked his 6, seeing the other members of Ghost had cleared the area. Crumpled variants lay in the dirt. Rico and Mendez stepped between the fresh corpses of the smaller variants, while Lincoln followed Fitz over to the beast. Another transmission hissed over the comm channel, and he could finally make out the lieutenant. "I lost the signal," Scott said. Fitz kicked the dirt near the shattered machine and reported the loss. Then he made his way over to Ace, who began to stir, lifting a hand toward his head. "You good?" Rico said. Ace managed a nod. "You sure?" Fitz said, crouching. "I've taken worse hits in my day, boss,"
Ace said, as Fitz and Mendez helped him to his feet. So, what do we do now that we don't have R2TD to guide us? Lincoln said. Fitz found himself missing Apollo right now more than ever. The team could use the dog's nose, and he considered requesting the Army send fresh canine reinforcements to help their search. But even if they did, that would just take up more time that they might not have to find Dohi. Fitz walked over to the Alpha and nudged the enormous clawed hand. The beast didn't move. Blood seeped from its body, soaking the ground. He stared at it for a moment, wondering what had compelled it to go straight for the radar system, as if it possessed some kind of preternatural intelligence.
"You hear that?" Mendez whispered.
The scratching came a moment later, and Fitz nodded. He ordered Rico and Lincoln to watch over Ace, then gestured for Mendez to fall in with him. They moved around the side of the Alpha, guns pointed at the hole in the ground where the Alpha and its minions had appeared. A dark shape moved out of the dirt there. Soil-covered fingers clawed at the lip of the hole, pulling a body up covered in mud. Nothing but the white of the creature's eyes showed.
"Hold your fire,"
the creature said in an all-too-familiar voice. Fitz lowered his rifle and blinked to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him.
"Dohi?"
Rico said. She bent down, and together with Fitz, they grabbed Dohi and helped pull him onto solid ground.
"Dude, where the—"
Lincoln said. He and Mendez looked down in the hole, aiming their rifles into the darkness. Dohi sat up on his knees and wiped his face with a sleeve. As much as Fitz was thrilled to see his friend, Dohi smelled like he had just crawled out of a sewer.
"Water,"
Dohi choked. Fitz quickly handed him a water bottle. The rest of the team were all grins, but they didn't give away their position by calling out in celebration. Dohi finished off a drink, wiped his mouth, and then looked at the Alpha.
"That monster almost ended me,"
he said.
"What the hell is it?"
Fitz said.
"Some new kind of Alpha,"
Dohi said. Ace staggered over like he was drunk, with blood dripping down his forehead. He cradled his shotgun and stood over the hole, guarding it with the others, while Fitz opened a channel to command.
"Hotspot 1, this is Ghost 1, requesting evac. We've got a brand new specimen for you."
"Copy that, Ghost. Sending a chopper to the outpost. Over."
"We gotta haul ass back there,"
Lincoln muttered when Fitz shared the news.
"Who's got the rope?"
Rico asked. Lincoln looked at her, and then the Alpha.
"You gotta be kidding me. We're taking it with?"
he grumbled.
"Yeah, and you're gonna pull it first," Fitz said.
Mendez chuckled. "You're such a baby, brah."
"You help him." Fitz watched as the grin on Mendez's face soured. Working with Lincoln, he helped secure the rope around the Alpha's legs.
"Damn, look at these paws," Lincoln said. "Huge."
"All the better for digging by the looks of it," Mendez said. "Let's move out," Fitz said. He led Team Ghost off in silence toward the evac zone, back in the walled-off outpost. It was slow going, and the team took turns dragging the monster that was basically a tunnel-digging machine. Fitz held his questions for Dohi, trying to keep quiet, and also give the man some time to collect his thoughts. "Glad to have you back, brother," Fitz said. Dohi hardly reacted, his eyes glazed like he was in a trance. An hour and a half later, the distant thump of a bird sounded. Lincoln and Mendez dragged the Alpha out toward the landing zone, while the rest of the team scanned the shadows for hostiles. If the variants were going to attack, this would be the time. But the beasts remained hidden, and the chopper set down, the crew hopping out to help load the Alpha. The crew chief passed a new headset to Dohi. After Dohi drank another bottle of water, Fitz finally figured it was time to ask him some questions, the most obvious one coming first. "How'd you find us?" Fitz said. "I followed the gunfire and the screams." Fitz was so tired he hadn't even considered it. Of course Dohi would have come toward the sound of gunfire, but why had the Alpha come after the R2TD? That was a question far above his pay grade, but looking at the beast slumped on the floor of the chopper, he imagined someone would be able to figure it out. For now, Fitz was counting his blessings. They had Dohi back, and they had killed a beast that might just hold the key to the mystery behind the tunnels and recent attacks. Today was a victory. He would savor it as long as he could.
12.
I've got to figure out what's going on, Beckham said to Kate. I understand why you have to go, Kate said. Hopefully President Ringgold will be able to give you answers. He had expected Kate to protest, but if the bags under her eyes were any indication, she was too exhausted. Voices outside brought him to the window of the historic brick and stone hotel that was now serving as a shelter for the survivors of Peaks Island. The room his family had been assigned was small, but nice, with 2 bedrooms, a large bathroom, and a kitchen. It wasn't their comfortable home back on Peaks Island, but it would suffice until they could return. Outside, a platoon of Marines patrolled the streets. They had deployed all across the country at affected outposts, per President Ringgold's orders. Beckham felt much better about leaving now that they were here, especially since Kate also had Sergeant Ruckley and her ranger team assigned to protect the lab. Kate pinched the bridge of her nose. "Headache?" he asked. Kate nodded and sighed. "Tired." Beckham was too, but at least he could sleep on the ride to command. "You promise you'll try and get some sleep now?" he asked her. She placed a hand on her forehead. "If I can, but not until tonight. I've got to get back to the lab. I just wanted to see you off and make sure Javier and the kids are okay." Beckham hated seeing her like this, but she had duties to their country just like he did, and she took them just as seriously. "Has that sample that Fitz sent back been helpful?" Beckham asked, anxious to hear about it. "Helpful is a generous word. I've only had the day to analyze it, but so far, I've got more questions than answers." "Do you at least have some idea what that stuff is?" Kate pulled her hand away from her head. "This is going to sound crazy, but it looks to me like mammalian muscle and nerve cells. They seem to spontaneously grow at an alarming rate, faster than even cancer cells." Beckham knew just enough about science to know that was weird. "I didn't think cells like that could just grow outside an animal's body." "Normally they can't," Kate said. "There are a whole bunch of reasons why they shouldn't be able to grow like they are. Most obvious is the lack of nutrient and oxygen delivery, along with a working immune system." "So you're telling me those tunnel walls are alive?" He thought she was going to shrug, but after a slight hesitation she nodded. "Not literally," she said. "The cells are, those vines are, but not the tunnels. Still, the longer I examined the cells under the scope, the more red and white blood cells I found. There seemed to be small vesicles, too, to deliver those cells." She stepped closer to the window. "Whatever this growth is, it's unlike anything I've ever seen before. This has to have something to do with Outpost Turkey River, don't you think? The missing people." "Probably. My guess is the variants are using people as food and energy, like fodder for the cellular growths. Hard to tell right now, though." Beckham swallowed hard at the implications. "With the sheer number of nerve cells in there, I'd have to guess it's some kind of massive sensory organ or something," Kate said. "How exactly it works, or why, I'm still not sure. But that's what I hope to find out. Only way to do that is to go back to the lab." She gave Beckham a hug, holding him tightly for a moment. "It feels good to have some work to do," she admitted, with her head to his chest. "Spending time in the lab has made me miss Ellis even more, though. He was a close friend, no denying that, but I could also use a hand or two on these experiments. It's a lot for one person to do. I'd be surprised if Ringgold doesn't already have plans to send help your way. If she doesn't, I'll request it." "I wouldn't say no to that."
She pulled away and took in a deep breath. I just hope, whatever is happening, we can stop it.
Dohi is alive, and the Alpha the team killed might help us figure out what's going on. Everything is going to be okay.
Maybe for us, but not for everyone. Not for Timothy.
Beckham brooded at her words.
She was right. Timothy's life would be forever changed. "We'll take care of him," he said. Kate simply nodded. "We survived the war," Beckham said. "We'll survive whatever this is." Whatever this is, he thought. The limited intel he had right now wasn't much, but it led him to believe that the attacks at the outposts were the start of something much bigger and widely coordinated. That's exactly why President Ringgold had requested his council at command to meet her and Team Ghost. But it wasn't just soldiers that would win this new fight. The work Kate was doing in her lab was also important. The thump of a chopper sounded in the distance, and a Black Hawk crossed over the city, putting down in a green space a few blocks away. "My ride is here," he said. "I better get moving so I can say goodbye to Javier and the kids." He walked away from the window to grab his rucksack and rifle, but she grabbed his prosthetic hand. "Reed, we still haven't talked about Senator McComb," Kate said. "I know, but that can wait. For now, the more important thing is figuring out who is behind these attacks and what those tunnels are used for." "But what if President Ringgold asks you to run for Senate again? With McComb gone, she'll be even more desperate to find a good candidate." "I won't make a decision without talking to you first, I promise." He threw his pack over his shoulders and slung his rifle. Then he opened the door and reached for her hand. She gripped his prosthetic on the walk to the stairs. Several doors were open along the way, one of them to the room Donna was sharing with her son. Beckham paused at the open doorway. "You guys doing okay?" Donna managed a half-smile, but he knew it was forced. She limped over to the door, her ankle wrapped.
Bo wore a tank top that showed off his muscular body. He seemed fine despite the bandage on his head. The two had been through so much in the past decade. Once again, they were victims of war. And if it weren't for Beckham and Horn, they would have ended up like Bo's father, Red. A memory of the large man fighting the bone collector on Plum Island flashed through Beckham's memory, the same beast that had killed Staff Sergeant Alex the Kid Riley. "Your ankle okay?" Beckham asked Donna. She directed her dull eyes at him and nodded. All of the torment she had suffered had taken its toll. Beckham wasn't sure if Donna would ever come back from the darkness, but he believed there was still hope for her son. Bo still had a sparkle in his gaze. Like most kids, he was resilient. "I heard that raider died in the police station." Bo crossed his arms as he continued. "You should have let me take care of that piece of garbage in the woods." The spark Beckham had seen a few moments before seemed to grow. But instead of the optimism and hope Beckham had expected, it was replaced by rage. "We needed information from him," Beckham said. "Did you get any?" Bo asked. Beckham shook his head. "Unfortunately, no." Bo snorted and muttered under his breath. "I've got to go, but I'll see you both soon," Beckham said. He nodded at Donna and then did the same to Bo. The teenager nodded back and walked away, fists still clenched, knuckles white. "Just wanted to make sure you were doing all right." "Let me know if you need anything," Kate said. "I'm right down the hall." "Thank you," Donna replied. She slowly shut the door, whispering something to Bo that Beckham couldn't make out. Kate frowned, and Beckham let out a sigh. They made their way down the stairs to the lobby. The place was packed with their fellow refugees, all friends and neighbors from Peaks Island. Beckham said hello to a few people, but hurried outside. Horn stood on the sidewalk smoking a cigarette, a rifle slung over his back. "Where are the kids?" Kate asked, holding up a hand to shield her tired eyes from the sun. Horn pointed with his cigarette at the park across the street. "Figured I'd let 'em run a bit."
Laughter came from behind several trees in the park. The sound was the last thing Beckham had expected to hear, but it was a welcome one. He followed the drifting giggles to the park with Kate and Horn. On the other side of the trees, they found Javier, Tasha, and Jenny playing with Ginger and Spark. The dogs rolled in the grass and chased a bone Javier threw. But not everyone was enjoying the sunshine and dogs. Timothy sat on a bench, staring into the distance. "Better keep a close eye on him while I'm gone," Beckham said. Kate folded her arms across her chest, looking at the young man with concern. "I will. He's staying at the shelter until things are secure on the island, and then we'll have to figure out if he's going to stay with us." "Like I said, we'll take care of him," Beckham said. Horn flicked his cigarette on the ground. "He's welcome to stay with me, too. We'll figure it all out." Beckham shrugged his pack higher on his shoulder. "I've really got to get to the bird now." "How long you going to be gone?" Horn asked. "Hopefully not more than a day or two." Horn smothered the cigarette with a boot. "You sure you don't want me to come?" "I want you to stay here and keep watch over the home fires," Beckham said. "You got it, boss." Javier spotted them then and came running over. He wrapped his arms around Beckham. "Look after your mom for me while I'm gone." "I will, Dad." Javier ran back to the other kids, and Beckham made his way over to Timothy. The teenager looked up as he approached. "How you doing?" Beckham asked. Timothy didn't reply. "I'm really sorry about your dad." Timothy didn't respond to that either, but he did look at Beckham's fatigues, rucksack, and weapon. "You going somewhere?" Beckham pointed to the chopper waiting in a field a few blocks away. "To SOCOM on the USS George Johnson." "Can I come?" "You have a more important role here," Beckham said. He jerked his chin at the kids. "I need you to look after everyone like your dad did." Timothy glanced around. "I want to fight, not play babysitter." Beckham understood where he was coming from. Just like Bo, Timothy wanted to fight back, wanted revenge for what he'd lost. But neither of the boys were ready or even trained to fight the raiders or variants. "When I get back, you, me, and Bo are going to sit down to talk about your futures," Beckham said. "Until then, please watch after things here for me, okay?" "Yeah, okay," Timothy replied. He got up and followed Beckham over to the group that had huddled around the dogs. "I'll see you all soon," Beckham said. He finished his goodbyes, patted Spark and Ginger, and then he set off for a new mission. The pilots and crew chief waited for him in the grass outside the Black Hawk, eating a snack of local produce a few citizens had brought them. "Captain Beckham, good to have you with us," said one of the pilots. He climbed back into the cockpit, and the crew chief jumped into the open troop hold. "Captain," he said, handing him a headset. "Thanks," Beckham said. A few minutes later they pulled into the air. Beckham looked out the window to the quaint city below, seeing the hotel turned shelter for refugees from Peaks Island and the Marines and Rangers patrolling the area. Several Humvees and a MAT-V sat parked in front of the police station. Despite all their firepower and armor, they hadn't been able to stop the raider from burning his face off with variant acid. Debris piles and the charcoaled ground outside Town Hall evinced the night's destruction. Beckham closed his eyes and rested his head on the bulkhead.
There were so many questions in his mind. Hopefully, in a few hours, he would start to get some answers. But first, he needed sleep. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. President Jan Ringgold flew under the cover of darkness in a stealth Black Hawk like the one she had used to escape the attack on the Greenbrier almost 8 years ago. Tonight, she wasn't escaping anything, but her nerves were still tight like back then. Over the past several days, the situation had escalated from 1 outpost going dark to 3 outposts going dark and 3 more attacked by raiders. Her generals and intelligence officers were still piecing things together. By the time she reached command,
She hoped to have a better idea of what the hell was happening out there. She had been in politics long enough to know one thing. These attacks would have a dramatic effect on the upcoming election. The violence gave General Cornelius and his Freedom Party plenty of ammo to accuse her administration of being unable to protect the country, which meant more ammo to support bombing the cities and conscripting an army of kids to fight. Last week, Vice President Lemke had been ahead in the polls. This week, the polls would tell a different story. Fear was a powerful motivating factor, and there had been plenty of reasons for fear to spread through the citizens of the safe zones. She opened her briefing folder to see more numbers. These weren't polls. They were the number of troops she had at her disposal. Before she left, she had requested the current count from her staff. Now she stared at them. These can't be right. 12,000 and change wasn't much. There were 98 outposts, varying in size. If her math was right, and she deployed all the troops equally, there would be just over 120 for each outpost to join the current militias there. Hardly an army. The Navy and Air Force had about the same numbers combined, with just shy of 15,000. But that wouldn't help at the outposts, except by pulling the special ops teams like the SEALs.
She didn't like it, but Cornelius had 2,000 of his own men and women in his private army that could be deployed should the need arise. But she wasn't sure how cooperative he would be, given the current political climate, and certainly didn't want to rely on them if she didn't have to. Next, she looked at the current estimate of variants in the frontier and living in the abandoned cities. The number seemed like a lot, but it wasn't a surprise. 60 to 65,000. The estimate had actually gone down since she saw it last, with scientists arguing the creatures were starving to death and killing each other. There was almost no evidence of any breeding, which was another good sign that their numbers would continue to drop. The beasts didn't seem like a huge threat until now, and that's why she hadn't destroyed the cities or sent in precious troops to wipe them out. Plus, there was still the hope that someday humanity could reclaim those urban centers, once symbols of their economic and cultural strength. The idea was to let the creatures die naturally, and only go after the alphas that ventured out to cause problems at the outposts. The plan had worked well until 2 days ago. "ETA, 15 minutes, Madam President," said one of the pilots. Ringgold put her briefing folder back into her pack, trying to suppress her worries. She was packing light, expecting to stay on the USS George Johnson only 24 hours or less. Vice President Lemke had remained behind at the Greenbriers PEOC. He and Brigadier General Lucas Barnes had insisted she stay there, but she wanted to talk in person to the teams most familiar with the situation. The soldiers on the ground were always more knowledgeable than the generals about what was really happening, from her experience. Men like Captain Reed Beckham, whom she trusted more than all of her generals combined. He had served his country in a way few men in the history of the country had served, and now she needed him for a new mission. With the death of Senator McComb last night, it was time for the former leader of Team Ghost to carry the torch into the halls of Congress. She also needed his wife, Kate, to figure out what was going on in the tunnels. The couple had done more for America than anyone she knew, and once again, she was asking for their help. "Prepare for landing," said one of the pilots. Ringgold looked out the porthole window. She knew she was over the ocean, but she couldn't see the stealth destroyer in the darkness. Clouds drifted across the horizon, blocking out most of the moonlight and the stars. A few moments later, the wheels touched down with a soft jolt. The crew chief across from her opened the door, and 2 of her Secret Service agents helped her onto the deck. A group of Marines ran over to escort them. General Noah Souza, the SOCOM commander, waited for her outside a hatch. He was a handsome man with a square jaw, sharp nose, and even sharper green eyes. "Madam President, good to have you with us tonight," he said in his rough voice. "Thank you, General. First things first,
Take me to that Alpha. Sousa looked at her security guards, but quickly focused back on her. Yes, Madam President, but I'll warn you, it's pretty gruesome. I've seen plenty of dead monsters, she said. That makes two of us, Sousa said. Follow me, Madam President. They went to the lower decks where two Marines stood guard outside a hatch marked with a biohazard symbol. When they saw her, both men came to attention. At ease, gentlemen, she said. Sousa gestured toward the hatch, and the Marines opened it to a cold, dark room. One of them switched on a light, revealing several metal tables. A corpse lay on the center table, covered mostly by a white blanket. Huge arms hung over the sides, talons protruding out of thick fingers.
Footsteps echoed down the passage, and a man wearing a white lab coat with slicked-back hair joined them. "Madam President, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Jeff Carr," said Sousa. Ringgold shook the man's hand. "Nice to meet you, President Ringgold," Carr said. "I take it you want to see our new specimen." "Indeed, I do." Sousa nodded at the two Marines. They entered the freezing room, and Carr followed without hesitation. He pulled reading glasses out of his breast pocket, put them on, and then placed a pair of protective goggles over those. "Let's give President Ringgold a look at our new friend," Carr said. The Marines pulled the blanket back to reveal the grotesque, ape-like face of a monster without eyes. Crusted blood lined its wide nostrils, and saggy lips hung over curved fangs. But it was the bat-like ears fanning off its face that sparked her curiosity. She stepped closer. "Doctor, tell me what in the devil I'm looking at." "A new Alpha variant, Madam President." Ringgold kept her gaze on the beast, while Carr put on surgical gloves. Then he grabbed a scalpel off a tray and used it to push up a flap of skin covering a tendril on its back. "This Alpha has strange attributes unlike any I've seen, and I've seen a lot," he said, glancing up for a moment. "The huge claw's purpose seems clear enough. Digging." He focused back on the tendril. "But these are more interesting. They have some kind of fibers in them. According to Team Ghost, those fibers seem to interact with the webs in all those tunnels. I'm told Dr. Kate Lovato is working on identifying and studying those samples." "She is," Sousa confirmed. "I'd like to talk to her," Carr said. "Get her opinion on what we're dealing with." "And what's yours?" Ringgold asked. Carr looked down at the corpse for several moments before glancing at her. "I think we're dealing with a deadly new threat that's been evolving underground, right beneath our noses."